You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Hello everyone, I'm Impetuous Panda here with Team Vitality for the roundtable. We'll get to know a bit more about you guys, the players, and also about your thoughts on the events, the meta, set 12, etc. Starting things off, Milk, Toronto Tokyo, Setsuko. This event, the team formation specifically, how did it end up happening? You guys have joined forces to be, I think, one of the powerhouse teams from NA coming in. How did the team actually form? Who reached out to who? What was the story behind that?
Oh, you want the full story?
I mean, condensed to 30 seconds if you can.
Oh, well, okay, it started off. I'll let Setsuko say it.
Wait, what? No, it's fine. You can do it.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Because we knew that the event was happening, so we're starting off. It was going to be me, Setsuko, Dishop, and P-God.
Okay.
But then Soju decided he wanted to play. So then it was gonna be me, P-God, Setsuko, and Soju. And then like they announced the format and they gave like infinite points to the Latin America and Brazil regions. So we couldn't even have our own team that we wanted. And they didn't let that many NA players play in the qualifiers because they give infinite points to different regions.
Okay.
So we ended up picking Tokyo and having to bench P-God.
Okay,
Yeah,
I see.
that's our team.
And for Team Vitality, how did you guys representing this org happen? Are you guys, do you guys follow Vitality before another Esports? Are you guys proud to be representing a big org like Vitality?
I think the main reason why I joined was the player management was pretty good.
Okay.
And that's why I went down this line.
And you guys got some nice swag I saw in the video, some nice merch. You guys happy to be repping the different jerseys you guys have as well, designs?
For sure. Yeah.
Looking at the dynamics within the team, are there any set roles you guys would say in terms of who's the captain, who has final say in terms of your general strategies in a different game, who brings mental stability to the team and make sure everything is calm and collected in a team format?
I feel like in 4v4, like it's hard to have like a captain. I feel like we all like contribute equally pretty much. And I think that's like the best way to go about it. So I feel like we don't really have like a leader or a captain or anything.
Right.
Yeah.
In a moment of more stress or more hardship within the tournament where there's a lot at stake, do you guys think there will be someone that has to step up to make sure everything's under control? Or do you guys think it's kind of a team effort?
I think everybody will like mentally reset. I don't think any of us are worried that anybody's gonna like tilt, even if we started off the tournament bad. At least for me, I think me and Milk are like really, really emotionally unaffected. And then I think the other people, it's like Soju and Setsuko, like they might get angry for a minute, but then they'll just like calm down and then we'll be focused. Yeah.
I wanted to direct this question to you, Tokyo, because I spoke to you when you qualified champs in the past. I know a lot about your kind of work outside of TFT, a lot of risk management, a lot of kind of mental stability. I think you can bring a lot of that to this team as well. Do you feel like you have that edge when it comes to the mental compared to other players and other teams in general in this tournament?
Yeah, I think me and Milk are both like worked in like risk management stuff outside of it, and we both feel really calm. And I feel like in general, like I think we have that edge. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be nervous. I don't think any player on our team is gonna be nervous actually. So we're all ready to dominate.
Talking about players and other teams, if you guys had to do a regional ranking, saying the one team you guys fear or respect the most from each major region, EMEA, NA, APAC, and CN, could you guys join forces together and decide one team from each?
Oh, we probably have the same, right?
Yeah.
So probably CN's probably Falcons.
Okay.
EU's KC, and then APAC is T1.
Do you guys think
And it's like by far.
NA team? Or
Us?
America's team? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So confident coming into the event?
Yeah, I think so. I think the best EU team is actually the Onsepa.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So a few different
Oh,
opinions on
I'm
the
not gonna lie, I didn't even know they were in a team in this tourney, so yeah.
Okay. Looking at the meta stuff, Set 12 just launched. Charms are the new new mechanic after encounters. Do you guys think this mechanic is less impactful in general in the last few sets? In Set 7, I think they've been very, very impactful from Dragons onwards. Are you guys happy with Charms overall?
I am. I think it's really impactful, but I don't think it's like toxic.
Okay.
I feel like a lot of times the set mechanic is like really toxic to the game. And I think this set is actually really designed really well. I think the balance team kind of fumbled like right now, but they might be able to pick it up. So like I think I have a lot of hope for the set.
I wanted to ask you, Milk, I heard you really like the design tree of the sets and the units and how they flow and kind of, I think 4-cost flex, if the 4-costs were stronger, you could build a lot of different boards with different, an AP range carry and a melee bruiser and it still could work out. Do you think if the balance gets to a better place in 1 or 2 patches, this could be a very memorable set like we had with, maybe set 6, for example?
Yeah, I think this could be one of the most this could be a really good set because like the 1-cost real comps can come alive really easily, the 2-costs, the 3-costs, and the 4-costs. And I feel like this set could flow like really well if they just balance it a little better.
Tetsugo, there's no econ trait in this set. The first time I heard this, I thought about you as a player. You're kind of what you're labeled as a very risky player who really has these huge win-out moments. Do you think it's a worse set for you personally because of this? Do you think it's not that impactful? Do you pick Fortune Favors the Bold anytime you get the chance simply because you can't play it as often?
Oh, I mean, I don't think it's that impactful. I feel like I'm good at other stuff as well. I mean, it's just like I usually like the econ tricks is more fun, like especially in solo queue. Like you just like you pick it and you just try to win out. But I personally think the Fortune Augment is like, I mean, it's still good in 4v4. It's like less good because the other team can just open on you. And I mean, I for sure like just insta pick it like in solo queue and stuff. But yeah.
Okay. Talking about 44 format, it's very different to playing individually. You mentioned with Fortune, with rerolls as well, you're going to get briefed 4 ways instead of just 1 way, for example. How are you guys approaching this tournament? Are you guys doing anything radically different in terms of your big picture strategy around when to play reroll, when to have like only 1 loose streaking player in the early game and 3 players playing tempo, 1 win out player, for example? What's like a big picture strategy?
I don't know if you can like condense the strategy or anything. I think we just try to play what the 4v4 meta is, try to do what's right from our spot. I mean, I think everybody knows that like Syndra and Karma are like mandatory, and the rest you kind of have to figure out. I think in terms of our 4v4, I think Milk has been one of our most helpful players in like being vocal about what he thinks is good.
Okay.
And I don't think that part we can disclose, but like just in general, I think our 4v4 strategy is pretty solid.
Okay.
Especially because I think we have an edge because we played in the qualifier, and I think that helped us a lot. Yeah.
In EMEA, we've had a lot of tournaments, not maybe official ones with 4v4. We had Super Bowl in the past as well. I've cast a lot of tournaments. There's this extra layer of strategy added on top in terms of even just carousels, hovering over units, waiting for your team to get them, obviously contesting. Do you guys think you've already mastered the extra elements that 4v4 brings to TFT, or are you guys are just going to get there as the tournament goes on?
I don't think anyone has, like, and no one's gonna master it this tourney. I think there's a lot more depth, and 4v4 is a lot more fun. And I think also think it should be like the main like competitive format.
Communication in game, has it been easy enough where no one is yapping too much when you guys should be concentrated? You guys are only giving like clear, concise information. What's the case been?
I feel like in like scrims we like tend to like talk more than needed because just like it's good to like talk about our spots more.
Okay.
But I feel like when the games come around, we'll be like pretty focused and like locked in with our comms. Yeah, should be fine.
Your agency right now, it's obviously a new set. We're only a week in. You guys have played infinite games probably, but do you guys have any spots where you're, kind of asking your teammates, what do you guys think about this augment? Should I pick this from this spot? Should I play this from this spot? Or is it already kind of automatic for you guys a week in?
I feel like there's like a lot of hero augments and some things I don't know.
Okay.
Like this is like really new, and I haven't played like some hero augments once yet. So I'll probably ask like some spots.
Okay.
I think on like 2-1, it's kind of hard to, I think it's bad to have to ask your teammates because in that time you're like really trying to organize like your setup.
Own thoughts. Yep.
So like if everybody has to think about like if their setup's good or not, it's not really good for our team. Yeah.
But usually only like 1% at most.
Yeah.
And like 1 in like every 10 games.
Have there been moments where you haven't consulted with your team, let's say, and someone comes in and sees your board on 2-3, your direction or your game plan and doubts what you're doing? Has there been kind of moments of this kind of stuff happening in scrims?
No, I think in tournaments, like whatever your teammate does, you just have to trust it.
Okay.
Like if your teammate makes a call, even though you don't think it's good, there's no way you can have a discussion and be like, oh, don't do that, in my opinion. Okay. It's just like, you have to just trust the call.
Because the mental would kind of crumble in that state.
It's just like too hard to organize like a pivot or something like that.
Okay. Any augments in 44 you guys are excited to play, or you guys think have extra depth because of the team formats? I know I've heard and thought about Pilfer, for example, being the case. Obviously, hero augments are a lot harder to go into because of how you can be contested. Anything else?
Not really.
Not really.
I like double down. I think it's like, if you look at the stats, it's just an average augment. I think it's kind of interesting in 44.
Okay.
Yeah.
EWC, huge events. For TFT, we don't have many of these LAN events where you get to meet players in person, players from Siena obviously traveling here. As you said, the best players in the world are here. What does it mean for you guys when you guys started in esports, from Hogyo way back, in terms of how the scale of this event? The importance that's being given, the investment that you're seeing here, the venue as well. Are you guys really proud to see TFT growing to this level already?
I think, yeah, I mean, it's like the most professional event we've been to, and I think Vegas was actually really well ran, but this is like a different level.
Yeah.
I think in general, TFT is headed in a good direction. Personally, I'm really happy to see like how far esports has come in general, because I feel like this tournament is kind of like an Olympics for us in esports, and I'm just really proud to be like representing, Vitality in it. Yeah.
Look at the 4v4 formats. Do you guys want to see more of this in kind of even Riot sanctioned competitions and official tournaments in the future? I know some players, when Double Up was released, they wanted to see more Double Up TFT. Some players only want to play, individually. Do you guys like the team format? Do you guys want to see more of it, kind of a split maybe between 4v4 and individual?
I mean, I personally want to see like a lot more 4v4, especially for like LANs, because like the sample size is usually so low for LANs that being a team format is like so much better for sample size reasons, and it's more fun.
Agreed. Yeah, it's just way more fun for me.
Final question. any interesting stories or anecdotes since the team has been formed that you guys can share in terms of your travel here, in terms of your scrims, in terms of, you know, how have you guys been doing in scrims? Maybe the player on your team you guys think is individually the best performing right now?
I'm taking Setsuko. Yeah, the GOAT of NA.
I'm thinking Fnatic.
So you don't believe in your team, Milk?
Oh no, it's a meme.
Okay. Setsuko, do you feel any pressure? Do you think you are?
Oh no. I mean, I think like we're overall in like pretty good form right now. I think like the last week, I mean like for the first few days of our boot camp, like we weren't really, getting much sleep, so we were like doing kind of important scrims. But I think like the last few days we started locking in, so like we're in good form again. Yeah, pretty confident.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much. That's it for the roundtable with Team Vitality, one of the powerhouse teams from NA, from the Americas region, a team I think will go very, very far, especially with the mental stability I think you guys have and you guys have showcased throughout this interview as well. Thank you so much, guys, for the answers.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Hi, my name is Counterfeit here with EWC. I'm here with Bobe from T1. What we're going to be doing right now is doing a little bit of a blind set ranking. So Bobe is going to choose 5 sets from all of the sets, and then he's going to be ranking them, with 5 being the least liked and 1 being the most liked. The only catch is he cannot reuse a number, so he might choose one early and then end up with an embarrassing situation. We shall see. All right, so for your first consideration, you got upside down. Fates. So one being the best, 5 being your least favorite.
3.
3, right in the middle. Okay. Next up. Rise of the Elements, going back a little way.
5.
5? Oh, not a fan. All right. Let's see what we've got left. Also early days, Galaxies.
2.
2? Okay. Remix Rumble.
I say 5.
Oh, we can't use 5 again.
Yeah. 4.
4, okay. All right, and your favorite set, apparently, is going to be Inkborn Fables. What do you think about that?
Oh, good.
All right, cool.
I love this stuff.
Well, it worked out then. So, it was a brilliant magic trick. I don't know how we did it, but great job, Bobe. I'm Counterfeit here for EWC. Again, fantastic job with Bobe from T1.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
We started this tournament with 16 of the best TFT teams in the world. With unexpected results and heartbreaking eliminations, it's been whittled down to the final 4. And today, one of them will be crowned the winner, as well as receiving the lion's share of the $500,000 prize pool. Which team has what it takes to rise above the rest?
Yeah, I think we're pretty confident against the Wolves, and we never really played Twisted Minds yet. They were in our group for the group stage, so we didn't really get to scrim them, but we're pretty confident against the other 2 teams. We did all the prep that we could. We're all just in the practice room, just sitting there. We just finished watching the games, just talking about some difficult spots and stuff. But we haven't really been playing that much. There's not that much value in practice matches because it's so close to the event, and we're just hoping we get lucky, but we can probably close it out if we do get lucky. So
Our roster is insane. People are underrating me, and maybe people don't really know about Toronto, but he kind of, like, it was a perfect fit for our team. And I mean, I feel like a lot of teams thought that we weren't that good going into the event, but honestly, I feel like if I'm the weakest player, we probably won't lose. I think most of our expectations going to this event was that we were going to win. I mean, I guess we're just meeting our expectations. We're probably definitely gonna be more happy, but I think the reason we're not like celebrating too much right now is because, I mean, it is a BO3, so anything can happen, but I think if we make it to the finals, which is a BO5, it will probably win. But I do think we have a good matchup against the Chinese teams. They don't seem that good, so either way, we're pretty confident.
Can this take down the Camille? It will. The Xerath goes down, and with it will go Navi.
首先，我就是很开心，我们队伍能够进入到决赛日。然后我们从小组赛到半决赛，我和我的队友们都就是打得特别好，然后团队协作也非常漂亮。然后再去复盘一下今天比赛上有没有一些失误，然后呢尽量做到完美去迎接明天的比赛。因为我们团队做出了充分的准备，然后每个队员都是比较全面的，然后面对场面上比赛上遇到的一些问题都能马上解决，然后每个队员都是互相信任，所以就今天能取下胜利。我们更想就是与崔斯麦一起进入到决赛，因为崔斯麦里面的几位选手都是我们中国选手，然后很期待与他们一起在决赛上打出很好的表现吧，把冠军留在 CN。
Briar does not care about any of this board, absolutely tearing through. Panda trying to redeem this matchup.
我觉得我们现在进入决赛的概率应该是最起码有80%。我们虽然第一场0-2落败，但后面我们连续3场都赢得干净利落，且我们在之前的训练中跟 T1 的交手也是胜算比较大的。我们目前这一套打法应该是非常 OK 的，所以我们只需要坚持贯彻我们自己的思路，然后把自己的状态拉满就 OK 了。我们是一路从那个 SC 的预选赛就打上来的，我们的配合度、默契度以及版本理解能力都非常的 OK， 以及我们选手之间现在相互信任度都非常高。他们有很多队伍可能没有打过 SC 的预选赛，就直接因为积分优势进入的 S12的沙特正赛。他们配合明显不如我们，我们是第一次来到就是这种世界性的线下舞台，赢得比赛的话会有一种见证的历史见证的感觉，然后也会感觉这次来得很值得。出于私心的话，我希望 WOP 进入决赛，但我觉得更有挑战性的话，还是那个 VIT 进入决赛吧。我们之前在打 WOP 没有输过。
This one will be the last fight of our game. T1 taking their victory lap here. Will 5 Pyro win?
It's just about having fun. We are prepared hard, practiced hard, so it's just out here chilling around. We are ready to win. We out here. We practice hard than others. Like we united together. We are not trying to focus on like how are we gonna feel after we win something, but we just want it to win. We wanna go against with vitality. We scream, see you guys at the finals with them a lot, and it's gonna be fun. Play with vitality at the grand finals. So.
There's no counting out what could happen in Teamfight Tactics. Any one of these teams could prove themselves to be the best of EWC. Have we seen all of the strategies? Will it come down to the last moment or be decided swiftly? Don't miss any of the action. The final day of TFT is here. can't do this, I'm too nervous. Oh, guys, I'm so nervous. Come on, Ian, hold it together. Deep breaths. Big steps. You got this. Biggest opportunity of your life. Come on. Pull yourself together. This is it. All right, let's get serious for a second. Those are some of the emotions that I'd be feeling if I was a TFT player here on the final day of Teamfight Tactics at the Esports World Cup. Heart pounding through my chest, about to step out onto this huge stage. We're here before the players and the fans have arrived, and it already feels absolutely magnificent. I'm just a guy talking about it. Imagine being one of the players in our final 4 teams competing here today. The stakes are so high, and it all comes to a head right here today. 2 semi-finals. Once they're done, we will finish up with our grand final for this, our amazing trophy, and of course, the lion's share of $500,000. I'm nervous, and I'm not even playing. This is going to be something special. Whew. Let's do this. Thank you!
Today is the day that we have all been waiting for, the TFT finals here at the Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. By the end of today, we will have our winners, and we will be dividing up the lion's share of the life-changing amount of $500,000. But the MVP will also be crowned, and to their name, $50,000. The pressure is on as every single one of these players has to perform more than ever before. But who is it going to be? Which team will write their name down in history, put it on that totem, and it will forever be remembered at the Esports World Cup TFT winners? Let's find out.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup. Get ready for 8 action-packed weeks of competition featuring the world's leading games, where the world's top esports clubs and over 1,500 players compete for a life-changing prize pool of more than $60 million, the largest prize pool in esports history. This prize pool will be divided into 4 categories: game championships, player bounties and qualifiers, with the remaining 20 million up for grabs in our cross-game competitive format, crowning the best esports club in the world. Introducing the Club Championship. Here's how it works. Each club will have the opportunity to field its rosters across multiple titles. The clubs finishing in the top 8 across each of the 21 titles will receive points based on their placement. For a chance to qualify for the Club Championship, a club needs to place in the top 8 in at least 2 competitions. For a chance to win, a club must finish first in at least 1 competition. Once the tournament has concluded, the top 16 clubs will take a share of the $20 million prize pool, with the first place team claiming the title of the first ever Esports World Cup Club Champion, as well as receiving a staggering $7 million in prize money. The action doesn't stop here. In addition to the competition, the Esports World Cup will transform Riyadh into the epicenter of esports fandom and gaming culture with a massive immersive festival featuring gaming activations, community tournaments, pop culture celebrations, international experiences, and much more. This will be a historic event, so make sure you witness the action and see who will rise up and conquer the world. See you in Riyadh.
Let's find out today who is going to be the winner of TFT at EWC. Here live in Riyadh, I'm your host, Jeannie, and joined on the desk, or the floor, if I do say so myself, are the dapper gentlemen who will be breaking everything down. You guys are looking amazing. You are so in the mood for the finals, aren't you?
Yeah, it's amazing because this is the elite players in the world. So it's the first time that the best players of the Tactician's Crown, of the Championships have gathered together. And I'm so hyped. The community has been receiving well, Clement, and the players, they love the format.
There's so many storylines coming into this. T1 being one of the only S-tier teams here. Vitality overperforming. And of course, the two Chinese squads making it here over the Falcons.
Yeah, the underdog story as well, I think, over the course of the tournament has been incredible. What a time to be alive, what a time to be here in Saudi Arabia as well. 2 semi-finals and 1 amazing grand final coming up.
I know. We're all dressed well. You're all dressed for the occasion. I'll give you guys that. But let's talk about yesterday. Let's talk about how we got here, because it's only been a couple of days, but I feel like we've seen so many emotions, so much change, so much adaptability, so many teams coming and going, and the story of the underdogs. That's just been probably the most exciting theme that we have going on over here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yesterday was all about the deciders matches and also the quarterfinals. All the quarterfinals being a 2-0, which I think makes today even more exciting because we have all the teams that dominated really the quarterfinals and the semi-finals as well. But even the deciders, like the Falcons being knocked out in the deciders yesterday. So a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, not having an EMEA team is huge. Stuart was so sad.
Why did you
cry a little?
We lost KC, and branching out was the last opportunity for the region. They performed well individually, maybe in teamwork. Obviously, no one has mastered this type of play, but also an opportunity. And now that all the other 3 major regions are represented, APAC, America, and China.
We were very close to having 3 Korean teams in the semifinals onwards. Na'Vi actually knocking out Team Falcons was a huge one. We thought they were going to move it in, but Wolves, of course, got revenge for the teams in their home region. And then MSJ, they got knocked out again. Twisted Minds coming back with a vengeance. But we were so close. Korea, definitely huge props to them.
The revenge arc, but also the arc to prove yourselves. And today is the day to do so. But how exactly did we got here? What action unfolded yesterday? Let's find out.
Portals are too devastating. The Rise, too powerful. Chuso goes down. Weibo going to hold on, and they'll pick up this first game.
See if the Callisto on the same side as the Syndra is going to be able to go into the backline and take her out. If the damage goes down.
Oh, Jitpock on the right-hand side, though, he's getting overrun. And that by itself ends the game there and then. No top 2.
Yeah, this should be the end here, I would imagine. After weakening their board by trying to make a Hail Mary play, this will be the end. DK able to make the comeback here. Pretty good Shroud onto that Nunu and onto that Xerath that has an incredibly high mana bar, which could take Carousel on that backline. But the Briar does not care about any of this board. Absolutely tearing through. Panda trying to redeem this matchup.
The Xerath adding his own damage coming through. Massive win for Hanxing. Soju has been taken down. It's just Toronto, Tokyo, and Setsugo left alive.
Honglian's in trouble.
He's out.
Honglian's out. They got it.
Here we go, the last fight. This is, I'm sure of this one. This one will be the last fight of our game. T1 taking their victory lap here. Will 5 Pyro win?
Will he be able to clutch it out for Wolves? We're seeing high-fiving in the bottom right corner. Can this take down the Camille? It will. The Xerath goes down, and with it will go Na'Vi.
They were vibing, that is for sure. Everybody was on top of their game, and I think we like looking at the start of this one, right? Looking at Weibo Gaming, look at the incredible performances that they had in their first couple of games. It was a story that unfortunately came to an end. They did have their keys crushed, but if I was Weibo, I would be so proud of myself for how I've done.
Yeah, 100%. And even you see in the expression, even though players lost, during the game, obviously you feel the sadness and you feel the down in energy, but then they were like really congratulating each other. It was a little uncomfortable, the key smashing. The players that were smashing the key didn't want to, some of them, because of respect. It's normal, but it's part of the game. So actually it was happening, and the emotions that were handling there were very, very huge.
No, I think in general, a lot of these players have loved this format. This is something new to TFT that we don't get too much about. A lot of people on social media as well have been praising this format as well. They're saying that they want more of this format, and it's super exciting to see the high level of gameplay that we've seen throughout the tournament.
Juanme was not sad to crush his key. I'm just putting that out there. He was pretty happy right there. It's like, how does this fit? Yeah,
brutal.
Yeah, so some players really enjoy the experience, and we have to talk about it. Those keys are going to go in the trophy at the very end. You can get 3 keys to make this journey your own personal legacy.
Yeah, but the journey is not done yet. We are still on the final stretch. But yesterday, we had our Aramco top highlights, the 5 top plays from yesterday, starting off with that game that we saw with Weibo up against Zero Tenacity.
Yeah, the big thing here is we've seen a lot of Weibo highlights, especially for Easy being a standout player there, making sure that he can try and be the easy factor, but unfortunately wasn't able to. Was able to win a couple of rounds, but unfortunately wasn't enough.
And here we have Falcons Chitu winning out with this Wukong Syndra build. If you need another variation to build a Syndra, this is it. Na'Vi did win in the end, but we always welcome some new tech.
The monkey, El Mono. And now number 3, we have Easy once again with Weibo. Even though Weibo didn't qualify, they played amazing. And Easy was the player that this would perform. So against Vitality. Vitality take this round in the end, but the performance was close. Maybe not in the final results, but in the challenge itself and the way the 3 games were provided in this thing.
And then we're going to look at number 2 as well. Juanme, the GOAT of Eastern TFT, the GOAT of TFT as a whole, making a comeback here for Twisted Minds, beating Toronto Ultra yesterday, getting to the final.
This is going to be the 4th Syndra highlight back to back to back, but it's just so powerful. Toronto Tokyo making sure that he is the 3rd head of House Vitality. 3 players able to get first places on this team, and Setsuko didn't even get one just yet. So incredibly powerful squad.
Yeah, we're looking at Vitality particularly, and they will be playing today because they are still in the competition. But from yesterday and from the days before even, I feel like as the days have been progressing throughout this tournament, we've seen a lot of adaptation. And Vitality, however, it felt like this was one of the squads that had it down from the very start.
No, I mean, they've been pretty much the only unbeaten team in this tournament, left in the tournament. They haven't lost a single round, a single series, anything like that as well. And it's been interesting to see because they're really the only team that have actually evenly split out their rerolls and also their tempo lines. We've seen a lot of teams go for more reroll compositions, but Vitality are one of the only teams that have that even split.
Yeah, and that's the NA region meta, if you will. They love to go fast 8, they love to play tempo, to play strongest board. And normally in this type of gameplay, you cannot do it. But they have performed doing it. Obviously, half is still reroll. We're still having that. But the other players, when you see T1, when you see Twisted Mind, they're not playing so much those forecasts that you just mentioned, Stuart. So it will be very interesting if that gameplay will be better, or the one who deepens into the reroll will win it, because that's the normal meta we see.
They are the heavy favorites of the tournament right here. 6 back-to-back wins.
Okay.
And also, they have always went first place in every single one of their games. That is so incredibly scary to look at.
You might have just cursed them, honestly. It has been the story of the underdog so far, and every single time we're going for a prediction, it kind of goes the other way. But also, because of this unpredictability that we're seeing in this tournament, we have the Doritos top highlight, because it actually contributes to a lot of emotions for these players, as we talked about already. This is a different format. That is something we're not used to, but the highs and the emotions and the wins are just so incredible.
Yeah, they have been like a happiness meter when you see during the game. If you see someone laughing and they're bumping fists and the game hasn't ended, that team is winning. If you see someone not communicating, maybe winning so much, it's amazing. And now, once again, the way they perform, not only with themselves, sharing with the rest of the other teams the emotions, is great to see, not only here, also in the hotel. It feels like a real community of TFT.
There's a lot of players here that haven't been on the international stage at the Global Championship for the last few sets. So for a lot of veterans, this is their chance to shine, to climb back in a different format and prove what they're worth.
And it's also a chance for a lot of these players, and as you mentioned it as well, for the TFT community to get a little bit closer, with it being, you know, individual players having to step up and having to do really well. This time around, it's more of a community. So whether it is in happiness or in sadness, you're together, you're surrounded by your team, you're surrounded by like-minded individuals, and that also makes it bittersweet.
Yeah, I felt like in general, when you mentioned communities, you also mentioned about the teams as well. These players are not really used to playing as a team. They're used to playing as individuals in competitions, but seeing, like you mentioned, the reactions of how well they've just been bonding together, but also the community's getting behind them as well. I've been seeing so much support over in terms of the clubs like Vitality, really supporting the players. Even though Vitality is the EMEA org, they've got an NA team, that support is still behind them in terms of the clubs, which is great.
So we can claim them?
Yeah.
Like EMEA?
EMEA, I mean, the EMEA on top, technically.
I'm going to give a shout out to an EMEA team. I felt like branching out, going out yesterday was the saddest because they were so creative. They played the Bard reroll. They had a Mage Twitch 3-star carrying them to the end of the game. I wanted to see the spicy stuff, but Valta, you're the MVP for me no matter where you are.
Well, that is so sweet to say, but also that is part of the journey, right? Sometimes you try and come up with new things, creativity being a factor here, and maybe it doesn't necessarily hit the way it does, but let's also have a look at the bracket to see how exactly we ended up here today. It has been 4 days of non-stop actions, with Wolves and Branching Out being the first two teams qualified from their respective group. And when we're looking at this one particularly, what would you say was the biggest upset here, Stuart?
Oh, biggest upset. I think definitely GK knocking out Zeta Division at the bottom left-hand corner there. That elimination match before Zeta Division with the world champion title on their team would be performing pretty well. But I think over the rest of it, pretty standard, especially with Wolves going through as the first seed.
I think Carmine Core here for us, I mean, another EMEA team that we really were looking forward, Clement, to be making it through, not necessarily being the case. But Twisted Mind, I feel like they've genuinely proven themselves so much.
After their 0-2 to MSJ, they haven't lost a game since, and they're the most dominant team afterwards in terms of AVPs, just crushing blowouts after blowouts.
One of the biggest upsets here on the other group is Fnatic going out on the short term. We saw Milala talking about it. They felt prepared, but they actually identified that the 4v4 meta needed more preparation within scrims, not only individually, so that's what they will prepare for the future.
Exactly, something to look forward to themselves, and for me here, it was Team Falcons. Not only did they get knocked into that lower bracket by Toronto Ultra, a team we had a lot of questions about coming into this, Na'Vi sent them home.
I mean, Na'Vi coming in is probably one of the surprise factor, I think, of the entire tournament. They came in with not a lot of preparation at all. But as you can see there, the quarterfinals all 2-0 with the semifinals looking like it's going to be cooking up into something special.
And that's what we're going to be looking at today. We have Wolves going up against Vitality, and then we have Twisted Minds going up against T1. And the winner of both of these matches will be facing off in the finals to fight for the lion's share of $500,000.
And so important, Ginny, that final is best of 5. Supposedly the variance will decrease. Soju was just saying in the video, best of 3 for the both semifinals, but best of 5 for the finals. If you really think you're the best, you could lose the best of 3, but you will win the best of 5. So that final will be so hyped, that will be the match of the day.
And you can't actually lose because there is no lower bracket, right? So today, you have to step up. You have to hit the ground running, and that is what we're going to be looking forward to. But let's head over to our casters and see what they think about today's matchups and which team so far being knocked out was their biggest upset. Hey, guys.
Well, thank you so much, Jenny. Of course, we're really excited to see things get going, but we've actually got a special secret surprise here because it's not just the folks on Analyst desk who've got the big brains. We've got the big brains here as well. We've come up with our own form of analysis. Cass, tell them about it.
Well, it's all got to be about the SPG, Wida. That's the big important stat we're looking at today. You know, people look at adjusted AVP, they look at AVP. But what is SPG?
Well, if you look at the 2-cost column for most teams, there's this unit, I don't know if you've heard about it, it's called Syndra, right? It's in there most of the time, you know, and sometimes you'll see teams that have more than one SPG cast, right? That is the big success factor so far.
Yeah, every single team above a single Syndra player per game, they're all above 1, and Twisted Minds even at 1.5 Syndra players per game. We'll have to see how these teams continue to increase their SPG across the course of the semis and the finals here.
Well, thank you so much for that very informative news statistics. We're going to be having a conversation about that as well on the Analyst desk. Good luck later today with the cast. We do appreciate it. And once again, guys, you look incredible. Have that match going on, you know, the purple, the pink. I love it. But guys, Analyst, back over to you. SPG. What are we thinking, Clement?
What they're saying here is that Twisted Mind is going to win because they're the team that plays the most Syndra. They have 50% more Syndra games than two other teams compared to Vitality, and they're willing to play 3 Syndra players at the start of the match out. We've seen Huamie win out with it twice already.
Yep.
So if it's Syndra, it might be Twisted Mind. Highest pressure early game from them.
I want to disagree a little because I like the balance. I want to disagree with the caster. They say, okay, Syndra's per game, yeah, balance maybe not in the right spot, but Syndra is the one who is off meta, is in the like so broken. But if you see the comps, you have Syndra Shapeshifter, Syndra Vanguard, Syndra Wukong, and you can play Syndra Bastion. You told me yesterday. So actually you have a lot of comps. Yeah, it's Syndra, but with a lot of things. The comps are very, very varied.
But the key element here is being Syndra, right? So that's something that we gotta keep in mind. But we are ready for Dr. Slayman El Habib upcoming showdown, and that is going to be our first match of today. Vitality going up against Wolves. And we are so looking forward to this because Vitality so far, I feel like this team came in with a lot of expectations that they have lived up to. And Wolves, on the other hand, has been the story of progressing over the course of the tournament.
I feel like Vitality is definitely going to be stepping up, and they have to step up huge in this series as well. You know, one main factor being Soju, average of a 3.17, has 3 first places already in this tournament. He's been the one that's stepping up. A lot of people had questions about him coming into this tournament. Is he going to be able to step up to the plate? Is he going to be good enough to be with this team? But his preparation, his concentration, he's locked in, and he's proven why he's still one of the NA greats.
We're seeing it there coming in, Toronto on the front, Soyu on the back, and Milk with Setsuko. That's a good run. I see them confident. I see them with good energy. Great to see. And it's, as you were saying, these are the rocks. It's not only one hero. Maybe Soyu is the hero because of performance, but the rest have been playing amazing with great results, Clement.
And they're going up against Wolf Esports, and that is a team that, as we said, they've proven themselves all time and time again. But this is the match to do it. This is your qualification to the finals, Clement.
The player I'd be looking at is Lee Sao because he plays so flexibly, had 2 flexible games and 1 build different. So there's a lot of forecast winouts that they can match the tempo against Vitality. Another big player I want to highlight is YGQF, their resident reroller. Yep. When he has the Syndra composition, he has only placed first place. That's all he's done on Syndra.
That is a scary stat to be looking at. And when we're looking at both of these teams matching up against each other, we've already said both of these rosters have players that can step up. Every single one of their players can step up, right? We've said that time and time again. But I want to look at Vitality particularly. If you have to put someone who needs to consistently be placing first, who needs to be putting that team ahead in the standings, who are we going to be looking at today?
I mean, normally we were talking about Soyu, you said Stuart, because he was with the best AVP, but the one we haven't seen and is supposed to be the star of the play is Setsuko. So he hasn't been performing amazing, but he has been a rock. He has always been like with good points. So I actually want to see him pop off and maybe be the hero of this series.
And I feel like in general with Setsuko, this kind of format doesn't really suit his style. He's normally a player that likes to play tempo. He likes to push level 9, even yesterday, reaching all the way up to level 10 in the end in one of his games.
No economy trade maybe is difficult for him.
Yeah, I feel like in general, it's not really his type of format, but we know this is a player that can still step it up as well. It's a player with a lot of history behind his back, and I feel like if he can step up, the rest of the team will as well.
This is definitely a matchup between Titans and the underdog coming in from Wolves. I think Wolves had a much rockier tournament coming here. 2 of their series going 2-1 so far. You know, they are outmatched in a lot of aspects. What they will have to show is, I think, the creativity to outcap. So far, no team has been able to take first place away from Vitality, but Lee Sao is known for that. YGQF, like we were talking about, the Syndra play, he's known for that. The big thing is if you outcap Vitality, you can then set the rest of the placements into a better win condition.
I feel like both of these teams are going to have their tasks cut out for them. But for you at home as well, you have a task, and that is to head over to secplay.gg and let us know which one of these teams will come out victorious. Cast your vote, and maybe this time around you're going to be correct because so far the underdog story has been going the way of it. So maybe Wolves are going to be the ones coming out on top. I guess we're going to have to wait and see because we are officially ready to start the competition. The first semi-final games heading over to the stage. Vitality against Wolf with Jasmine and Fancy.
An entire week of competition and practice have gone by with a blink of an eye as we saw 12 teams being crushed at the trophy case and only the top 4 remain. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Championship Sunday at the Esports World Cup presenting Teamfight Tactics, and we are your hosts, Fancy and Veracity.
That's right, Fancy. As our teams begin storming the stage, it's clear that they don't want to wait a second longer. Hearts are pounding as everything they've worked towards boils down to this very moment on this very stage at the Esports World Cup.
This is absolutely the most tagged TFT tournament in history and the grandest prize pool of them all. So how about we introduce our teams?
You know what, Fancy? Let's go ahead and do just that. First up, we have none other than Team Vitality. Team Vitality currently on their 6-game win streak, the very best of what NA has to offer, and looking to set the debate once and for all. Will NA come out on top?
And for our next team, it is Wolves Esports. Qualifying straight from winner's bracket at the group stage, but having to go the distance to game 3 each time. But then eliminated Navi last night to lock a spot in semis.
Our third team is none other than Twisted Minds. From close qualifiers to now making it on this very big stage, the second CN team to make it through to our semi-finals. I can't wait to see how they perform.
For our last semi-finalist, it is T1. The Korean powerhouse qualifying first from what many called it the group of death, not dropping a single series, and now they are 2 matches away from claiming this trophy.
You know what, Fancy? I'm pretty sure these boys are quaking, shaking in their boots. In fact, our first semi-final of the day here at EWC is going to be the Wolves Esports taking on Vitality. Best of 3s, of course. Grand final is going to be best of 5, and with $500,000 on the line, it's going to be a spicy one.
Honestly, I can't wait to see what these teams can do. But for now, let's throw it back to the casters and get back to our first game.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we are quaking in our boots as well. It's an incredibly exciting time to be here on the final day. 2 semi-finals away from seeing who will be battling in the best of 5 at the end of the day. Gentlemen, it could not be a better day to be here.
Oh, absolutely. And for me, I mean, I'm so excited to have Vitality still in the event. You know, these are some of the best players from the North American region for so long. Kind of the NA GOAT, Setsuko, the biggest streamer we have in TFT with Soju, but he's also been a representative at the championship for us in the past. I mean, this team is just star-studded, and I'm looking forward to see how they can deal with the Wolves, who have been kind of that big underdog story coming up through their group.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see that as well. Right? The Wolves team, as you guys were talking about, a team that really has performed very well in the team aspects of the game so far, have had really fallen out roles, have really been able to play like the strong pack that they are, right? But being led by Lee Sao.
Yeah, absolutely. Lee Sao being incredible, kind of the ace for the team, and looking on the other side, it's really Soju who has been the ace, which has been a big surprise.
Yes, and of course, you know, Soju, of course, had multiple interviews talking about how, you know, for a lot of people, certainly from the general public, there's always been that pressure down. But I think he said it really well, that if he didn't deserve to be here, if he didn't deserve to be at this stage, he wouldn't be playing with these teammates at all.
No, also worth noting, I think that when we looked at the team here from Vitality, everyone was talking about the fact that if this team locked in, they were going to be one of the best teams in the competition, period. And so far, we have seen that myriad of plays coming out here. Setsuko being able to adapt to not being the star player was my biggest question, and he's been able to do that perfectly well so far.
And as we heard on the analyst desk, right, they've been able to find first place in every single one of these 6 games. And that's going to be, I think, the story of this matchup. Because if they can continue that, Vitality's going to sweep the floor with Wolves. But Wolves have also been really good at capping those boards. And I think this is going to be a game of who can out-cap and then find the placements from there, because that first place being the tiebreaker makes such a massive difference.
All right, gentle friends, our teams have already got 45,000 secured and 275 club championship points. If they can make it through this best of 3 as the winners, they will more than double their prize money.
Very interesting set of portals here as well. I just want to realize that, right? Treasure golems, radiant items, and overachievers. No matter what, we are going to be going into an accelerated pace of the game And we've seen how much impact the Dragons and the Desperate Pleas of the world have had. But again, who knows, with the way people are able to maintain HP here, we could see the charm that costs a lot of HP and gives you a 3-star 5 because of welcome into the mix, which is going to show up sooner.
Yeah, absolutely. Overachievers, of course, going to be allowing those late game charms to appear earlier in the game, and that can make all the difference. I mean, get ready for the Dragons, more Desperate Pleas, more fun, as you said. And if it comes through that we get that win-out condition, maybe it'll happen.
And speaking of Dragons, right, the one set where K3 Soju really rose above that influencer mode was in the Dragonlands, right? So that is just a fun little point to kind of tie it all together here as well. Soju, one of the players that we are all looking out for.
All right, we have talked quite a lot about Vitality here, but I want to get more into the Wolves side of things. Definitely as underdog. We always talk about, Li Xiao, of course. Has been a player who's been put in some very unusual positions here. You're flexible, of course. You're built different. He's done very well on both.
Yeah, I mean, Li Xiao definitely going to be one of the win-out players to look for on the side of Wolves. If he can find an augment that allows him to play that risky style, he has navigated those spots perfectly so far in this tournament, and there's no reason to expect that he can't continue to do so. And even taking a look at his board right now, he might have the position to go for the win-out as he's found the Syndra on this first stage of the game.
And again, just the frontline Syndra here in the PvE rounds is just a normal optimization to get those casts off as soon as possible. That one singular cast could be all the difference.
All right, we talked a little bit about Li Xiao, but let's talk about the other players on there. Shelty, of course, a very strong Syndra player to himself. From the, I guess YGQF is one of the players who has caught my attention as well. As being one of the players who is very heavy on the reroll style.
Yeah, heavy on the reroll, and every time he's seen Syndra, he's gone first, right? That was the stat that Clement called out on the desk, and that's what we have to watch out for in this early game. If YGQF finds that Syndra, is there the ability from Vitality to actually shut it down, contest, and send him towards a potential bottom 4?
All right, do you see 2 healthy coming in? We can see on the left-hand side, we've got ourselves a decent amount of Spellblade joining the field here. 3 different players slamming it in.
Yeah, and again, we had the game yesterday, but we didn't see a single cast, and I don't think that will be the case here. We have seen so far both of these teams really also wanting to go down that multi-striker path as well. So really interesting to see what they will go here. Just overall, very strong selection.
Deja Vu picked up for Setsuko. As you said, here is some actual big direction. And another 2-cost reroll that we haven't seen much of, but it works, and it's very strong in the current meta.
It's just like it's super circumstantial. You need to have the augment, you need to have the rage plays to really ensure that, well, the Deja now, not necessarily the Galio, firing on all cylinders, but with this early Galio 2 and making econ, we should be set up for success.
I want to kind of open up the conversation here, since we've seen this so infrequently. We know, of course, Syndra on the very tippy top, the cast and the Kog'Maw definitely a step below. In terms of where does Deja as a composition slot into the current ladder of 2-cost comps?
I mean, it's still, of course, lower than Syndra and maybe lower than like a capped out Kassadin board. I think the biggest scary thing about going for the Deja Vu is because a lot of the Syndra compositions actually like to reroll for Galio as well. So it's not even an uncontested 2-cost line. However, at least starting with the 2-star will help out a bit.
There's a way of noting here, this actually is going to be a deja vu of the game plan that Setsuko has kind of been employing all throughout this tournament so far, right? Being that reroll line for most of this point as well, it seems like, right? And that's something that I'm going to bring out for you again, because if he's able to play for that sick 5th spot here, he's going to have to do, he will have his job done so far. Again, he's the player with the lowest average placement on this team as well. Nothing you expect going into the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, right? He's got the highest AVP over the last like 4 or 5 sets in North American competition, right? So the lowest AVP here is certainly something of a surprise. As we take a look at Toronto Tokyo's board, we see he's leaning towards the Kassadin. Already a Kassadin, a Bloodthirster slam. Got the Spellblade, certainly wants to go that direction. Gonna go in to another 2-cost reroll that won't be contesting the Galios. And the question is where do we have the Syndra contest from Vitality? They're certainly not going to ignore this champion. And
there we
looks
go.
like Milk will be the one. Ginsu's Rageblade already slammed on a Syndra, and that leaves Soju to play around 4 costs. We saw he took double down, is playing for as much gold as possible on the loss streak, full open fort. This is a really, really good opener for this team. 3 rerollers, Soju playing for a very good win out from scaling into a 4-cost comp.
And of course, we know there are only a few options to really double down on your loss streak. What do you kind of feel what we got from the very early game here? Anyone you want to particularly bring to the spotlight as well?
I mean, I'm kind of just going to hammer on the point that Casanova kind of brought out here as well. Like, the fact we're going to go for the full open fort it's one of the few ways you get enough gold to actively play around that 4-2 roll down. We saw Soju also be the player that opened up towards that Golden Quest previously as well. So that's something to keep in mind, that Golden Quest could come around 3-2 here, and if you're on a position where you're going double down, full open forward here, you're going to have so much gold to work with, you might even be able to hit it before 4-2.
That's actually such a great call out. I think if we can find that Golden Quest, these are the most optimal circumstances that you will ever find it, because that double down giving you so much additional gold. So we definitely have our eyes out for 3-2, but also eyes on this carousel. Bunch of spatulas.
Time for our first SPG check as well, boys. Here as
All
well.
right, what we got?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Syndras. So
5 Syndras,
both teams over 1 SPG.
All right, well, that means we're in for a good game, right? But as you're saying, Cass, with actually a very low priority beginning to these spatulas here, we know this does open up the possibility to go for some of these deeper verticals and maybe more opportunity to find win-outs.
Yeah, Shelty and Serene are the ones who end up with it. We'll see if Wolves can find any of those verticals, right? We saw kind of Fairy vertical, Portal vertical as kind of the main ones that have actually come out and had some big results.
Yeah, and 10 Portal really is that fantastically big cap out, but the issue is that most of the time you need to get either a Tactician's Crown, and then you also need to get 2, or you need to get it on a dummy, right? So it is really difficult to get 10 Portal online, but even just having a strong tempo game plan into something like the 8 Portal could be an absolutely strong way of bleeding out and then securing that top 4 for your team.
I'm kind of curious what Shelty decided to take that one there, especially considering that he is the player from the Wolves here who's on the win streak right now, so not slamming his second item in will go up against Setsuko and the Deja board. As you guys mentioned, it will be very strong later on, but for now, Shelty's looking real good, even without using all of his components.
Yeah, and Setsuko actually not able to find a bow, even though he was on the first pick on the carousel. I think that's going to hurt quite a bit. We were mentioning that Rage Blade being so important, so gonna have to wait kind of until either Krug's dropping a bow and getting fortunate there, or the stage 3 carousel, which certainly increases that amount of losses Setsuko will have to take. And he has to be the one to beat Soju here. He's not allowed to keep this 4-loss streak if Soju is in his pool and he hits him, because that would completely hamper Soju's game being on the double down. So Setsuko is going to have to sacrifice for his team if that ends up being the case.
Also worth noting, when you're playing these reroll lines, that 3-2 point is ever so important. You don't have that option of going for the secondary item here, because something like Magic Wand, for example, really opens up different lines in terms of being able to have that. If you had that open bow here, you can see now just, again, fully just sacrificing much possible here as well. It's worth noting here as well.
Oh, they are against each other.
This is very good for the HP management as well. If they're able to make sure that the first Galio here goes down before the Syndra dies, Soju will be able to kind of farm a little bit of cast, and then it would be amazing. But even then, yeah, that's absolutely the best case scenario here for Team Vitality, even though the streak of Setsuko is broken.
It's good, but it's also terrible, right? Because Setsuko kind of needs this loss streak to continue. He needs the gold for the roll down, but he's forced to win here because the spot for Soju gets so much more blown up if he loses.
The only good news is that Milk, while it's not quite as dominant as Shelty through the early rounds, at least does mean they've got 1 loss streak and 1 win streak for our Vitality side. Over the other side, of course, while we're seeing Shelty doing well, the Wolves, they don't have so much of a loss streak. YGQF is in the middle of the table right now with at least a good amount of cash in hand.
Here we go, resetting to the Krugs, see what can get picked up. I do want to see if we can spot Setsuko pick up a bow here, because that kind of fixes a little bit of the issues that were caused in this game. But outside of that, we definitely need some check-ins on the Wolves boards. I know we've seen kind of the spots for Vitality. We know we have these 3 rerolls. We have 1 person pushing for those 4 costs. And then on the other side, Shelty being so strong. There's the bow. Huge pickup. Very, very important. So at least we know Setsuko will have a little bit more flexibility on his 3-2 augment, not necessarily have to hunt for items.
Not the ideal reroll charm here. You would like the one that gives you all 2 costs instead of hiding the odds of finding that Galio, but let's see how we are going to approach this. And Casanova, you're pointing something out here.
Yeah, let's just take a look here at the Wolves players, right? Lee Sao is going to be on that Syndra 2 healthy. On the other side, we've got a second Syndra player, YGQF, who has gone first every time he's played Syndra. And you look at the itemization, he's staying on Syndra in this game. We may have 2 players from the same team go for it, but we know that this can work out, right? Twisted Minds, 1.5 Syndra players per game on their team. You can have 1 player play at 2-star, the other potentially go for the 3-star.
Do want to take a second to recognize we see Setsuko, at least with the Galio starting to pick up a little bit of steam. That Grince's Rage Blade has been waiting for a while. We'll see if it's good enough to get Setsuko back in the saddle.
right?
It's kind
Why
of a
do you
twofold
have
fight
on
here
the
as well.
3 loss as well?
Yeah, there's going to be a twofold fight here because if Setsuko is able to win this fight now, he's going to have to invest very heavily in being able to continue that win streak and might end up disrupting his own game plan all throughout this stage. And as you're pointing out as well, meanwhile, the Wolves player here is looking towards building up that logic. It's going to be double gold here again, so maybe if Soju gets that double down on offer here, this could be a big change for how the game will pan out.
Yeah, we're going to start to see these get rolled away as Shelty is still on that full win streak. Defensive Art Stand United, big grab bag are the options for Soju on the other side. Serene having not today into Unified playing around Casted and multi-strikers. Not always what we see for this line, but both of them synergizing very, very well for this multi-strikers board.
Bear in mind, we've still got the Spatula on accounted for. So some nice upgrades come in. Suddenly Edge of Night a little bit less popular, but I think I'm liking what we're seeing so far. I think having that extra get out of jail free card is very nice.
And the real interesting thing here is now going to be what is going to be the itemization for the attack speed for that Catherine. Right? No bows, no belts, no rod on the bench here, so who knows? We might not be able to find the National Tooth or the Rage Blade in time.
Do want to take note here that the Soju has now broken his loss streak. So now if he's going to make the most of doubling down, he's going to need to do it by getting the wins.
Well, he's gone to 7 on 3-2 and rolled a bit, found a Syndra 2 and a Wukong for the front line. So I do feel like he would be able to win a lot of fights. However, on the other side, Serene having this just very strong combat augment combination with the Casting 2 is just too much.
It's one of the massive key succession things for these reroll competitions. If you're able to get towards a stable point without having to invest into these econ augments and end up going with double combat power, you are going to be in such a strong position here. And again, Kassadin 2, we've seen how much work this unit has been able to do all throughout the weekend. And here we see one of those Crown Guard slams, corner Kassadins we've been talking so much about as well as one of the day 1 optimizations that kind of we didn't see a lot of yesterday or in day 2. But a real big thing to keep in mind as well.
Yeah, you had mentioned the no attack speed item on the other Kassadin board, but this is another not today board, and they're just saying, Toronto's saying, you know what? Not today is enough attack speed. I don't need more attack speed on the Kassadin. We'll get it done with just this and use Spellblade, Crown Guard, have a little bit more burst.
Also worth noting right here, Slam the Morello onto the Ashe here, playing full on tempo. No components barred here. Knows he has enough damage as well coming through with that Spellblade. Just need to ensure the uptime.
Yeah, Toronto certainly is in a good position to start moving ahead in the early part of this game as one of the front runners for Vitality. The unusual item setup. Seems like it's working so well so far. We can see Syndra's going to have trouble punching through. Edge of Night proccing means that we get the reset, and the Kassadin just walk through the board.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the early game Kassadins with not today, the combat augments on both sides, right? Being able to handle the Syndras, of course. I mean, we're looking at the other side, and Martyr is like one of the combat augs. It's only level 6. It's not getting a ton of value versus what Toronto Tokyo has to offer. So we'll see that start to flip later on in the game, potentially.
Stage 3 Carousel here. Rise with a bow on offer, immediately taken away by Lee Sao here, but no karma. And also nothing else here again. We've seen Fiora really be a big part here. We've seen Rakan be a big part of these capped out boards all throughout the weekend, but this time around, not a priority pickup.
Yeah, and specifically, there's only one bow and no tears, and a lot of players angling towards Syndra. However, a lot of them already kind of had the itemization, so it probably won't hurt too bad. I think the big one that was a great pickup here, Soju, sword on Fiora. He was playing into the kind of these flexible 4-cost lines a couple of times. We saw him playing around a Fiora Callista flex. This time he's got AP items on a Syndra. Now he's found a Fiora with a sword to start itemizing. We may see kind of that Karma Fiora setup. Some of that Preservers and Warrior flex that we might see out of Soju later on in this game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Soju's been playing a different composition nearly every game. I think it's a very good illustration of how there is more to him than first appears.
Worth noting, so we were talking about the key factor of the items on this Dacia board, right? And Setsuko's secondary augment here has been that Pandora's items here, so we'll now be able to just get best in slot on every single unit that he wants.
And he's finding 7 Gallios before the rest of the lobby has really put together a ton of them. One of the advantages is even though there's a lot of Syndra players in the lobby, he knows that his teammates can kind of avoid the Gallios and let him get there. And when he looks at the rest of the Wolves players, they don't have a ton yet.
As worth noting right now when he is running that double Gallio setup, it's only the strongest Gallio that gets the effect from the augment, so that other Gallio without the items still provides that strong disruption we know from the Gallio in the front lines for the likes of that center board normally.
I was kind of curious to see how these end of rounds will play out here, but something with double Gwynsu's, we're building up a good head of steam. Setsuko has spent quite a lot of money to get to this point, but he's very close to taking up Lushao, though. You called it before, Cass. we will see the Gallios being scooped out at least partially from the pool.
Yeah, I mean, LaSalle already having 2 of them, and we see this composition from LaSalle having the early Syndra 2, having a front line that's pretty strong, and combat augments with 2 healthy and combat caster, but being on a 5-loss streak. A lot of gold to work with, but certainly not the position you'd want to be with these augments. You'd want to be playing from tempo.
And also according to the overlay here, right, neither Shelty nor Soju have spent any gold on rolling so far this game, so that is to kind of speak to the fact that, like, again, Shelty here in the middle of the pack has been able to maintain very well. Soju, even with the double down here, all that extra gold has been going in towards the EXP instead.
Yeah, and that spatula did go towards a portal emblem, so we'll have to be watching towards Shelty for whether he goes up to 8 portal, or if we see an out on 4-2 from some kind of augment that allows him to reach potentially towards 10.
Yeah, I want to take a sort of temperature check on Portal, on the Portal line in the tournament overall. Certainly coming into this one, it wasn't one which was front running on top of our radars, but of course, Fnatic showed us what Rise could be capable of. Didn't quite work out. Wheater, are you high on the trait in general?
I think it's a composition that becomes a lot better once you have that emblem, because then you can start flexing some of those traits that normally are like very peripheral and very difficult to get in unless you get towards that level 8, level 9, level 10 aspect of it, right? You're able to make like Portal Calm if you really need to, get the encounters in there, get some extra skulls in the mix here. Having just actually even a single emblem just frees up so much of the real estate on the board.
We look at Shelty and Soju. You called out neither of them have spent gold on rolls, but they're step in step. 67 HP each, both on a current streak. Both of them just 10 gold separating each other. Level 7, looking to push to that fast 8 and start to roll for the 4 cost. Both of them playing around the 4 cost for their team, but there's a lot of reroll left in the lobby.
Yeah, looking at the lobby overall, we can see it's a pretty even split between our teams. We're dancing hand in hand up and down the table for Wolves and Vitality. Nobody taking the big step forward. Of course, Serene has that big win streak, so perhaps that could change soon.
Yeah, and for these 4-2 augments here will be incredibly important. Also worth noting, right, with the overachievers being the portal here, Casanova, this is about stage 4 where it becomes to become super, super impactful.
Yeah, 100%. We'll have to see what starts to get picked up. And then does that stop players from leveling up as quickly? Do they start rolling for some of these charms because there's just so much more impactful earlier on in the game? Does that kind of cap people at level 8 instead of actually pushing to level 9, pushing to level 10? I mean, we haven't seen much in general. We jump on board with Setsu going up against Toronto Tokyo. And this time he's got the Deja immediately onto the Kassadin, but we just see the power of the sustain and the not today. I mean, it's just so much for the Kassadin.
Yeah, third item, Giant Slayer coming in, still not good enough. So we are in the land of more unusually itemized Kassadins than before, but they seem to be working pretty well, and we're moving towards the higher levels as well, seeing the Callistas coming through to the compositions as well.
And here it comes, the 4-2 run will be a triple gold now, so no real massive swings in the tempo for higher or lower here, but will be that Preserver crest here for the likes of K3 Soju. As we were talking about.
And we've got, yeah, that's looking real good here. I mean, this is exactly what you're hoping for Soju, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's trying to play the Warrior Preservers. He finds a Gwen, he immediately finds Fiora 2, he finds a Karma. I mean, this is everything that you want to start things out. The Preserver +1 is just going to help elevate this board even further. This is exactly where Soju wants to be. This has exactly been the comfort zone of the entire tournament for K3 Soju.
Exactly right. These four cost flexible boards have been what he's really been actually making his name on in this tournament so far, as you're pointing out. And one of the reasons why he has been that all-star player for Team Vitality, though. However, it's still just a singular item Fiora at the moment. The Preserver on the Nasus here will obviously be absolutely huge, but again, once he goes level 9, he finds his Bat Queen for the Bat Chest King, and then we will start working towards that.
Well, let's start talking about here, because Preserver Warrior has definitely been one of those compositions that has been putting out better performances. How does it match up into the Syndra, which we're seeing absolutely everywhere?
You can find certain positioning to get the Fiora towards that backline, get on the Syndra, as you see here, nearly taking her out from the cast. If that's a 3-item Fiora, she might have just one-tapped this Syndra too. And that will just win you so many fights. Soju narrowly losing this one against YGQF. And I think that Soju just needs to find a couple more items for this Fiora, and then we have to watch his positioning in those late game fights.
There's a little bit of a panic starting to kind of settle in here now when you're looking at the overall lobby situation, right? Because we're talking about how Setsuga found 7 Gallios for a while, but he's not hitting because on the bench, we do see 6 copies of Gallios chilling alongside that Cassidy free being found on the board as well.
Serene trying to carry his team in this one, holding the Gallios away from Setsi, trying to send him to an 8th. Finds the Cassidy and finds press the attack as the 4-2 augment to go with 2 combat augs already. You said hitting without any econ augs is a huge way to cap out the board. How about 3 combat augments, including the best in slot 1 and 4-2?
This might be the best in slot setup, like bar maybe keepers, right? We're looking at this setup in general here. And also, again, there's like really robbing in for Setsuko right now. He's looking over the field. He sees all of his Gallios on your positions bench alongside that Cassidy free.
Oh boy, yeah, it's going to really hurt because, of course, Serene has got a ton of HP left. The idea of even taking him out of the game is just not going to happen. In fact, Setsuko is much more likely to go out of the game before Serene will.
Yeah, it does seem like Setsi is going to free fall towards an 8th, which means we have to see a big performance from Soju, Toronto, Tokyo, and Milk. They need to be able to play for that first, try and get 3 members into that top 4 to guarantee the win, or even there, just get the first to make up for the 8th in the spot.
And with Setsuko, with Soju, sorry, with having that open bow on the Fiora right now, that Chainless becomes his only option on this carousel. Needs to get that Titan's Resolve into the mix here, so providing even more survivability for the Fiora. And I feel like that's another real contested point all throughout the weekend. What is actually the most useful items in Fiora? Because I know people are building her full-on assassin. Sometimes people are building her like just ASF Bruiser. And this time around, we see Soju going much more down the Bruiser line.
I don't hate it at all, considering we've got so much Preserver in the mix as well to try and keep Fiora around and on the field for a little bit longer. But as you're saying, Cass, it does feel such a high-risk proposition. You're throwing her into the back of the opposing team. She could just get blown up.
Yeah, 100%, but I love your point about the extra preservers, right? You got the extra preserver emblem, trying to play that more bruiser style, and then play around the Karma, who's going to take these Syndra items later on as you continue to level up this board. I think that's a great way to play around this, and Soju needs to just continue to find more of those preservers. He's trying to roll a little bit, but he doesn't want to roll too much because he wants to keep level 9 open.
You guys see here on the opposite side for TT, right? He's currently rocking that Callista 2 in the backline here. Gave up on that Cassidy free with this multi-strike line, but now he's stuck playing with the Morellonomicon on the Callista. Obviously, he's a great applicant of it, but he would have much preferred the red buff, and there was no time to greet that out for him early in the game.
Yeah, great that he's hit the 2-star at the very least. That's going to level up Toronto Tokyo's board, try and play for that top 4.
That's my intake of wrestling. Setsuko losing out again. It doesn't feel like there's a ton of options left in the tank for him here as Shelty continues to get stronger. A second Portal Emblem joins the mix.
And this is going to be incredibly huge. He has the 2 items on the Rise, including the anti-heal, a very critical component of Rise's damage output. It's his effectiveness of hitting pretty much the entire board when he launches his ability out there. And now it's going to be a question of, can you get towards that level 10? He should be stable enough with the Rise 2, with the front, with the Portal 2, with the Taric 2 as well. There should be more than enough with 8 Portal here, playing a good board around that, and just hitting those intervals and then getting to level 10 and capping out with the 10 portals.
Yeah, if he can go 10, but also with Overachievers, potentially he can find a Xerath, maybe find the Chariot, be able to actually level up even quicker. He has so much gold in the bank. If he can get that online, get those cheaper level up costs, maybe he can make it all the way to 10 and get the 10 portal there.
Setsuko on his last legs here, runs into Soju, and Soju shows exactly what the Fiora can do for you. I think at this point, Setsuko knew his time was up in this game anyway.
I actually think at this point, trying to keep him alive doesn't make any sense. I think it's totally okay. Soju runs into him. It's like, all right, Setsuko got kind of bodied by this roll down from Serene, finding 6 Gallios, other players holding him. Setsuko, I think, played correctly. He rolled very early. He found 7 copies. He needed to just find 2 more, and they just didn't show up. Now you have to cut your losses, send Setsuko 8th, and then try and play for the rest of the team.
And while this isn't necessarily a complete kind of mirror of the situation that Setsuko found himself in his Global Championship Top 8 match back in the day here, he did open that up with a bunch of Top 8 and then had to play a very different style here. They need to ensure that Setsuko doesn't shut down, doesn't get faced by this 8th here in case for him to still be a valuable part of this team and contribute in the next coming games.
Of course, the mental aspect is going to be hugely important. Remember, Vitality have not lost a game in this tournament. We don't know what happens if that first loss does come through.
Do you want a belt off of this anvil for Soju cast? I feel like that's kind of going to be one of the things you want him, maybe for that Stair Skate here. Could also just go for the double BT, but Stair Skate here. This was the commonly agreed best in slot for Fiora in the Warrior Preserver line at the beginning of the set. Makes her so durable alongside all that Preserver coming through.
Yeah, Belt's a great call out there, and he finds it, which is massive for Soju, being able to get kind of this best in slot online. He is trying to go 9. We see him saved up a lot of gold. He's going to try and get as many vertical Preservers as he can. As you said, the Bat Queen for the Bat Chest King, trying to find that Morgana. Have to see if Soju can get it because he recognizes he has to play for win out. He can't just play for a very good board here. I think I would rather see Soju go 7th than not play for a top 1.
And I think it's also worth noting here about the way Toronto's kind of started building this board out. He has removed the ferry from the equation here on the Kalista, wants a proper third item here because of the fact that this Morellonomicon isn't going to do enough work on its own.
Yeah, Toronto takes the L. I mean, for both Milk and Toronto, you can see kind of floundering a little bit in the mid-table as Xiao picks up a 3rd win in a row.
Quick call out. Toronto actually benched the Fairy Crown against Milk.
I saw it after this was my teammate. Yeah, I was about to say
it
the
was
same
his
thing.
teammate. So he's sacking for Milk. So they're actually trying to keep Milk a little healthier. I think he feels better about his spot than Milk's, and they just need to buy a little bit more time.
So guys, talk to me a little bit about the situation. We've got 1 player eliminated from Team Vitality. We've now got a disparate number of players on the field. Wolves have already targeted out 1 player. Will they be able to do it again to Vitality?
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can try and lock Soju up now, who is on the low HP. He just pushed to 9, did not find the big upgrades, but he did find a Recon as the next in to push to 4 Preserver. And because the Fiora is so strong, it might just be good enough. Going up against Milk to kick things off, though, who is still just carrying that Syndra too.
Yeah, we can see the 3rd Bruiser item coming in. Hysterix joining as well. So this draw will be very hard to put down. It does take a little while to get onto the back line, but with Nasus keeping things up, the Preservers, they're looking pretty good.
Yeah, big hit going on to Milk here, right? So even though they've been trying to keep him alive, you're talking about Cass, it is looking like Milk is slowly but surely like kind of fading out, unable to really find that way of dealing damage here. But the Dragon shows up in Milk's shop here. Do you sacrifice one of these critical pairs to potentially impair a bunch of damage on towards the enemy team?
And we see his decision is yes, absolutely, he's going to go for it. But as you can look at the health totals, all 3 Vitality players at the bottom of the tables, all 4 of the Wolves, smelling blood, pushing forward at the top. It's going to make it very tough for Vitality to make up for the 8th now because they just don't have the HP to hold on.
So, you know, if Soju is going to be climbing up, week 2 for you, between Milk and Toronto Tokyo, who do you think's got the best potential of climbing up and trying to battle for those top 2 spots?
I mean, we've seen this time and time again with the multi-striker line, that if you don't have that castle in free, you're trying to play for that angle of it, and you have to fall back onto the Kalista. It's just not going to work here. I think that Toronto will be in a pretty bad spot here. They'll have a very hard time figuring out a way to get his way back out away from this southern spot.
Oh boy, Milk gets hammered there as well. It's not looking good for Vitality. If this is the way that their first loss of the tournament comes together, it's looking really scary.
Yeah, it looks like it could be, you know, all 4 of them in bot 4 type of situation. Soju's spot is probably strong enough that it won't quite happen, but still having 3 players in bot 4, losing very early on in game 1 can be crushing. You heard Toronto Tokyo in the interview saying that he and Milk can kind of shake everything off, whereas Soju and Setsuko sometimes get a little bit mad, but are able to kind of push that away. I know Toronto Tokyo's background of having such strong mental. If he can have that rub off on the rest of this team and help carry them through, even just 1 loss should not shut this team down.
This is also the first bout with adversity for the entirety of the event for this Vitality team, right? They have been strolling all throughout their matches so far. 3 quick series, 2 on all of them. But it does look like they'll have their backs up against the wall here as the Wolves are trying to take them out.
Well, I kind of want to open up the question then. You know, for Vitality, they've been going 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. What have they been doing so well that maybe it hasn't been happening in this game?
I mean, one of the things is a lot of times they had kind of like 2 win-out players, 2 rerollers. This time they ended up kind of with 3 rerollers. It's not necessarily that that's wrong. I think a lot of the strategy in this game was sound, but just not finding the Galio hurts quite a bit. I actually don't know that there's much that they should change. I think they're still playing the game plan that has worked, and this time around they just could not find the pieces and put them together.
It's a kind of an absurd situation as well, but the player that hits the 3-star reroll on the other side of the field is also holding on to 6 copies of your most important reroll so far in that game at the point, right? So it is going to be a double elimination here of the Vitality players if we saw that correctly.
And they're done.
Yeah, that's game 1 in the books, done and dusted. Wolves picking up that one, putting 3 Vitality members in the bottom 3. Soju honestly could potentially win this game, or at least top 2, considering the spot if he can find a couple more upgrades. So we'll see him continue to ramp up that AVP in case they make the final for that MVP extra 50K.
We can see the Wolves, though, just an attitude of relaxation settling across them. Again, Vitality, they've been so ridiculously dominant. I don't think even the Wolves could have credited that this first game of the first semifinals on stream would end this abruptly.
Yeah, and they're supposed to be an underdog, right? And they're coming out swinging in this first one. We talked about being able to find the first place being important in this matchup. Well, I think got to show that domination and just every single member being so strong. Finding the Syndra for YGQF. Maybe it won't be a first place again, but the comfort zone for this player. And Lee Sao continuing to just be a rock for the team.
Yeah, definitely a really rough one for sure. But now Vitality, they will be able to kind of just already right now start talking out what are we going to do for the next game here. We already knew also kind of a bit of a weird situation with the opening portals here. Nothing really low variance to go into as well, right? You end up giving up a lot of control when you go into something like the Overachievers as well. So that's something to keep in mind here. And then, again, Soji here, he has to kind of just play out the game, trying to figure out what the best line of approach is. And even then, the longer he stays alive in the game, the more time the team will have to kind of start talking things out and think about the next game.
No, true, absolutely. I mean, so if we're saying that from the Vitality side of things, you know, the same game plan is fine, just needs to be pulled together a little bit better. From the Wolves side of things instead, you know, what is it that's caused them to have such a great game one?
I mean, you know, you don't want to say something is just high roll because they played the whole entire game so incredibly well, right? But you know, looking for these reroll spots and finding that success is so good. We see in this game, Kassadin 3 coming through the full streak, hitting your opponents really hard, being able to deny the Gallios, very, very good. But also we're seeing the execution on the Syndra's line. You know, we were talking about that SPG coming through. The Wolves were playing it as well, right? They were playing a ton of Syndra, being able to use it really well, finding their components and committing to just playing the tempo version, which I think is kind of the most successful way to play it. Don't rely on 3-star Syndra. Play around the 2-star, use it to find other creative boards, other different ways that you can play it with the Syndra and play for those top 4s. And I think Wolves executed that better than Vitality did in this game. We saw some more creative attempts from Vitality falling flat due to Wolves denying them. So I think Wolves sticking with that. Play around the Syndra if you find it. Don't have to get too cute with it.
And I think, again, that's the big thing to keep in mind here is that don't necessarily try to go outside the box if you don't know it is going to work here, right? And again, they try to go out of the box with the likes of that Deja Vu coming through, but it just wasn't enough here in this game because of just the nature of this 4v4 format. It is so easy to just go on and full on target those hero augment players, especially when it's such a common unit like Galio that, as you can see, is just present on so many different boards across the entirety of the game.
Yeah, absolutely hurts. And I think that's always been one of the base parts of the 4v4, having 4 opponents who can focus in on you at any given time. I mean, we do at least get to take a little few bits and pieces towards the tail end of the game. 8 portal in place here. It felt like, you know, even if the early game hadn't gone as bad as it did for Vitality, they would have still struggled in this game.
Oh, 100%.
And even it's still 9 portal here, but again, they already know that they had that 10 portal player having the option as well in the game. So like there was a win-out player here for the Wolves already ready in case Lisa was able to kind of end up like not being able to cap out, right? So for Wolves here, they had everything coming up the right way, but again, what happens when things don't come together for the likes of this Wolves team? We've seen them face down that before plenty of times already in this series so far, but will they be able to do that in game number 2? In Vitality, they come back and they figure out how to approach this next game.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to see the bounce back, but Wolves definitely having a great strategy, right? As you said, win-out player. A lot of the successful teams in this have kind of been playing 1 or 2 win-out players, a little bit of reroll or tempo from the rest of the lobby. Shelty, of course, going to be your, you know, kind of saving grace. If he can make it to 10, he can win out with 10 portal, whereas you had Lee Sao on the reroll trying to just make sure that they're the main carry of the game and you just have this bailout. And the fact was, for Wolves, everyone found their conditions. Everyone was able to put it together. Everyone was able to make it work, and that's why we see kind of this, you know, 1 through 5 having 4 Wolves players and only 1 Vitality.
All right, we'll see once round again. Lashao and Shelty just going to spar against each other here. We'll see if Soju survives through the round. Certainly some of the stronger members here of the Wolves side just killing off a little bit of time. Again, if you dropped in late, we are in the semi-final stage a little bit later on. Of course, we'll be seeing Twisted Minds versus T1. At least in the first game of this best of 3, the Wolves will finish in the top 3. A dominating start here to the upper part of the playoffs.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 5. Very good showing from Wolves to say, hey, Vitality, you might be the favorites in the tournament, but you cannot count out the pack. Wolves coming through big. We're going to see 10 portal winning again, most likely here. The vertical being so incredibly strong if you can find it. Only the second time I remember seeing level 10 happening with Setsuko doing it yesterday. Most of the other 10 portal games came from having a dummy or something of that nature to make it happen at level 9.
Yeah, again, it just kind of shows like it's also like so fun watching Tenpolo just absolutely just like do anything. Like, if you have Tenpolo on 9, it's like it just does like 8k damage by itself. You barely even need the unit to do anything on your board while it goes on. So just one of the highest caps here as well to kind of watch this unfold. And again, normally it's Soldier saying 1, 2, 3. This time it's the Wolves.
Yeah, 100%. 1, 2, 3 for the Wolves. We look on the other side what Vitality kind of needs to do next time. I think the strategy overall fine, but maybe get a little less cute. Play a little bit more Syndra. See the deja vu, maybe skip it. Maybe it's just you can't go for that with how easy it is to just grief a single unit in this game mode. Try and look for the things that, hey, if it's 2-star, it's still strong enough.
Also worth noting here going into the next game, the Wolves will be able to go for a much more flexible game plan as well on top of that. Like, they will be able to take some risk. And again, go for something crazy that we saw from Na'Vi in game number 1 yesterday with 1 Fortune and 100 Golden Quest, stuff like that here. Because if they lose one game, they have that one game banged already, and then going into that ever so important game 3.
Yeah, and we saw this happen in this game, right? Shelty taking a line going towards the 10 portal as an option because recognizing, hey, if it works, we win, we're in the lead. If it doesn't work, well, we still have a game to fall back on.
And that makes it doubly dangerous for Vitality. It would be an ignominious way to exit the competition after being completely undefeated up until this point. Remember, these teams fighting here for a place in the grand finals. Shelty and Zhao utterly relaxed at the tail end of the game. So Zhao will just get wiped out there, so Shelty can take the #1 spot. But with that, Vitality, they've got a big problem to deal with. They are under pressure, and they've taken their first loss of the entire competition.
And I don't think any of us really expect that. Again, we've been very impressed with what we saw from Wolves, even in their first series. There's only some incredibly stuff with the Desperate Play stuff like that really like ended up like having an impact on that series in total. So I'm super excited to see what the Wolves will come out to with in game number 2, but also like how will Vitality rebound? That is gonna be the biggest question on everyone's minds right now.
Yeah, and sometimes a more crushing defeat is easier to bounce back from because it didn't feel like you were so close and just missed it. You realize, hey, you know what? This game, throw it away. We go to the next one because everything went wrong. Let's see what happens if things just go even, or if they go good enough.
And it is now that Toronto Tokyo has to show his worth as that mental rock of the team.
All right, general friends, we head to break. When we return, we will see if Vitality's can manage it. The Dr. Suleiman Al Habib showdown will continue after the break.
Wolves, Vitality, making their way to the stage once again. Wolves, they've been looked at quite a lot as underdogs, as have Vitality. But I would say that at this point, you're the underdogs for sure going into this semi-final. You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm feeling good.
What do you make of Vitality? They are undefeated. They haven't lost one game, so they're very powerful coming into this.
Yeah, I think they are the best rival. And I feel confident.
And you and your team well rested and ready for this challenge?
Yeah, ready.
Ready? Good luck, Shelty, and to the rest of Wolves. Team Vitality came into this and have just blown minds across the board here when it comes to TFT at the Esports World Cup. Haven't dropped a single game. Whatever their formula is, whatever the recipe is, it is incredibly successful. Toronto, Tokyo, you are heading in. You must be full of momentum and confidence because you can't lose.
That's right. It's going to be the first TFT tournament like this, and the champions will be 11-0.
Wow. See, that's a big, big statement, but everything so far suggests that you can back it up. There's a lot of, big personalities, big characters as part of this roster. In a 4v4 environment, how have you managed to all put egos aside and communicate well?
No, I don't think it's hard at all. I think all the players on our team are completely bought in to doing what's right for the team, and we all just want to win. And that's the most important thing.
These guys are suggesting an undefeated run. Will we see them again at the grand final? Time will tell.
Welcome back, one and all, to the Esports World Cup presents Teamfight Tactics. We have just seen Vitality take the first loss of the entire event. Unfortunately, the interview just shown beforehand will not come true. There will be no 11-0 for them.
Yeah, maybe no 11-0, but I think they're still going to be feeling confident in their ability to make the final. We'll see how they bounce back from this loss, but I think considering, I mean, even listening to Toronto in that interview, it doesn't sound like a team that should be fazed by a single loss. They said they're all very committed to each other, doing the best thing for a team, and they made their decisions together in this game. They didn't work out. Time to go back to the drawing board.
It's also worth noting, right, this small break, it is so little time to talk about all the things that went wrong in the game here. So instead of like really hammering on what went wrong here, I think that it's like looking forward towards the next game, figuring out which routes do we want to go down. Again, everyone just ensuring that everyone understands the role is such a big thing.
No, and I think that's a really good point there. You know, you've got so little room, much like in the game, you've got limited communication avenues between the games. You've got to make those decisions quick and fast. And if, you know, like Cass, as you said, if the game plan is good, then maybe there is no more discussion required.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as we just said, right, there's not that much time to talk, so why not just say, we low rolled, whatever, go next, and it can kind of mitigate any amount of tilt that you could create by like thinking on every single mistake you might have made throughout a game, and instead just being like, no, we are one of the best teams in this tournament. We were on a 6-0 run for a reason. One loss does not change that, and we can still make it happen. Whereas on the other side, Wolves got to be feeling good. They just got to win over potentially the tournament favorites at this point. You heard in their interview coming in, they think that Vitality was the biggest rival still remaining. And now they've got a game up. They can take a little bit more risks, like we was saying earlier on. They can try and play a little bit more for those first places to try and lock things down.
Yeah, I think that is the big thing here to keep in mind, that they can take the risk to have like two players on the win-out angle, maybe have one like the win-out adjacent angle as well, right? And again, keep in mind that the way that Vitality were playing out here, they were trying to figure out a way to set up Soju for like that full-on win-out. Again, like with gold augments, there was the option of the Golden Quest showing up here, and if that had happened, we had a different pattern of gameplay coming out of Vitality. They would have been able to stabilize in a different way around that. Just know that needs to put someone into the top 4, but because they didn't have an obvious win-out player that last game, everyone had to take the risks.
Well, speaking of risks, you know, we've talked about it a couple times already, but let's expand out. Let's get specific here. From the Wolves side of things, what kinds of risks do you think they should be taking here in Game 2 since they've got the game in hand?
Well, I mean, I just think being willing to go for things like that 10 portal, right, or being willing to go for something like a Golden Quest when that presents itself, I think that's the kind of risk that we're talking about, right? Trying to find those different lines that can play for first.
But even also just like adapting a more aggressive game plan, really hunting down the players that will be struggling to hit here, like doing like some off-ball leveling, going in towards the players that might be struggling, like have hit again, something like we've seen so far with the Golden Quest players, right? They have had very good matchmaking the few times they've been able to cash that out here. So again, being able to target that stuff down will be huge. But also, guys, we're looking at Artifact Anvil, Conference, and Prismatic Prelude.
All right, looks like it's going to be Prismatic. So if you want a high variance game, you're going to be able to come out of it from the gates. We've certainly seen teams, you know, losing out by just having bad choices across the squad from the beginning of the game.
Yeah, we'll have to see. This 2-1 augment selection going to be big for the game as Prismatic can have that, you know, big variant swing overall. We'll have to see if any of these big changes come through. Prismatic Ticket being one that a lot of players are picking up, using it not only to hit the 2 costs, but also to grief the opposing rerollers.
And I just think here to know as well, looking at the cameras here, you can look like how much more relaxed the look on the Wolves side of things. And we also just saw how relaxed Toronto Tokyo was compared to the rest of his teammates, right? So really interesting things to keep in mind here as we are going to be opening up in towards this game number 2.
Well, I think that relaxation comes from being able to deny the reality that the Wolves came into, which is Vitality. Up until this point, you could legitimately say they are a team that can't be beat in the competition. Now you know that's definitely not true. It becomes much more realistic to do it again.
Interesting thing here as well, making great use of the gold opener, but Casanova holding on to the Warwick pair over some of the other options at play instead. Something that we don't see a lot of is the Warwick being used in the early game because of the awkwardness of Frost being a really awkward trait to fit into your board cohesively.
Yeah, it's kind of unique that he's holding on to that. I mean, the only kind of out that we know of right now for Warwick is going to be around that corrupted Vamp Scepter, and this is going into a Prismatic lobby, so at best it's what the Living Forge, getting like a bunch of different artifacts, and I mean, maybe you hit that one first and you can go for it.
We also saw the Fnatic boys having a game where Weixin was forced to play around an awkward dummy leading him in towards that way reroll line. And as we've been talking about so much here, with the current pool sizes, free cost rerolls are something that we do not expect here. That's also something that when you look over across the board here, we're looking at the team statistics. Like, there are not a ton of teams. The only team that has played a free cost line is Twisted Minds that played a Wukong Syndra game, so not even a full-on free cost reroll.
Syndra line, yeah, of course.
We've certainly got a chance to pick up the Syndra here, of course, with the Encounter Crown. Wandering Trainer, I believe, has been offered to a couple of players that are willing to go a more risky route. You know, certainly 3 attached emblems, at least one of them is going to be good, right?
Yeah, it's tough, right? Because getting the Syndra on 2-1 is so important. Setsi looking at this, but the Prismatic version a little bit worse because you're losing some of the kind of power economy into this Jeweled Gauntlet, which is not a very good item for Syndra when you look at the deltas. You want just mana generation and attack speed. AP does not do nearly as well.
It's actually also really unfortunate. You're looking at the spot here. Satsuko is really looking towards potentially a Kog'Maw reroll line, something he's been really championing for this team as well all week so far, which also kind of has led in towards his awkward placement because this Kog'Maw line is a line where very often you normally play around trying to get towards that like 5th, 6th place finish in this situation, this format, but will now get on towards a super powerful line here with the Syndra.
Yeah, it's at least getting a good amount of time in the early rounds, thanks to a decently strong bot. Of course, the Encounter Emblem means that we'll be able to see Encounter 4 a little bit later on, but for the time being, at least, it activates the minimal version of the trait and gets Setsuko a lot of time to get a lot of stacks.
Yeah, getting the stacks important. The Rumble 2 being an anchor for that board, such a huge hit for the early stages of the game. And if Setsi can find a bunch of these stacks early, even though you have the JG, I mean, if you can get the board together, it's still good. It's still Syndra. It's just not as likely to cap out for that first place.
Right, I think that's something that has really been one of the major adaptations over the past week or so, right, has been the fact that we've been moving away from those AP items you're talking about. Hence that JG, not necessarily a great item for the Syndra, but there are so many ways of getting that off in towards the late stage of the game with so many different charms giving you access to either full-on salvaging or reforgers and removers.
I do want to bring Shelty into the conversation here because, of course, we talked about at the beginning of the game how much variance there'll be between the good and the bad augments coming out the Prismatic side. We've got the support golem in place, a huge amount of extra frontline there for him.
He's level 5, 13 gold cast. He's so rich and pushing the tempo incredibly high.
Yeah, that is massive, and that's going to make Setsi take a big hit after a win in the very first round. It's not going to be able to keep that streak. We briefly saw Lee Sao's board having Shimmer Scale. We were talking about ways to play for the first place. Shimmer Scale is one of those prismatics that can absolutely get you there with all that extra econ early on, and it was the Mogul's Mail, which I think is one of the more preferable versions just because it gives you that stable front line.
Yeah, and again, keep in mind, he will be getting a Gambler's Blade further down the road as well. Once you have that economy in there, then it becomes a very powerful attack speed item in of its own, as long as you sit above that 30 gold mark he's holding for right now.
I really like this early board here, you know, with the Mogul's Mail from before, you know, actually having a strong enough board to maybe get this one procced and keep yourself actually win streaking as well as generating gold.
Yeah, we briefly also saw the open fort from YGQF on the Prismatic ticket. Syndra has been the bread and butter for YGQF. That's exactly what you want to play from that Prismatic ticket angle. And we'll also potentially see him griefing the 2 costs of any other player trying to reroll in a line.
That was something we saw yesterday as well from the Chinese team, from Falcon. We saw Here We Go being like the dedicated griefer on stage 2, on stage 3, very often going for those complete full-out open forts into a reroll line, and it ended up costing the Falcons the game because they opted to skip that golden quest, and they end up not having a win out play here. But also Serene with a very weak board here as well, also in a semi-open fort situation. That's something we saw last game from Vitality. When that loss streak gets broken by your own teammates, it does put you in a bit of turmoil.
But of course, we've still got a very favorable situation for the Wolves here. They control both win streaks and both loss streaks right now. So they can, like we talked about before, Cass, make the choices as to which one they want to preserve.
Yeah, I mean, this is a massive disadvantage for Vitality as far as economy is concerned, right? You've got the streaks fully controlled by all 4 members of the Wolves. However, this is not unbeatable. We saw Fnatic control this against Weibo, and Weibo actually found the win in the game where this did happen. So even though it is advantage Wolves in their early game, it doesn't mean that we count out Vitality yet.
You see here now Chelsea picking up that Reforger as well here, getting rid of that Chain Vest immediately, trying to get an offensive component to go alongside of this glove here. Could have slammed that Steadfast Heart for even more tempo in the front line, opting against doing that, trying to go for an even higher cap.
And we can see the open fort there, looking to gather the resources to make sure that Prismatic ticket will pay off longer term. have a few bits and pieces in place for the time being, but very happy to keep that loss streak going.
Going up against the big and mighty on the other side, which is going to be a lot of early tempo. We can see that it's still on the loss streak.
It's the two loss streakers against each other.
Yeah, they're going to end up keeping the loss streak for the prismatic ticket, which makes the most sense. So they are going to lose one of their streaks, not able to full streak into Krugs with everything, just as Vitality had to give one up earlier. It looks like the win streaks also having to stop each other. So no big advantages from the Wolves going into the neutrals round.
Also worth noting here as well, right? This meant that all four matchups going on here were team matches. You can see on the left side of the screen right now. So a big round here for the streak management of this series. And right now, it is only Wolves that have control of what could be two potential big streaks out of the game here. You have YGQF at the bottom on the loss streak, Shelter at the top, and top really continuing where he left off last game on that win streak.
Yeah, very impressive. From the Vitality side of things, Toronto and Setsuko, they've got the beginnings of something there. And Soju, of course, took a loss streak before and is doing it so here again. Vitality definitely taking a backseat from the early game. We'll see if they can turn it around as we come towards stage 3.
Milk also on the prismatic ticket looking to fight for the Syndra. We have to look at Milk versus YGQF when we get towards 3-2, when we look towards these prismatic ticket roll downs. Both of them actually similarly on pace when it comes to gold. Milk was able to catch up, both of them making 50.
And here we are going into the Croc round that you're talking about here. Soju currently starting to stack up a bit of Sheercraft as well. We saw him kind of have that in play last game when he was playing around the Warrior Preserver line. Just having as much power into that as possible opens up a few different lines. Something like the Jinx reroll we haven't seen a lot of as well, but also haven't seen that great success.
Well, Toronto, we haven't checked in directly for a little while, on a 4-round win streak with level up as well. If you're talking about players who can get a lot of value out of having a lot of gold in the bank, being able to push levels and get up to the very tippy top of what's possible, this feels very promising for Vitality.
Yeah, this is another player who can look towards win out, right? If you're able to push to 8, find everything immediately, and then continue to push levels, it's a huge way that Toronto Tokyo can come out big for this team. Looking right now at Toronto and Milk as kind of the big two, if Milk is able to find his 3 stars instead of just having to use that prismatic ticket for griefing.
We did see a level up play coming out of Fnatic in their elimination match the other day, right? Did not look strong at all when they were eliminated here. Stisha was unable to really find the route out of stage 2, stage 3. And then when he started going towards that level 8, he did not find anything on the roll down here. So this second round of augments will be incredibly important, especially because Casanova, Toronto, Tokyo's items right now, they're leaning AD.
100%. They are leaning towards AD. He finds a Gwen already, so potentially can go towards the Warrior Preservers, but of course Fiora is the crux of that composition. We jump on with Lee Sao, offered a Nasus, a couple of 4 costs here at level 6 to try and play with, but not having a full carry online, not having an early Syndra like we saw from him in the previous game.
Yeah, the Gambler's play has just dropped through, so has at least the extra mana generation, but yes, has spent relatively aggressively, but the board is actually holding very well. The Vanguard's there, upper Vanguard 4, giving a lot of time.
Yeah, also worth noting here, Milk, as we've been talking about, currently on a loss streak, opening up for this ever so important 3-2 roll down with that prismatic ticket here. And a big factor as well is how many free rerolls does he have in the bank to work with as well. Because the sooner he finds that Syndra 2 and can stop rolling, the easier it will be for him to kind of rebuild his economy. And we're going right into Silver's.
Silver's YGQF does end up getting rid of Pandora's Bench, finds Recombobulator. There's not going to be anything on the board to actually do, so this is going to be rolling for days. 9 free shop rerolls to go alongside the prismatic ticket. It's just every reroll possible, just going to start sending it down alongside Milk.
Yeah, and also it's worth noting, Milk hits Syndra 2 while he's over 50 goals and can stop rolling or decide to go deeper into tanks, trying to get closer to that Syndra 3. But again, prioritizing the economy a little bit more here, at least trying to figure out the board state at hand at first.
Yeah, he's got another one as well. On the left side, as you said, the multicast are starting to come together as well. So Prismatic Ticket versus Prismatic Ticket. It certainly seems like Milk's done pretty well out of this one.
Milk being able to look at YGQF and see that this is multi-strikers instead. 6 Cassidans, 1 duplicator. Milk also having a duplicator on his bench. Milk rolled a little bit deeper, didn't necessarily find significantly more than YGQF. YGQF in fact finding 6 copies of Cassidon, so we're going to have to keep our eyes on that multi-striker.
All right, we'll see how it does. Shelty on the win streak up against Toronto Tokyo. They've both got streaks here. Of course, Shelty has not taken a loss so far in this game. Much we saw the Vitality who hadn't taken a loss in the tournament before the last game finished. This time round, Toronto will take control and get himself the win, pushing Shelty out of first.
Very big one for the overall tempo of the game right now. Vitality in control of 2 streaks now. Wolves only in control of one. And as I say, that Milk actually turns around his loss streak into a win streak. He's able to push out from the bottom with that newfound Syndra too. And Toronto Tokyo keeps pushing at the top of the stand. You've been talking so much about, Cass. This could be absolutely perfection for Vitality.
Yeah, 100% in Toronto Tokyo. I love pushing to 7 on the 3-2, recognizing that your opponent is in your pool with the win streak, but you have level up. This is your advantage. You can push that level a little bit quicker.
And as we saw earlier in the game here as well, right? One of the players of Vitality had to go away from this Kog'Maw line. Meanwhile, K-Free Soju has stayed on with the bird treasures in towards that featherweights. A lot of item economy, as well as extra stats for those 2 important backline characters, Tristana and in the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, we know the Kog'Maw definitely hasn't been performing in the stats overall, but I wanted to kind of bring that back into the conversation, Cass, particularly. We know, of course, not all 4 members of your team can get into the top 4 at any given game, or likely that to be the case. How important is it to have a player who's playing there for the 5th and 6th kind of position?
Well, and that's been the Kog'Maw role pretty frequently. We've seen a lot of 8th places from Kog'Maw, but generally that's contested. And the other side is a Kog'Maw player finding like a 6th or a 5th, and that is such a big 5th or 6th that you can find. So really for Soju in this game, yes, he's been the star, he's been the ace for this team. He's playing he's the role player in this. He's playing the Kog'Maw. He's just looking for the highest placement he can get, trying to grief out any other 2-cost rerollers.
And again, I like the fact you're highlighting the fact that now it's Soju's turn to be the role player, right? Just showcasing the versatility of this Vitality team. Just again, good spot recognition, having familiarity with all the lines and what they're supposed to be doing in that 4v4 format, Peter. But freeze Peddlers on the carousel.
We know what this can mean long term, especially since we got, level up and the like in the mix to allow easier access to some of those big verticals. One of the splashes gets left behind, but 2 get taken. So we've now got a new confounding factor for the game.
That was a Catalan free at the bottom of our screens as being brought into focus here as well. One of the prismatic tickets really paying off here now. That 8 loss streak from YGQF here could be about to be turned around into a huge win streak instead.
So the big difference with this Kassadin 3 versus the last one we've seen, 2 econ augments in this lobby so far for this pickup, only on 43 health instead of that full streak with 3 combat augs.
It's also worth noting that in the prismatics here in Magic and Mayhem, there is not a lot of combat power in the prismatics at all, so it is not as much of an issue having that non-combat augment in the first here compared to a triple gold lobby, for example.
Yeah, we can just see a few little bits and pieces, especially going from prismatic down to silver. We'll see what's coming up next for us as well. Toronto Tokyo maintaining the streak for Vitality. Is a little bit of hurt here. It looks like the front line's having actually a bit of trouble. It might actually be the drop here. Li Xiao carrying the win streak for the Wolves as Toronto drops his.
Yeah, Toronto finally has to give his up to Milk, who has turned around that loss streak into a 3-win now. I think it's not necessarily the worst time for Toronto Tokyo to lose it. Of course, we'd love to just see him win forever, but at a certain point, right, finding ways for the rest of your teammates to claw back in, and I think Milk needs to win here after going on that loss streak. He needs to convert it into a win streak.
So worth noting here, Toronto Tokyo wasn't above the 50 gold pump, is above 40, so will relatively easily only miss out on like 1 gold in terms of like the economy aspect of it all so far, but definitely not ideal. Losing your streaks when you are above 50, generally speaking, doesn't hurt as much when you're trying to regain and recoup that economy. But for now, it should still be a good spot to be in for Vitality.
Well, of course, remember Toronto Tokyo, the level up player, has definitely got a long-term game plan, so hopefully we'll be able to recover longer term himself. Li Xiao on a 5-round win streak. Of course, we can see the Syndra board with the Gambler's Blade is doing a lot of work. Also, the Tam Kench run the center there, leaking gold out round after round. That's a massive amount of value.
Yeah, the combination of the win streak here alongside just the gold coming through from the Shimmer Scale Armory, absolutely huge here as well. But another thing to talk about as well, Casanova, we've been talking so much about this level of game plan here, but Toronto Tokyo, level 8, 50 gold, level up in the bank here, will have a ton of time to figure out, do you want to sag a little bit to get towards the level 9 roll down there instead?
Yeah, I mean, win streaking with level up is such a luxury to be in, right? Being able to actually use your HP as a resource and find those very, very big caps. So Toronto Tokyo still one of the players we're looking for to win out. Li Xiao also very rich. We see a lot of this coming off of a Tom Kench 2 on level 6. Such a big pickup to go with the Vanguards, and eventually found that Syndra 5 copies, potentially trying to roll it down, only still staying on level 6, but still denying Milk what he's looking for.
I want to bring the conversation back to Soju, though, because, as I said, we say he's being a role player in the team, someone who's maybe going to finish out towards, the upper end of the lower half, as Milk is starting to get very close to Syndra, almost up to 3-star.
He actually has it with the duplicator, but he doesn't want to spend that yet because it's a full duplicator, but we just see that charm pop up, lesser duplicator this time around, so he can save the full one for a better unit.
And even as well, with the prismatic ticket on top of that, he could have had a higher chance of hitting and also finding the Galio, for example, and then hitting that 1-2 punch. Instead, the 1-2 punch will be the Syndra free from that charm. You're talking about into the level with the Nami, get that Leviathan disruption in the mix on top of everything that's already going on here.
Milk now will also be able to threaten for potentially a first because Mordekaiser 3 is a big win con for this Syndra composition, especially if you're able to get the Syndra 3, Mordekaiser 3 combination. And he's already on 5 copies with the Champion Duplicator and the Prismatic Ticket, something we'll have to continue to have our eyes on.
Another kind of not necessarily super talked about off fact with having extra prismatic ticket is that once you hit your reroll, you're able to go level 8 very easily. And even on level 8, you're allowed to kind of donkey roll a lot more effectively with that there and hitting some of those other needed units to cap out, like that Karma 2 here, that almost could have made the difference for Lee Sao had it been the case he's found that.
All right, last augment is coming in. Let's see how much he can shake it up. We've had every type from prismatic to silver, now to gold. As we look on the right-hand side, we can see Vitality in a good position overall.
Capricious Forge here, great tempo pickup as well on the side of the Vitality player here in Satsuko. Just a fantastic way of Toronto even, sorry, of just pushing the tempo right. It is such a powerful unit, especially on the frontliners.
Yeah, both players who are pushing levels, Shelty and Toronto, playing around Portal. However, Toronto, 50 gold, pushing to 9, will have so much easier access to that Nora even quicker to cap out the board so well. And he's already on the rise, whereas Shelty didn't have it just yet.
No, but Shelty yet again finds his old trusted faithful Portal emblem on board too. I know we had the deja vu in the last game, but this time it's an actual deja vu, a previous mirror image of what we saw in the first game from Shelty.
Well, in that first game, the full portal wasn't even necessary to win the game. But again, we are seeing the Wolves here. They are presenting their best foot forward. They're trying to clamp down on Vitality and get that second win.
And with so many players in super strong win-out positions, avoiding that 8th place is going to be so critical. And look what's going on at the bottom of the standings. The HP gaps for the Wolves players have to make up on Milk are huge.
Yeah, it's massive right now. Really looking at YGQF and Serene. They have to try and hold on. But the problem is the lowest health member of Vitality is Milk, and he is not weak. He has a very powerful board. It's not likely for him to free fall from this point. So then you have to start looking. Setsuko, Toronto, are any of these players ones that we can start to try and lock in on and stop from getting out of their spots?
A little curious fact here as well right now. Every single Wolves player won their most recent fighter on a win streak. Every single Vitality player currently has that blue flame burning towards their names right now. They are actually in losing positions as of the most recent round. But again, stage 4, one of the most critical parts of this game here. It's where the boards start to cap out, and it's where someone like Soju has to play spoiler.
We'll see. Soju definitely has been doing well. You can see on his bench, so there's still a lot of 3-stars yet to arrive. Even if his decline for the game will be slow, he's currently in 3rd place overall. He has been doing well. The 4 chrono board is still very powerful, but the front line is going face to face.
Soju's definitely the one that they're going to have to lock in on. If you look at this board, he's playing into the Kog'Maw, still hasn't hit the Kog'Maw or the Tristana. He's found some of the front line. He has 1 duplicator, so he can get there, and he saved a lot of HP, but that is the weakest board Vitality has.
And we did see a Nunu in the shot for the player he was playing against as well, right? Again, I would like to see that being held onto the bench. There was no cost for any econ breakpoints here as well, but going on to the stage 4 carousel, there is a Camille on offer here, currently being guarded by these Wolves players while they're trying to figure out what they're going to be going for. But again, such a big carry-out wave for the Karma comes for the multi-striker players as well. So ensure that that doesn't go to the enemy team is a huge thing to keep in mind.
I do want to bring the conversation back to Soju for a second there, because we got a glimpse just before we came to Carousel that you said we saw the units in the shop which could be taken. There were also units on bench, I believe, for YGQF. So the call has gone out. Soju is the next target to bring down.
Toronto pivoting out of Portal, looking to potentially play around 5 costs. He's gone to 9. He has a Xerath to try and play around that he got off of the Carousel. Looking for Nora 2. He finds some frontline on the roll down. Gwen 2 not going to be the biggest unit that you're looking for. Not finding any of these 5 cost upgrades. A little bit of a miss on this roll down. And we'll see if Toronto Tokyo can actually stabilize.
Preserver and Warriors for timing. We know this is a good composition. But for Toronto, currently lowest on the Vitality ladder, though they're all extremely close to each other. We'll see if this is good enough or if he needs more time to cook.
We've seen these Seraphs too be so important, so critical for these capped-out boards to just rain down damage from above, but this time around, not going to be the option to play here for Toronto Tokyo. Fiora in the backline, as you're pointing out here, Peter, trying to avoid some of this critical damage going along. But again, it's a Fiora 1 here. This is a huge hit for Toronto Tokyo, losing an extra life as well. And YGQF here with that Kassadin free, also just running rampant at the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah, a good fast 9 roll down from Toronto Tokyo, however, not finding the carries for the upgrades. He found his front line, he found Nasus, he found Rakan. Really good hits, but not being able to 2-star a carry, and we've seen people trapped in this spot before. Gonna end up finding an upgrade for the Kalista, so at least some damage coming through, but the Fiora feels like the biggest thing that needs to be found. Morgana picked up to have that Preserver at the very least.
But also worth noting, you're looking at the itemization here for the Kalista. You're running a Guard Breaker, you're running a red buff. And while that does provide a ton of damage, you don't have that ramping into the fights. At the moment, multi-strikers aren't even activated. So that is a big if and a big issue, but the Akali tying it all together here is a critical find for Toronto Tokyo.
We have got good gloves. The Blacksmith's gloves are getting going to do a good amount of work on the front line, but again, the Fiora at the 1-star gonna fall victim to Soju here. Toronto Tokyo looks like he might have to keep that loss streak intact.
Yeah, trying to deal with Soju's Kog'Maw board. It's still only level 6. However, Soju has actually hit now. He found the Nunu. He found the Kog'Maw, just not finding the Tristana, but that's kind of the least valuable unit. And this is actually a perfect loss for Vitality onto Soju, keeping Toronto Tokyo's health a little bit higher while they try and send YGQF to the bottom here in 8th with only 7 life remaining.
It's worth noting as well, right, the only combat augment, quote-unquote, that's available right now here for the Wolves player YGQF is the fact he has a multi-striker emblem, right, providing that extra heal when you get that 7 multi online. But he doesn't have any other combat to go alongside that. So if he goes 8th here for Toronto Tokyo, that is going to be a big win because he could be racing towards the bottom.
Yeah, the 8th place seems to be on the cards for the Wolves, but we look towards the top of the table and we can see Lisao and Shelty are in very good positions, particularly Lisao. He's got a ridiculous amount of HP left in the tank.
This is where it gets tough for Vitality because Toronto Tokyo was one of the players that was looking for a win out, and now his spot does not feel like it necessarily wins out unless he can find a ton of upgrades. So it kind of comes down to the shoulders of Milk. He's got 50 gold in the bank, level 7. Setzi as well, not having the full win out board ready, but a 2-star Morgana maybe he can start to lean on.
It's worth noting, well, Shelty was doing all that work without the Rise even in the mix there. Finds that Rise pair, really gets that onto the board now, able to get the Scholar on and easily get even more output from the likes of that Zoe on the back as well here. So another transition coming out here from Toronto, refiguring that front line.
Yeah, finding the upgrade onto the Fiora at the very least. Had to sell a couple of things to actually get there, losing out on the Nasus too that he had earlier, trying to actually kind of weaken the front line quite a bit to actually find these carries.
The Fiora is standing, though, in the face of an enormous amount of aggression. She's just about healing too. Kalista isn't quite strong enough against the 3-star Syndra on the other side. We're taking the L's here, but we do have that elimination.
Soju able to take out YGQF, the Kog'Maw, coming out big, dealing with the multi-strikers.
Exactly, showing why we have seen such a big priority on this competition. It's such a good scrapper comp to kind of have in the mix. As long as you take someone else down with you, it doesn't matter if you don't make it to the top 4.
And Soju has another target in the sights. Serene is going to be at 15 life, 64 gold in the bank. That's the next Wolf on the chopping block. Toronto Tokyo in danger as well as we look at Lisao. Still looking for Syndra 3 on 6 copies. Very strong Vanguard front line. But the cap of Milk is actually a little bit higher, right? 3-star Syndra already was pushing towards the 3-star Mordekaiser as well. And Milk might be able to get it done.
Yeah, I was wondering if we might see Vitality with a numbers advantage be able to find someone to pick on. This is an opportunity knocking here. Toronto on the right-hand side, though. The level up has been pushing through, but level 9 seems to be the limit. Keep your eye on that Fiora, who's right in the middle of the pack. It's going to be a tough one to survive through, but she does punch onto the back line.
a big thing to note here as well for Toronto is I feel like we haven't seen him play against someone that is not on his team after he has been stabilizing, as he's been going fast. So we haven't gotten a full-on read of how much damage he's actually going to be able to inflict on towards these Wolves, especially now with Lee Sao taking a loss here against Serene, ensuring that now this battle for this 7th position will still be an absolutely critical one. Again, a situation we saw yesterday in the Ultra game, one round coming up here could change the entirety of the scope. You're looking at 4 players at 16 HP or less.
And the danger is 3 of them are Vitality players that are kind of in danger. Now, their boards are strong enough that you don't expect them to drop here, but it can just be one bad fight and they're out, and then Wolves win the series from there. So you have to be watching. Serene, Vitality needs Serene to go down to ensure that they can at least try and fight for those top 4 spots. Try and send that 7-8.
Keep an eye on Toronto on the right-hand side of the screen. The Morgana 2 has recently come in. Blacksmith's Gloves again performing well, but so much is on that Fiora. Finding the correct targets, dancing through the fight, and not getting taken out early on. She is spending some time being CC'd, getting focused by the Syndra. Doesn't drop particularly quickly. I think this should be good enough to keep Toronto alive at least.
Yeah, the Morgana just anchoring the front line, trying to hold on, having those capricious gloves from the Forge. The Blacksmith Gloves being so strong. Toronto Tokyo finds a win. Serene hits Shelty very hard. Nobody going down just yet as Setsi survives on 1 life.
Woo! That is going to be huge here as well. But also another thing about the fight for Toronto, right? This Kalista was just unbothered for the entirety of the fight. The Leviathans were going on to the different corner as well. So strong positioning game here coming out from Toronto Tokyo.
And I do want to update the kind of situation we were talking about before when we had 2 of the Wolves dominating the top of the table. That's no longer the case. Milk has managed to punch into the top 2 on a win streak. We're starting to see some hopeful signs here for Vitality to draw the series even.
Incredibly close game still. 2 members of Vitality at the bottom. Serene holding on, looking quite powerful. Setsuko is going to be on that single life remaining. Going to have to try and hold on for 1 more placement.
Yeah, but important to note here as well was the fact he picked up a Spear of Shojin from the Carousel here, either accelerating the damage of Nora or accelerating the disruption from that Nami. That should be a massive pickup here as well for him, but again, matchmaking will be so important.
Milk also hitting that Mordekaiser 3, having the best opportunity to win out for Vitality, which is so massive to have.
We'll see how it does against Lisa on the left-hand side of your screen. Setsuko, the only player we know for sure, will definitely get eliminated if he loses this round, but you can see the front line is absolutely enormous.
Double Talisman of Ascension on the Morgana for Toronto Tokyo. If they can actually pop, that should be a fight win. The problem is the Morgana is falling very fast. 1 more cast stays alive a little longer. She pops! She gets the cast off. Toronto Tokyo
survives.
Will be able to survive and deal tons of damage to Shelty.
That's amazing news.
That is incredibly huge as well, right? Because we were talking about the matchmaking here, but there were no Vitality team kills in this situation, right? They were going up against Wolves players, but now 2 Vitality players on 1 life. Shelter was talking about has the high cap with the 10 portal being an option now, but all the way down to just 10 HP.
If we've got the 2 1 HP members, surely Soju's got to be the one who drops out here if you've got to choose between the 2.
It does feel that way. Setsuko might still be able to find room to improve this board. Feels like the Kog'Maw has kind of run its course in this game, and unfortunately, that might just be a 6th or 7th place. Going up against Shelty, it's the Portal versus the Kog'Maw.
That is going to be incredibly hard to win. Soju's been doing absolutely valiant work, as you mentioned before, sacrificing his own game strength to make sure the team stays on top. Certainly adheres to what we've heard about him as a player from before. If he can just hold on, he's held on for a decent amount of time on the right-hand side. We're seeing if anyone else goes through. Wait, is Soju going to win the round?
It's very close, the Rumble, but the Tristana gets taken out by a Golem. It's not able to get there against Shelty, and Setsuko goes down as well. 2 Vitality members falling. Toronto Tokyo also goes down.
It's
and
over.
The Wolves have taken out Vitality.
They've gone from undefeated to losing their semi-final 0-2. The Wolves strike and tear at the jugular. This one is over. I don't think anybody expected this result.
Huge win here for the Chinese side. The ultimate underdogs going into the entire event. Takes down the NA super team of Vitality. Opening up now for a full-on Eastern TFT finals now. I mean, Casanova, does this just mean that China is just the best region in the world?
I mean, it's insane. Usually they're contesting with the Americas for that title, but they always put the most teams in the top 8 of the championship. They have so much depth to the region that even the underdog team from CN, the Wolves, can bring themselves all the way to the finals of the EWC in such a close game here. Even though they put 3 players in the top 4, this came down to 1 or 2 rounds of combat.
It was still very well played from Vitality, but yeah, the Wolves have absolutely shown and shown off. Of course, we have got T1 go up against Twisted Minds as our second semi-finals. We don't know for sure it will be all Chinese, but right now, the Wolves, they're not just looking strong in this series, they're looking like strong contenders for the tournament.
You can see the stress on the faces of Team Vitality, Toronto, Tokyo. Taking this loss hard, this team felt like they were the favorites. They were playing so incredibly well, 6-0 in dominant fashion, never dropping the first place in any of their games coming into this series. They had so much confidence, so much skill, so much practice in this 4v4, and just not able to get it done here, not able to get it over the finish line, which has been the struggle for Soju, for Setsuko, for all of these players, is getting that final push. They've made it so far in Champs. Setsuko, top 8, couldn't get it over the line. So many of them making it so deep and not being able to find that win.
It was always going to be 3 short games away, in this case 2 short games away from elimination. Here in the playoff stages, there are no second chances. Widom, from what you've seen from the Wolves so far, how confident are you for them in the finals against the potential of T1 or Twisted Minds?
If we take the match against potential of T1, right? T1 really wrote the book on how so many teams have played this 4v4 format after facing them in scrims here, but the Wolves seems like they have perfected that playbook, just going all out in their most recent few series.
We saw on the face of Toronto the struggles, but if you look just past, you can see a smile on Soju's face, and I think even with the disappointment of all of this, they're happy with how they played. They're proud of what they did, and they should be very proud of what they accomplished here at the EWC. Really proving a lot of people wrong. Soju being kind of an MVP for his team, and still making it all the way to the semifinals is such a phenomenal feat in such a stacked field.
No, it's absolutely no small thing. We started with the 16 teams. We had a group stage that was incredibly brutal to get through as well. For them to come into the semifinals, as I would say the favorites of the entire tournament, is still something they can take with them, even if the end isn't what they would have wanted.
Big for Serene, the one who had to hold the line at 15 HP, the one keeping Wolves from potentially falling in that 7th, 8th, actually may have fully stabilized into finding a first in this game as we're watching this Karma and Nasus combo together just create magic for this Wolves team. Many of them being able to have their hero story. Serene not being one of the players who has been the hero for many of the games. It's been Lee Sao, it's been Shelty, it's been YGQF when he gets Syndra, but this time Serene being the one coming up big.
I like how when the game is still formality, like they're still just ensuring that their team plays completely perfect here, right? Shelty picking up that desperate play and then ensuring that Serene's win streak stays intact. Stuff like, again, just like these small things, like they've been on top of these since the first series that they played at EWC, right? I think that this was a team that the second you saw them step onto the server, we were very surprised to see just how clean they were in their gameplay. But they proved us wrong time and time again, and now they find themselves in the grand finals.
No, I think you're absolutely right. You can't let that slip, even when the guarantee of a victory is there. Certainly, they're going to be waiting through this second semi-final as well, knowing that their spot is secured, not knowing who their opponent is going to be for certain until the final bell rings. Still, though, for Milk, he just gets to sit in here for the rest of the lobby just to try and retire from this point with dignity.
There we go, Milk going up against Serene. Pretty much the winner of this fight should probably win the lobby at this point. Milk being able to put together that Syndra 3, Mordekaiser 3, playing the prismatic ticket spot beautifully. Now it's just, can he defeat Serene and walk away, head held high with another first place for Vitality. And it looks like he will be able to get there. Milk able to take out Sirene, and it's just a matter of getting deal with Shelty as well, but I think we know the answer to that one.
I mean, Cass, of course, you have the great knowledge of bringing the NA side of things. As a team, okay, we're going to be calling it out there because, of course, it's already been done for quite some time. The Wolves ride as the pack, the thumbs up. Job is done. They are going to the grand finals. They have guaranteed themselves $100,000 with a chance to double it again and grab hold of a huge 1,000 club championship points. For Vitality, their victory run ends here, but what a run it was.
Absolutely amazing as well, and again, I think that's the big thing here, right? Vitality made me believe in NA, right? That is a big achievement. That is all I am going to say. These boys can be so proud of the run that they have had so far had in this tournament.
Yeah, tough to end the way it did. 2 games where they were having trouble cracking into that top 4. But especially in this second game, so much closer than it seemed based off of those placements at the end. Those boards were very narrow in their strength differences. Felt like Toronto Tokyo just a little bit longer, could have potentially even gone first. Different roles on the
first roll
board gloves as well, right? There's so many different ways it could have happened.
You have to imagine time must have slowed down there as we go and see the acknowledgement, the respect there from the Wolves. Opponents very much worthy of everything, of course. This has been Vitality. The key will not carry on any further. But let's just take a look again over the highlights from the game, at least the tail end of that game, because it ended so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the Wolves, really when we do just look at AVP in the series though, absolute domination for this Wolves squad. Both times around finding 3 members in the top 4 to close things out, not having to fight 2 members, play for tiebreakers off the win like we thought would have been what would decide this series. Instead, no, it was domination across the board, getting into those top 4s. Yes, we see Milk kind of get that, a little happy victory at the end to get the win and prove his AVP, but it doesn't actually change the result of the match. Wolves taking it down.
Oh, wow. Honestly, I think we deserved a 3rd game from that series. We absolutely did, but still, I think you're right, Cass. It felt like from looking at Vitality, they were able to, to take the positives from the experience and put aside any kind of, recurring thoughts of if only from that last round, those last few decisions had gone slightly differently.
I mean, it makes me happy to see Soju smile. I think he's proud of what he did. I don't feel like, if he felt like he let his team down, we would have seen a very different side of Soju at the end there. But I think, as we said, they should all be proud of their play, and you can see it in their faces, shaking the hands of the Wolves players, congratulating them. Wolves playing a phenomenal tournament so far.
Yeah, and top 4 is kind of like maybe more than what people even expected, right, coming into the event as well. Maybe they expect themselves to go even further, especially with their early form in the event. But from our side of the field here, like a top 4 finish is a little bit over par for this call with the form we thought they would be in going into the event.
So especially the favorites would have been Fnatic coming from the Americas, right? Not actually Team Vitality. They had to play through the qualifiers. They didn't auto-qual from just having the extra points. They did really well there. They were pretty dominant in the qualifiers, so we knew they were good. But the question was, okay, are they going to make top 8, maybe bust out quarters, or do they even get out of their group? Because their group was very, very difficult, right? Trying to make it through there, but instead, they're able to get it done in top 4.
All right, we're going to be heading to the stage. Let's go and hear some final words.
And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. We have our first grand finalist of the Esports World Cup presenting Teamfight Tactics. Wolves Esports were able to 2-0 Team Fatality. We have YGQF here for an interview, but before we do that, we also have Milk from Team Fatality to hand over the key to YGQF. So if you please do that, thank you so much for playing on this tournament and congratulations on top 4. But YGQF, we have so many questions for you about how you guys play. You were the underdogs coming into this tournament, but now you've made it to the grand final. So how do you feel?
他问你第一个问题是你们一开始来加入这个竞标比赛之前有很多的困难，可到现在你们快到了这个冠军了，快到了这个决赛，你现在有什么的感受？跟大家分享一下。
非常的开心，能打到这个打进决赛，因为我们一路也是经历了各种的挫折，各种的磨合，但是我们一步一步的越来越强，越来越强，然后打到现在。 非常开心，冠军离我们就是咫尺之遥。
Well, first of all, I would like to say when we start this tournament, it was very difficult for us. There were a lot of errors in our team, and we have a lot of difficulties that we faced. But it was our hard work, and we didn't give up any time. and now we are close to the finals, and we already qualified for finals, and yeah, we're very happy. Thank you so much for asking me.
Absolutely. I mean, you guys being able to hard work, like your hard work is paying off. You've been struggling for the first couple of games, but now you guys are 2-0ing everyone on your way. So congratulations for that. But we also want to ask you about the way you play the game. So you've been focusing on rerolls, focusing on 3-star champions throughout the whole tournament from the start to this point. Is there a reason why you keep focusing on this strategy?
好，第二个问题他问你的就是非常开心你们玩的，然后一开始的时候你们是有点困难，可以后面慢慢来，你们做的非常好。可以想问你一个问题，就是说你现在玩的就是差不多一样的，到以前到现在你用的这个3星冠军，就是为什么你用这种方式呢？你觉得这样好吗？
我们这个团队的策略是非常的清晰明了的，就是我们有一套独属于我们自己的战术。 然后每个人都能完美的去执行吧，也不是说我一定要玩这个，这是我们团队的决策。
Okay, well, it's all about the team decision. It's not what I choose to play that way. It's the team, what we decide that we are going to play this way, like the 3-star champion or enrollment. So yeah, basically it's a team decision, and we listen to each other before we play the game.
Definitely your communication is paying off. You guys have made it to the grand finals. So one more time, congratulations, and we will see you later tonight. But for now, before Team Fatality leaves the stage, let's throw it back to Jasmine because Milk have his final words to say.
Thank you very much for that, Fancy. Milk, unfortunately, yourself and the team graciously bow out of the Esports World Cup, but you put up an incredible fight. What an achievement it was to get 6 back-to-back victories and then unfortunately being knocked out in our semi-final. So I gotta ask you the key difference between your opposition that you had here in the semi-finals and earlier on, all of the opposition you faced throughout the tournament. Were there any key differences for you?
Honestly, I didn't know too big difference. I think we just didn't play that well today, and yeah.
What was the kind of discussions that took place between yourself and the team heading into today? Was everybody kind of in good spirits?
Oh, I think we're really good spirits. I think we all thought we were the best in the tourney, but yeah, we lost, so yeah.
Well, there were loads of new things to factor into this event as a whole. New set, of course, being one of the main things. So what are your initial thoughts about the charm mechanic that we had added in?
Oh, I think the charm mechanic is like a perfect spot for a game mechanic because it's not like too impactful and not like too unnoticeable either. I think the game devs did a really good job on like the set. The balancing is kind of sus, but yeah.
How did you feel like the charm mechanic impacted the 4v4 format? Did you feel like it had much of an impact?
I don't know if it's a direct impact on the 4v4. It's just like impact on the game in general, but I like it.
And in regards to re-rolling and obviously going for the charm rolling in particular, how do you guys kind of decipher at what point you kind of commit to charm rolling?
Oh, we basically just see our spots like on stage 2 and like we gradually progress like until like Krugs and basically decide like all our paths from stage 2 to 3.
And moving on from here, is there anything in particular you want to say to everybody that has either doubted Team Vitality or cheered you boys on throughout this tournament?
Oh. I think we're better than we showed today, but yeah, so hopefully there's another chance we get in a 4v4 format and to like prove that we're better than we placed.
I think you boys should be incredibly proud of your achievements. 6 back-to-back victories, but unfortunately this is the end of the road for your EWC journey. Thank you so much for joining me, and it's back over to the studio.
Another Titan has fallen as Wolves Esports solidify themselves in the finals going up later today. This has been a upset, I think. One of the biggest ones so far. I don't really know how to point at this point.
Absolutely. I don't even think the Chinese home crowds really expected this. Wolves dodged Jingdong Gaming. They didn't play Weibo Gaming coming through the open qualifiers. We thought that they were going to go out relatively soon, but they absolutely smashed Vitality. And I think the big thing is just the tempo. They played a lot of slow teams. Wolves was the fastest team they had to play.
We did see some new comps come up. For example, the Deja Vu from Setsuko early on in that game 1. Didn't quite work out. Didn't really come from a tempo start with Portal with that early Rage Blade and a Galio 2. And he just floundered into an 8th place, which made it so much more difficult for Vitality to come back. All in all, for me, the big highlight, and continues to be the big highlight, for the alternate paths coming from emblems or augments, Portal reigned supreme as a way to play into an uncontested line and find so much success. We saw the elimination on Soju from Shelty in that second game.
One thing as well, particularly that stood out really to me from Wolves in the interview with Fancy earlier was the fact that they were talking about who takes on what role. It was a team discussion. We listened to each other before we head into the game. And I feel like that has genuinely been what sets some of these teams apart from finding that continuous success versus teams that are approaching it more on an individual basis.
The hero of the day was Shelty. He's the flex player on the team. And in this BO3, he hit Portal +2 twice in a row. And that's devastating in the matchup because the way Vitality used to play is they always have a very clear win-out player. This time around, Shelty's already gotten that spot, so it forced them to roll early, and those rolls didn't really hit.
And Shelty, with that, also gets the MVP of the game. Now, keep in mind, there is a $50,000 prize pool for the MVP alone, so Shelty taking this one away already and solidifying himself in that grand final. Just needs that one more performance.
All in all, I think the tempo spike coming from Vitality came in a bit too early with the Kog'Maw, especially from Soju. They've only played 4 games of Kog'Maw up until this moment, 4 comps in total for the team. In this time, we saw it. Portal is only getting stronger as the game goes on, especially after the second emblem and the threats of, hey, if I reach 10 Portal, I am the win-out player. No matter what, you will not stop me with a reroll comp.
Just incredibly hard to play under those conditions. When you know someone is already going first and you have an 8th place on your team, the only thing you can do is roll now and send the other 3 members on the team to the bottom 4. Unfortunately, those rolls did not win Vitality's way, and we have Wolves blowing them out in both games.
Yeah, and that is actually what shocks me the most, is the fact that this was a 2-0, and it felt like a very one-sided match. Because coming into this, we were talking about Vitality. We were talking about how they have had a great run so far. They haven't lost yet. They've been looking one of the strongest teams. They were contenders for the finals. Hey, even contenders to win the whole thing. But this is it. Their key is now getting crushed, and they are not going to be in the finals.
That being said, it's a top 4 in the world for a 4v4 format that is very fresh, that is very hard to figure out so quickly on a new set as well. For a team where its members have been doubted individually for a long time, are they good enough to say, hey, I want to play for a championship win. I want to play to run one of the best players in the world. In a team format at the very least, I think they've definitely surpassed expectations. Coming out of yesterday, they were my favorite to win. They played very cleanly. They had a very wide array of comps that they brought out throughout the entire tournament. And they have to be very proud. Out of the Western teams, they've been the best performing. They made it the furthest. I think it's just an absolute round of applause for all 4 players.
Let's have a look at the SC Play results as well, because you guys voted ahead of the matchup. Who do you think is going to win? 63% for Wolves. Why are you so surprised?
Because I didn't believe in the Wolves. I was not a believer, and I gave the wrong advice to a lot of people out there. Again, I just think Vitality, this group of players, we know their pedigree in North America. They're looking forward to more 4v4 tournaments. Even though they were knocked out here, this is not going to be the end for this squad. They're going to be in more tournaments, more EWCs hopefully, and we'll see what the 4v4 can bring under their leadership.
Absolutely, and looking at a team like Wolves as well, they had rosters competing here in different titles, one of them being Rainbow Six Siege, and that one there fell short. They got eliminated ahead of top 8, so now they have a chance of winning and getting 1,000 club championship point potentially on their plate. But we are ready for Dr. Suleiman El Habib upcoming match, and that is going to be T1 going up against Twisted Minds. This is going to be the winner heading into the finals against Wolves, another best of 3, and no lower bracket. You snooze, you literally lose.
It's do or die for both of these teams. We heard Wamia talking about the matchup. They've been screaming each other a lot because they're in different groups, and Wamia sounded very confident that they were going to win out. Both of these teams are going to play very low to the ground, a lot of 2-cost rerolls. They are very high-tempo team compositions, and I think it's just going to be about just the rolls and kind of sequencing those rolls. Who is the least important reroller? You roll first, filter the pool, the other players will pick up.
We're seeing the walk-in, the swagger, the aura, the confidence, knowing that they're so close to a grand final. For both teams, I think slightly different paths in terms of momentum. T1 started off very strong, both in scrims already leading up to this, prophesizing they are the favorites coming into this from the APAC region, or maybe just in the entire tournament, whereas Twisted Minds, initially they faltered in day 1, but they've gotten stronger and stronger as the days have gone by. Right now, I think they're pretty evenly matched in terms of their momentum and their confidence. I think it might be one of the closest matches we've seen all tournament long. I'm hoping for a game 3 where it comes down to that singular fight
I think we all are. And when we're looking particularly at Twisted Minds, I feel like as well as you're mentioning, this is a team that has adapted throughout. But I also feel like they're the teams that has had that first wake-up call. They were in that lower bracket. They knew what it felt like to be just at the edge of your seat and losing it all. And that is even more motivation heading into this.
We discount the first MSJ series. Afterwards, they've been the most dominant team at the tournament. Highest AVPs across the board. And I want to give a shout out to Ziyue. He's really the unexpected player right here. He never got first place, but he was the rock on the team, and playing that flexible style still had the highest AVP.
And the contrast as well with the groups they had. T1 dominated their group in what was considered one of the stronger groups. Group B and C maybe both considered the group of death. The group of Twisted Minds, not considered the strongest on paper, and they still lost that first series. So right away, everyone was thinking,
it was a warm-up
is this roster really strong enough? We got our answer in day 2. We got the definitive answer in day 3. We'll see if that continues evolving in this final day.
Yeah, because this one really has to solidify their position. They're going up against T1, and as we've already touched upon, this is a roster that everybody is putting in as the favorites. They can potentially win it all, and we've seen this roster excel so far at this tournament, and I'm really excited to see whether or not they have something up their sleeves. Have they prepared something else that we were going to be looking at today for the first time and throw a curveball to Twisted Minds?
Key player for them is going to be SCSC. He's clearly the ace on the team. Highest amount of wins, highest amount of different compositions. So really creative, great win-out player. We're going to have to check in with what he has.
And as the reroll expert on this panel, I would like to say 8 games of Kog'Maw from T1, more than any other team. And Bintum played a lot of multi-strikers, yes, but also relied on a unit that is really underplayed. Nyla, both in that day 1 that I was just so impressed with the multi-striker Nyla. We also saw an Eldritch version. I think there are a few units that are still underplayed in this day 4 that are still, I think, not completely solved. And Bintum maybe could bring something else out. We saw Katarina reroll yesterday and Bard as well. What else is lying in
I guess
wait?
we're going to have to wait and see, but if anything, it feels like T1 is the team to be bringing out that creativity. T1 is the team to be bringing out something else, and we heard it from Fnatic yesterday when they were on the panel saying, actually, when you're looking at a team like T1, they have been copied in the past, so if there's anyone that's going to throw a curveball, it will have to be them.
Both of these teams have very similar compositions. They have 2 2-cost rerollers, and when it comes down to it, it's who has the most efficient rolls. So when you have someone like Bintum who's able to go and find another path, have everyone filter the pool out, get on that Nyla, I think that could be a massive weapon coming into this series.
I wonder the pressure Bintum feels as well. I think we saw in day 1, despite his team successful, yes, but he had kind of the first, then the 8th, and the first. He was kind of all over the place. I wonder if he really feels that pressure as a kind of a captain or in that leadership role, because he is by far, I would say, the most accomplished player on that roster. He's been to 4 champs individually. All in all, my eyes are on him to really rise up and showcase why he's considered potentially one of the GOATs in TFT.
And I wonder if you guys at home are feeling the pressure, because this is the semi-final and we'll be heading into finals straight after this. But let us know which team you think will be coming out on top by heading over to scplay.gg and casting your vote. Is it going to be T1? Is it going to be Twisted Minds? Is it going to be...
I think it's going to be Wanmi and Twisted Mind. This is his comeback event, his comeback story. It's been a while since we felt the fear of the Chinese region dominating everyone.
I'm going to go with T1. I have a personal relationship with Bintum. He's the nicest guy on the planet, I promise you, and I think he's an absolute ace on the convergence as well.
All right, we're ready to head into the second semi-final of today. Twisted Mind going up against T1, where the winner will be facing Wolves in the finals later today. Another best of 3 to show which one of the teams will be coming out on top, and another to get their keys crushed. So let's head over to the stage with Fancy and Jasmine to get it started.
Let's do this, baby. Fancy, if that last series was anything to go by, it's the fact that at the Esports World Cup, absolutely anything can happen.
That's right. Who would have thought that the underdogs, Wolves Esports, would make it all the way to the grand finals, eliminating NA's last hope from the tournament. But now they are waiting in the finals and they need an opponent. So how about we introduce the next semi-finals?
You know what, Fancy? Let's go ahead and do just that for our final semi-final. Our first team is none other than Twisted Minds. Top 4 average placements across the board for this team means that they are absolutely filled to the brim with incredibly talented players, and they definitely mean business.
And their opponents, please welcome to the stage T1. Carrying APAC's hopes and dreams to the playoffs, this squad has been phenomenal in their performance, keeping their mental up even when they are pushed to the limit.
Fancy. I'm so excited for this epic showdown that we're going to have over here on the stage. So how about we do this, baby? Let's go ahead and throw it back to our casters.
Thank you so much. Again, it's a second semi-final here. As I said before, we know the Wolves are ready and watching this one with beady eyes. Gentlemen, from your side of things, of course, we heard from the desk, who are you favoring coming into this matchup?
I have to agree with Clement. Twisted Mind looking amazing. They've been practicing so much. They made so much volume of games in 4v4, Stuart, and that's not easy. We saw players, for example, Fnatic, they didn't have that amount of practice in the 4v4, but they performed well individually. So I think I have to go to Twisted Mind.
No, I think I'm also going to have to go Twisted Minds as well. I feel like as a team, they've been performing incredibly well. You know, there was a little bit of a hiccup at the start of the tournament, losing to MSJ, but since then they haven't dropped a single game. Me and Counterfeit were lucky enough to cast them yesterday against Toronto Ultra, and I feel like this team, there can be some hiccups in the game that I feel like that need to be sorted out, but I feel like as a team, as Jasmine was mentioning, 4.0 average across the board of every single player in this type of format is unheard of.
Now, that's an amazing number to be bringing in. From the side of things, from T1 side of things, how would they kind of deal with a team that's that consistent?
I mean, they're also amazing. Actually, they've been playing so well, and they have like a pure leader. They were talking in the analyst about this hero. SC is the hero for this team. He's been playing amazing. He has a 1.3 average placement with Syndra, and when Syndra is being contested, that's not normal. Obviously, it's broken, but not so much. And Boba is playing a lot of Portal, and we just seen Portal winning in the last game with a great performance. So actually, they can play the verticals. They are able to play the reroll comms, and they're a great team. They see together. Bintium is the one that we expected to be the hero, but he's been the support player. He's been the rock. He never, he always helped the team, and he's always there for them. So I think it's a tight series, as we say, a little towards Twisted Mind, but T1 was hesitate to take it also.
Yeah, I think in terms of T1 as well, they're definitely focusing a lot more on a few compositions, whereas Twisted Minds, they're a bit more broad. They can definitely branch out to different unique compositions that we have been seeing. In general, they are playing more compositions compared to T1 in terms of what they're actually been playing, but I think overall, as you mentioned, I think it's going to be hopefully a closer series than the last one. But honestly, this tournament is so hard to predict. It comes down to the little details when it comes to the game. You know, what charms are going to be picked up, what units are going to be picked up. The communication is also going to be key.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to kind of broaden the picture a bit as we wait for this first game to get started and talk a little bit about the orgs coming into this one. Because, of course, for Korean players playing under the T1 banner, it will be a lifelong dream.
Yeah, totally. And we can talk about also the team rankings. T1 is up there. Obviously, Falcon is on the lead on the first place. They're already being eliminated. So now T1 with 1,000 points for the team, they could get into the podium. And remember, we have $20 million also besides from TFT for the tournaments of all the games we have here on the EWC. So that's also a significant experience, a significant reward that they could get.
Yeah, I mean, for Twisted Minds as well, kind of local team, really, you know, a team from MENA as well, an organization from MENA. So I think in terms of the local support as well, they definitely want to allow or help Twisted Minds perform really well. They have a lot of backing, a lot of support as well. We know that Twisted Minds did come to Saudi Arabia early as well to kind of adapt in terms of the just in terms of time and everything, because obviously they're coming over from China. But I mean, if Twisted Minds win this series, we could get an all-Chinese final, which is crazy to think about. You know, when we've been casting, you know, the TFT Worlds, you know, Inkbomb Fables and things like that, it's always been Americas that's been that one step ahead of China. But maybe this is a tournament that China can get that next step.
I mean, it would be appropriate indeed. Huang Ye playing, of course, for Twisted Minds. He was the herald of the era of Chinese domination. If you dropped into competitive TFC at one point, you would have thought, there's no way China will ever lose a global championship, because they won 3 on the trot. They were absolutely at the peak. Of course, they've still stayed up towards the very top. Maybe the championships themselves will lose them, but in the top 8, there's always multiple Chinese players. They're always one of the biggest threats in the world.
Yeah, in China, as you were saying, with Wambi starting the up front, they got 2 winning in set winnings, but then it was like a shallow time for the Chinese region. They are now representing once again with a great performance, and maybe it's the time for them to return to the Garden of Greatness. For China, this region that is so amazing, is so well respected in other regions, and Juanmi is one of the reasons because of this. This is a guy that innovates in comps, and now with the meta, a little Decipher, I think he could still have something for us.
No, I think you could bring up a good point about the meta as well. I think we feel like that in terms of the meta, obviously Syndra is still dominating, but I feel like in general, players have actually been exploring so many different compositions now. We've been seeing a lot of Portal from the last series, which is something that's come up only really in the last couple of days. We didn't see it too much in the first few days, but I felt like this adaptation of knowing where you can actually use these units, where you can use all the items as well, is so important. But yeah, I think, as you mentioned, you know, with China, with Huanmei, I think over the last few sets, it's always been about taking that next step. As Peter was saying, you know, China always have them like 2 or 3 players in that final lobby, but they couldn't make that next step to make the champion. It could be happening this time with the
speaking of steps, you know, since we got a little bit of time before it starts, got a little bit of a delay there. Let's talk through the journeys the teams have taken just through this tournament to get started. No, I'll apologize for that. It looks like, in fact, our delay has been cut short, so we'll be heading into the first game of our second semi-final today. The Wolves are waiting at the door to see who their opponents will be at the end of this best of 3.
Wow! So 4v4, they're all in the same, so Ascending Almec will start small. We'll start with Silver, then Gold, and then obviously that Prismatic that has so much volatility, especially in the early game. Obviously, late game you can cap out with some significant Prismatic, but the early game is the most important here. They want to get direction, and now, normally, here is the place where you always tell me, Counter, that we have to talk about general things, but also now, if in any orbs of this we get a Syndra, that's also a thing.
That's fair.
That's one of the meta. Syndra on early game on orbs.
I mean, it's not a Shen, it's not a Jinx good enough for you? Ah, come on.
It's nowhere near good enough. Nowhere near good enough. I mean, sell the Shen, sell the Jinx, sell everything. Start rolling now for the Syndra while you're at it.
Well, I mean, to bring the conversation back to the teams, you know, and to the Syndra as well, from Twisted Minds, there's no before, you know, Stuart, you're saying you've got some good variety in there, but it is built on a foundation of Vanguard Syndra. They played an absolute ton of it, along with the more out there comps, making sure they've always got a solid base to build from.
Yeah,
I think in general it's about being able to understand your positioning in terms of items, in terms of maybe how many Syndras you have at the start. As you mentioned, you know, all the Twisted Mind players have at least had 2 or more games on Vanguard Syndra. So they're all able to play it. They all perform really well on there. It's just making sure that you can actually get to that opportunity and realize that situation.
SCSC now in the ground, already here with a Cassadin. He has a rod, so maybe not the best spot to begin. And always good to see having a position of going for Portal in the game is one of the best synergies to start the game with. And as we were saying previously, Counter, SCSC has been the hero here. So actually, for him getting direction and the rest of the team already knowing what he's going to play against or with, is a good chance for them to actually funnel resources into him.
So remember, we've got the silver augments coming, as we said before, SCSC, absolutely outrageous player. We will be looking to see if any of our players do manage to find something spicy on the silver tier.
We do have only a 2-item start as well, which you can see a lot of players already have above 10 gold. So this is going to be really impactful in terms of the way that the game is going to be played out. A lot of players might be trying to lose streak early on to try and reach that 50 gold interest as soon as possible, which we know is so important for that 3-2 roll down to try and hit your 2 costs. So I think that's going to be a very interesting adaptation. But a Kali 2-star to start things off as well for Huanmei.
Yeah, Caretaker. So probably that's where the Akali came from. So that vertical will enable him to play either the Akali with the Cassadin, that's their normal play, and there's a universe, I'm not saying we'll see it, but we'll see the Nila. It's a unit that we haven't seen so much. I know Juanmi has played it. He has played it in solo queue so long, but obviously Cassadin is the one who stabilized better on round 3, so that's the normal way to go. But I really would like to see Nila in action here.
No, I would as well. Definitely a composition that has got a fair amount of punch to it. You know, of course, we do have a couple of different approaches we sometimes see with the Caretakers, because you're still getting the unit, even if you don't stay and reroll, so you can find a couple of different routes for the game which can still work.
Totally, you can go tempo, you can go immediately fast 8 and just enjoying it, that you know that you have that unit. But again, I think for Kassadin, makes sense. Kassadin, Panda was telling us he's one-trick Kassadin. I have to say it. Panda, you're a one-trick Kassadin. It's a comp that it will not get the win out, but you want to stabilize at level in 3-2,
Yes.
get a Kassadin 2, and then you want to go to level 9. Play
Yes.
against the Kalista, put preservers in you can, and now he knows that he will get the other units 3-star immediately. So great for him.
I think it's about the position of knowing how strong you are at 3-2. Like, am I strong enough to keep leveling? Yeah. Am I strong enough to maybe roll down a little bit more? I think adapting and understanding what position you're in terms of knowing if you can stay healthy enough at 3-2 will allow you to push levels and save HP.
Well, speaking of taking early damage, Huamier has gone to level 5 already, so it's really putting down some pressure from the top of the table. 2-star Akali, of course, already in place, but could be the one to be the front runner, at least in the early going for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, double Eldritch here. I'll did for the start, and that means we have the Syndra player here in Bobe. So Bobe is still with the Syndra, but you were calling it out, Stuart. There's only a 2-item start, 2-component start, so that means that they will not be able to give Syndra easily an item to generate mana or generate speed. So that will delay a lot the ramp up for the Syndra. This is very important because, as we know, Syndra, it starts good, but in the late game, there is where it ramps up and needs a lot of stacks.
Yeah, well, at least we see Dunizuni with the Pandora. So if you don't have a lot of components, at least you're trying to make sure they are the correct ones. Dunizuni with a couple of early wins. We'll see if he can keep it going up against 60 second. We've got the red buff. We've got the Neela in place. It may not be the re-roll, but at least she's getting a little moment in the sun.
She gets a bit of love to start things off. I mean, this board at the moment for Huame is absolutely incredible. The Akali 2, the Neela 2 combo. I don't think Huame is going to be losing around anytime soon. I think this is why he leveled to level 5 so early. He wants to put the pressure on the lobby. He wants to deal as much damage as possible. Yes, he might be dealing more damage to his teammates as well, but he does more damage to the members of T1 as well. So Huame already looking an incredible spot to try and keep the tempo up in this lobby.
There's a Kassadin there in the carousel. Could be griefed by some of the players, and there's some possibilities to hear in some of the comps live. So that's also very interesting to realize and to see what could be the play here. Communication here on Carousel, very important for them to make sure they get the resources where they want it.
Yeah, it was actually Bintum and Bobe actually talking there, deciding who takes the glove and who takes the tier. So who actually prioritizes what item, because you can see them hovering, and it's so important in the carousel, with both these players loose streaking and being outside first. What items do I prefer? What units do I prefer as well?
I do want to, of course, update the most important stat of the run, which is the SPG, the Spug, the Syndras per game. We have got 5 different players running Syndra right now. And some of them, as we see from UA here, have got pretty good itemization, even with relatively limited components.
Yeah, getting the Shojin here is huge. That will mean he will ramp up immediately. Huame, once again, Neela 2, the Akali also getting the Jack, so he's stable. He hasn't slammed. Once again, the low resources will make a difference here. So on the left, we have Huame still with the win streak without slamming item, and on the right, again, with the limpid Dunizuni. So both of them are the ones who want to maintain this win streak, Stuart. Very important to preserve XP and to get resources for the late game.
Yeah, I mean, win streaking is so important. Streaking in general, really important in this 4 versus 4 format, just trying to get that extra little bit of gold, especially because most of these players are aggressively rolling down at 3-2. The more gold you have at 3-2, the more gold you can roll down to try and stabilize your board as well. But to be fair, I don't even know if Huame is even going to be leveling. I mean, we're going to be rolling or leveling anytime soon. He's so healthy. He's on that 4 streak at the moment, and he's probably praying that he comes up against Dunizuni, because I think that he can actually beat him and ruin that streak.
Well, speaking of streaks, I do believe, we'll check in a second once this round is done, but there could be some very important streaks coming out of this round.
Yeah, Bintum and Bobai, just as you were saying, counter both in the same team, both with the lose streak. So they don't want to face against each other. That's the way they want to avoid it. And they are. So only one of them will maintain. There's the thumb up for Bintum. So one of them will get great economy, and the other will be punished.
I mean, certainly you want your player with a stim pack to be able to take the L's, especially when the long-term plan here has got to involve the Syndra much more than it would ever involve the Kog'Maw.
I think it's just a situation right now that's like the communication has to come in as like, who is in a better position to try and cap out? Who's in a better position where you want that extra gold onto the units? They seemed like they want Bintum to keep on this lose streak right now. It was a little bit close. 1 unit loss. Okay, business coming in the end for both these two players. So not a bad loss for Bintum, but keeping that streak means that he can roll down a little bit of gold. He's only 1 cog more rate for getting that cog more 2-star early on, which could be a pretty big spike.
Checking him in with Juan. Yeah, of course, that Caretaker's ally means that he has been very strong during the early going, along with Snowy, who's only on a slightly lesser streak. Twisted Minds, after having seen one of the streaks broken for T1, are coming out of stage 2 looking really strong.
Snowy here also with the Caretaker, probably the Galio is the one that we're seeing here. So he wanted to get the Syndra, he didn't get the Syndra early to make sure he get the Vanguard with the Galio. So now I think he will have to play a tempo, maybe try to go for that vertical portal if he get an augment that enables him to do it.
Yeah, you can see as well that Dinizuni actually did lose his streak in the end. So we did see that Huame and Dinizuni were the 2 players on the streak. Now it's actually both Twisted Mind players on the win streak as well. So they're going to be looking to aggressively level, try and play tempo, and try and take down some of these members, because we know that the likes of Bintum and Bobe are loose streaking to try and get as much economy as possible.
And of course, if you were here for the previous times we saw Snowy, I just want to bring it to the forefront again. It's a player we saw being heavily contested in games before and still managing to do incredibly well. He's a very dangerous player indeed. But as we come into stage 3, Juanme and Snowy, they've got to collide at some points. We had the same conversation we had for T1 before. Who's going to take the ball and run with it, at least during the early game?
Yeah, I love to talk about Snowy a little more. This is a player that he's not the hero of the game. He has the lowest AVP, but he's helping. He get in the rock or the support role, so he's always helping the team. He's communicating, and he's trying not to go 8th even in a bad position. So that's very important. And once again, Snowy is up against Juan May. He's with 50 seconds. He's CUA. These are champions. These are they have been in worse stages so many times. So Snowy being here, he knows it's an opportunity to improve even his game even more.
Yeah, to prove himself as well. You know, coming into this, I think he's a player that not a lot of players even knew about coming into this, and not even us talent as well. He's a player that's only been competing for a little while in terms of the scene over in China, but in terms of being on the global stage and in such a big format, it's going to be so huge. But I think this could be a huge win here for Snowy. It is Dinizuni now going to be on a 2-loss streak. So Huame and Snowy still not playing against each other.
Yeah, it's been very lucky so far as we get into the second augment and see how long Twisted Mind can keep on dominating. As you said, too healthy. It's almost always just going to be the choice.
I mean, you see it straight away. You don't even need to re-roll the other augments. I think you're in the situation. I think you just re-rolled the other augments just in case. But yeah, as you can see, Syndra 2-star upgraded, already has a bunch of 2 costs on his board. He can try and get extras as well. Early Rise on the bench could be a possibility. Early Nami on the bench as well. So a really, really nice roll down here for SC, and obviously going to be helping in terms of the items with their silver augment.
Yeah, not holding the castle to help the team. He knows they're in a good position. He needs to save those rolls for the other game. CUA, now with the Syndra 2, he finds this stabilization so important counter. Maybe lacking a little frontline, not items, but 3 items on that Syndra to funnel that scaling into the late game.
And it seems like the Caretakers was actually the Neela in the end. I thought it was actually the Akali at the start, but it's actually the Neela.
We're going to see the Neela!
We're back, baby! We're back! Which is actually crazy, because we saw at the start there was a 2-star Akali and 2-star Neela, so we was like, which one is going to be the Caretakers? But it's actually Neela. So Huame going to be playing this aggressive style of trying to roll for the Neela. Has the Eldritch emblem as well, so he's going to be trying to get in that huge, massive summon.
All right, Hube, you were the most excited to see Neela in here. Convince us, make us believe that Neela 3 is the hidden tech that just hasn't been unleashed yet.
Is it better than Syndra?
You know, that question.
Oh, come on, that's unfair a question.
It's like you asked me, what's better, apple or lemon? So
they're just different flavors of greatness. I understand.
No, very important. The question you asked, Counter. I mean, Neela is like a dot champion. You wanted her to go like scale maybe with a Ginso, maybe with a Titans. While the Akali is more like an assassin. She goes to the back line. She's able to dash and get that kill. So actually, they synergize in a way. You want to have them maybe spread out or in the same place according to what you want to see. But it will depend depend on who you're facing. So it's not a tier S comp, but it's one of the first reroll comps that appear that we haven't seen it so far. It's very good to see it here in semifinals.
Interesting enough here, Hwande actually frontlining his Ashe and Syndra. So actually doesn't even want to continue the win streak, it seems like, or maybe in a position where he feels like he can't carry on the win streak, so he'll rather give over kind of the HP in the end to Zui. So really interesting decision there, not allowing his win streak to continue.
A really good catch there. That does seem a surprising choice, but I mean, right now, Twisted Minds, they're looking very good overall, so maybe they can take some of those liberties with the game. I mean, Hwamei's certainly gotten enough money from his streak up to this point to say, I'm willing to bat on pass to a teammate.
And once again, communication. You were translating the previous Stuart. You said you knew what they were talking. Can you help us here? What's 60 seconds?
I think I heard Dealer 3 in there somewhere.
Oh?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. That's the only thing I heard.
I mean, I don't know about translation, but I am British after all, so I only really know English. And
we've been exposed.
Even outside of even the English dictionary, sometimes it's very limited. So I don't think I'll be translated to to Korean anytime soon. But yeah. I mean, both players, especially for T1 as well, the communication is key because most of their players were at the bottom again. So, again, realizing that situation of, hey, do we need to deny Nilo items now? Because this is something that the players are not used to. We're used to players denying the likes of Syndra, Kassadin items, but now we need to try and deny the Nilo items so that she doesn't become this late game beast.
I do want to draw attention to Binton now, of course, at the center of our screen, and 62nd currently at the bottom. In terms of streaks, again, we're kind of bringing them back into the conversation. We saw a lot of good control from Twisted Mind before. At the moment, they've got the win streak, they've got the loss streak as well. 62nd, the only member of Twisted Mind in the bottom four, making sure that he's scooping up the cash.
Yeah, he has 5 Syndra there, but as you've been mentioning, there's a lot of Syndra already in the lobby. It will be very hard for anyone that doesn't have additional resources, for example, that prismatic ticket that we saw, to get actually into the Syndra tree. So I don't think we will see it. So most of them will want to go tempo, want to go for the warrior preserver. That is actually karma. It's karma flex. we put it as warrior preserver because there's 2 warriors in the comp, but that's karma flex. So you play Syndra, you cannot get a 3-star. You go level 8, you play Karma, play Preservers, and play good units in your board.
Ubison and Clement were talking about this for so long. This morning when these two were talking, it was like, Warriors Preserver, is it like basically Karma? just with some Warriors Preservers on the front?
You just lift up the mask and say, wait a second, you were Karma the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. It was a bait all along. You just put Karma in every board at the moment. But, I mean, being one of the best 4-course units, no doubt that Karma fits on so many different boards, especially with the Syndra. Works so well with so many of the other units as well. And, it's not just her damage, but it's also her utility of being able to heal as well. These warriors on the front line can take a lot of damage. So the healing can also be very important.
Yeah, we know that's one of the options that's considered being taken out of the game in future patches because of how powerful it can be. CUA, though, on the win streak for Twisted Minds, as Hwamei did step aside to allow more room on top. The Syndra looking really good, the 5-round streak. And we can see that even with the full upgrades coming in, it's not going to make any difference at all. CUA keeps on streaking. Dunizuni will have to drop down a little bit.
And we go back to where Hwamei was actually giving Zizui the win earlier on, stopping Hwamei's win streak. But actually, that understanding of knowing that Zui can actually carry on this streak for 5 rounds now, that understanding is incredible for Twisted Minds. Understanding that, hey, I can't carry on my streak because I'm not strong enough. Let's give that win streak over to someone else and let's kind of level out the HP totals.
Oh, absolutely. And I think, here in the semi-final stages, this is when, this is the penultimate series of the entire event here at the Esports World Cup. If there's ever a time to demonstrate complete mastery, at least the possible mastery at this point during the 4v4 cycle, it's got to be right here. Ubison, what other, from where we are right now, coming into stage 4, how do you see the rest of this game playing out?
Yeah, I mean, the tempo has been slow. As you said in the beginning, Stuart, only 2 components at the start. People have been actually greeding a lot in terms of units. For example, we saw Vitality slamming items that helping in the early game, but then they couldn't close it out. Now they're being a little more greedy. So we saw a lot of components now. Being the stage 4, they will really start to be aggressive. So now we will see all of those Syndra players contemplating going to level 8, contemplating transferring to the Karma comp, and who will hit will be important. There we will be seeing the Kodma 3.
And interestingly enough, every single member of Twisted Minds all went to level 7. So they're all trying to play this either tempo or they're all trying to go to level 7 to try and stabilize their board. Obviously for Hwamei here, going to level 7, trying to get them extra kneelers is super important, especially with this Caretaker's ally. It really depends on how much you can get in terms of the reroll. At the moment, it looks like he has 6 kneelers, so still needs a little bit more left. But it's super interesting because the likes of Bobe and Bintum, we just saw Bintum in the picture get that Cogmore 3-star. But 2 of them staying on level 6, but everyone on Twisted Minds trying to preserve HP and play tempo.
Yeah, the level of coordination we're seeing from Twisted Minds, and as you said before, Stuart, the kind of the depth of strategy is really amazing.
Yeah, Syndra 3 now finally for 60 seconds. So he achieved exactly what he wanted it. Only 2 items, but this will enable the rest of the lobby will have to pivot out and will have to go for the karma we were talking about.
What? All right. Well, we got something a little bit different here. All right, Snowy calls the Chaos, and Chaos answers.
Hui's definitely Chaos. I mean, it's Chaos to go 8th, that's for sure. I don't know if he wants to keep that Hui. I don't know about you. I would probably sell it and just keep on rolling.
Yeah, it's more than 20 gold. We want that gold exactly right now. It's more useful that way. I mean, Wei is a unit, but obviously it's not a unit.
It's not a unit. Let's be honest.
It's a unit. That's what you want to say.
It's just an instance, though. I mean, that's a lot of gold for Snowy, though. I mean, level 8 with 50 gold already. Obviously, the call to Chaos definitely helping out. Obviously, could have got a better 3 cost in the end. Unfortunately, not being able to. But just funneling more gold into Snowy means that he's able to try and push levels and try and even go to level 9 because he already has a Karma 2-star as well. So that will allow him to be super stable in terms of his board and try and push levels to try and get that win condition.
Then he's going to be very close to get the blue buff on her as well. The front line very, very slow for Snowy. And we said before, he's shown great resilience in other games. It looks like this game will be no different.
Yeah, Bobe's position here, slamming a defensive action here on the Syndra. Normally, we don't see it. We prefer to see pure tanks and pure mana generation. So he decides to go for the Hextech Gunblade on the Syndra, so his capping board will not be amazing. He's holding Catherine still, Cassiopeias, and I don't like the spot for Bobe. So, top spot here for T1.
Second time we're seeing multi-striker here on the Neela. We've seen this, I believe it was yesterday. I can't remember which player it was exactly, but seeing that Neela, using the Neela and using the Caretaker's allies to adjust and actually play the multi-striker is a super unique composition. As you can see, really close to Casting 3 and also Neela 3 as well. So super interesting spot to be in for Hwamei.
Yeah, Kali 3 just completed as of that round as well. This board has great potential, even we're seeing the Neela being swiped away by a few other players just to keep it out of the pool. Right now, of course, Hwamei hasn't fully got the board online, so may have to wait a little bit before we start to see that big streak coming through. We do, of course, we haven't talked about it yet, have the Eldritch Emblem in place for Hwamei as well to give him some even bigger cap to look for.
Yeah, it gives them the guard that comes and helps the team. Normally a little CC, a little more tankiness to help support the team and scale a little more into the late game. Bintium and CUA. No, only Bintium maintains the win streak. This is huge because now T1 will have that hero player for sure, and CUA, who was the one that was contemplated to be the hero one, now with this loss, he will need to ramp up again. So, better spot at least on the top for Bintium and T1.
And ZUA going for the Radiant Shojin in the end as well, as we know one of the highest caps that you can get with Syndra, going for the Prismatic to help him out with that one. But across the whole board, I think in terms of augments, no real big surprises. Maybe the surprise on the Bintum, maybe going for the extra emblem on the Cogmore.
Well, I mean, just Bintum in general. Yeah, we've seen the Cogmore composition as a kind of comp to shoot for 5th and 6th and things. Not usually as a composition to lead the lobby and actually be providing significant pressure to the rest of your opponents.
Yeah, and now we're seeing exactly that with the Kog'Maw also flexibly. Now we're seeing some positional changes as we know. There's the Akali. There's a significant amount of multi-striker that can access the backline, so positioning now will be most important. So maybe there will be a change in the last moment to the right for Bintium, that's it. So all tanks to the right, and now is where they're communicating. They're saying, okay, funnel all the damage to the left, we'll put tanks to the right. So everyone is actually talking together to make sure that if they face each other, it's good for them. If they face the enemy, at least they are not hurting themselves so much. So good teamwork, and that's the communication that we started seeing now on State 4 mainly.
Yeah, and of course, that's been one of the sort of secret texts of the players we've been talking about. I guess we can reveal it now that Alan ZQ, Team Zero Genasi, is out of the corner. He was talking about that as well. that it's so, it's something which you really use to show your team's skill. You can pull off very quickly, especially shifting the entire team's left and right to make that kind of strategy work.
No, I think there's so much strategy to a 4v4 that maybe we don't even know about yet as well, because for us it's also the first time it's a 4v4 tournament. So I think just seeing a different side of Teamfight Tactics, seeing a different side of what can actually be played in the game, it's super nice to see. It's like a breath of fresh air, really, in terms of the format and in terms of seeing how the communication can work in such a strategical game. God,
The strategies are very complicated, to be fair. Well, I think it's going to be tough to keep track of all of them. But for Dooney Zuni, we've got the Preserver there, we've seen the Preserver Warrior from before. Because, of course, we've got 2 Warrior. We don't have too much to worry about because Fiora's up to 2-star right now. And we've got some decent itemization waiting to be transferred on the backline as well.
Yeah, there's a Fiora getting good damage in. So, once again, that Preserver line going for it. Good items for her. He doesn't access the backline, and that's what you want to see in the Fiora. But she's still alive. She's ramping up. The Stera has deactivated, so she has that additional burst of power going into them. The Syndra still making good damage. The Ginsu is being stacked for her. So it could be either way. The Fiora falls up. The Nasus is going to gameplay and takes it away. This is huge because now the HP is more important than ever. 60 seconds, only 10 HP.
3 members of Twisted Minds now sitting in the bottom 3. So the likes of 60 Second, Huame and Snowy losing that last round means that they have to play catch-up now. It seems that Dinazuni's board is not looking too bad. If he can get a Karma instead of the Zillion, it could be a huge upgrade. Has that kind of front line already. Now has a Morgana as well to go for another Preserver, so even more healing for the team as well. Has Rakan 2-star front line. So after this round, we're probably going to be seeing Dinazuni roll down. If he can hit the Karma, especially Karma 2, this could be an incredibly strong board.
Yeah, and of course, the more members you can keep from falling into, ideally, the bottom 7th and 8th, the better. But you're right, we've got very tight HP from 4th place all the way down. So we've seen plenty of volatile lobbies across the tournament. We'll see how this one plays.
Gwen 2.
Okay, good. No Karmas. So that Cillian you're seeing in the bottom right is not a Cillian, it's a Karma that's doing Cillian cosplay. And no, so you want to have the real Karma right now. Let's see if he can find it. He finds a pair of Morgana, but not enough. So he will need to wait with this. 60 seconds now. Only 10 HP. He needs to win. He rolled down. Try to find a good charm here, combat charm. And he's going against the Nila 3.
Oh boy, we'll see if the fully unleashed power is worth it. Do you remember, of course, Huame was building up more power as they go. The multi-striker Nila will start cutting through the front line, but gets CC for a decent chunk of time. We've of course got Xerath just plinking away from the corner, but Nila is very hard to put down. The CC is key, but you can see on the side, Nasus is still staying up and fighting. We're exchanging front lines for back lines, but I think the Nasus has maybe, no, not quite got it.
Good loss, actually, in the end, I feel like. No, not bad loss. But I feel like it definitely, Huame seems to be in a much better position now with all the 3 stars being upgraded. It was a pretty close loss in the end. 60 second, we thought he had the Syndra 3-star, but it must have been the charm to actually upgrade one of his 2 costs to a 3-star. So I think that's where we got a little bit baited. Sometimes it could be a little bit difficult to catch out. But yeah, in the end, 60 second, just his board in general has not really been able to cap out. Hasn't found any of the likes of the Karma, which is such a contested unit as well.
I want to bring into the conversation, because it's been so many part of so many rounds so far, how important it is to be able to find these charms at this kind of point in the game, just to hold on for a round longer.
Yeah, they need to use it for combat whenever they need it, and they actually, and also for the setup. Both of them in the bottom, they have the setup, so that will mean the most charm you have, the most true damage it will be. So last life here, Snow is out, and 60 seconds, I think he will be alive, he's safe. But with this loss, Snow is opening the door for T1 to take it. So we have the first elimination here. It's an 8th. And now Twisted doesn't want to hold 7. Remember, if the 2 worst players in placement of your team go 8 and 7, you need a 1-2. And that's very hard. So you don't want to do the 8-7. You want to have a little more breathe time and area. And now once again, the roll down. And as you say counter, we need a combat charm if we want to stay alive.
So he didn't actually pick the combat charm in the end. Interesting enough, he actually tried to go for more powerhouse. He went for the charm that you can get one of each every 4 cost, which I believe is a Xerath charm, if I'm not mistaken. So one of the upgraded charms, the ascended charms coming in there. was able to find the Nami 2, but wasn't able to find the Karma 2. So
I mean, it's cool if you buy it quickly and you sell everything, you finish up getting more gold, and then you get the roll down. But you need to be fast, and that's it was great to see it. Cool.
Just keeping an eye on Juanmei on the right-hand side of the screen. At the moment, we can see the Neela. We'll see if we'll become believers. She does get cut down. I think a little bit too vulnerable to the crowd control. And the raw damage coming in. Juanmei could be in a bit of trouble here. And gets knocked down and out.
Yeah, this is tough. Once again, 7th and 8th for Twisted Mind. This means that now 60-second and CUA needs to get at 1-2. That's the only possibility for the team to come back down from this series. And remember, this is only the first game, best of 3.
I think it's really hard now for 60 seconds to try and get into that top 2. I think this is all but secured now for T1 in this game. Unless 60 seconds can pull something out of the hat, I think it's very difficult for him to actually cap out his board with the likes of Syndra 3, Cassiopeia 3 on the other boards that T1 have got. The Cogmore 3-star board as well. Trying to out-cap all of them boards with this type of board at the moment is not looking good, unfortunately, for Twisted Minds.
No, you need something miraculous coming out from the charm. Unfortunately, life insurance is not what... Well, you could probably use it in a more literal sense here in the game, but unfortunately, it's not going to help your board get stronger. 60-second, if he drops, this game is done for Twisted Minds and early. But Dunizuni, SCSC, we can see they're both low on HP themselves.
They're going to be coming up against each other. Can the Fiora get into the back line?
Dunizuni. We have got the Karma with the items now. Promised from before. She should be able to get a good cut through. The wave will at least deny a little bit of time. We see the Nasus in the center, surviving hugely. 60-second, it's feeling no. It's all going wrong so quickly for Twisted Minds. Last gasp, and they are going to be all kinds of done. We will play out the rest of the lobby, but that will be it. 3 members of Twisted Mind in the bottom 4 means that they are down in the series 0-1.
We see the happiness, we see the fist going up here for T1, so they're happy. They know they play well. They know they push the line when they really need to, and they play. I love the way they play. Stuart Boba getting in a moment he was in a dire position, but then everything 3-star for him. The Syndra, the Casio, so actually holding up resources to do exactly what they needed. Ramp up in the exact moment, and then don't stop the pedal and go for the full tempo play and get the 3 of Twisted Mind out as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. Well, we obviously saw earlier on that Twisted Minds, all of their players were playing tempo. There wasn't really anyone on their board playing reroll except for maybe the multicasters, but even then that was to do with the Caretaker's allies helping out with leveling. But you can see T1 with the Cogmore reroll, this Syndra reroll as well, realizing the situation that everyone on Twisted Minds wasn't rerolling. So they were like, okay, this is our time to reroll, this is our time to spike and knock out the rest of the Twisted Minds. And that's exactly what they were able to do.
And that has been so infrequently the case in other games. You know, either nobody is rerolling or everybody has to reroll just to stop exactly this situation. This feels like, you know, a real problem that Twisted Minds are going to need to correct for in Game 2.
Yeah, once again, Bintium being the support player and now a rock here for the team, helping so much. And I love to see, because we have seen improvement, at least in the amount of communication that T1 has been doing. In the start, they were more passive in communication maybe, but now we see them talking all the time, reacting to whatever is happening in the game. Obviously, Stuart sometimes is able to translate a little what they're saying, or we can assume a little what I can say. I can say 안녕하세요, 감사합니다, hello, thank you, but that's what I have. So,
I don't even know that.
No?
So you're already one step ahead of me. You should be the one translating, not me.
Yeah. The Korean, there's one more I know. Like, go fast, tempo. They say pali pali.
Pali pali.
So pali pali is go fast, go fast. So they played it pali pali, and because of this, it was actually perfect. They eliminated the Twisted Mind 3 times in the bottom. So great play, very happy for T1. Also a heads up to the coach. We're seeing him also in the interview. A great guy, so smiley, so friendly with the team. And actually, we didn't talk about that so much in the pre-phase counter. Like the company itself, T1 has been supporting so much the players that they are being able to perform not only in the development but in the 4v4. So that's what you want to see here in this new format.
It makes all the difference in the world. I mean, particularly, there were so many of our teams, so many players across the entire tournament be able to play under these incredible banners, some of them fielding TFT teams for the very first time. Certainly T1 looking great in this first game. And I think, having those kind of resources, it helps meet the players where they're at and say, you put in the effort, the org will match it.
I think the big thing as well is that people probably underestimate how much a coach can make a difference as well in TFT. A player that actually doesn't play does play the game, of course, but doesn't actually play the game actively and can look at the game from a different perspective. Being able to understand the situations of games, actually calm the players down, allow them to mentally get prepared for tournaments is such an underrated thing in TFT. We know in other esports it's such a normal role, but in TFT it's the first time we've really seen coaches actually step up and be in this type of format.
Well, particularly with this 4v4 tournament, being as rewarding as it is, that level of investment makes sense for the teams to be in there to unlock their true potential here as we see the last few rounds play out. Again, T1 have this game locked down, but just, going for MVP points and such as well. From your side of things, particularly from the Twisted Mind side of things, coming into game 2, we've already talked about the not match and the rerolls, but is there anything, rather than what they need to avoid doing, which in this case missing out on that kind of part of the game, is there anything you'd like to see them more proactively doing themselves?
No, I think they play well with the cards they get given. I think what they need is actually that the game plan goes according to what they practice. And they practice so many games that that's not difficult to be performed. So I think obviously the way the tempo play was played, I think it's more that T1 played great than that Twisted Mind made some mistakes. So actually, clean slip for the next game. Let's see what the game provides us. Let's try to have a good game plan from the start and execute. And I really believe that Twisted Mind can tie the series and even win it. But of course, T1 is looking amazing right now.
And this isn't the first time that T1 has had Twisted Minds have had a setback as well. They've had setbacks before. They've been able to mentally reset as well and get into a position where they can come back as well. So this is a time that we know the game is done. This is a time for them to communicate. This is a time for them to say, okay, we need a different plan going into game number 2. This plan of all of us going tempo didn't really work out. The only reroll being the multi-strikers, which didn't cap out, unfortunately. And there was just not much denial, I feel like, on Twisted Mind's side. With Sinja 3, Casio 3, Cogmore 3, all these rerolls going over to T1, Twisted Mind didn't pick any of them up or deny any of them across the board.
I mean, to pick up on what you're saying there, Stuart, with the first game versus MSJ, they did directly say it was from underestimating their opponents. I do wonder, coming into this one, with what Twisted Minds thought of T1, what level of threat they would have expected from them. Certainly, T1 have had a great run through the tournament so far. They have gone to 3 games in 2 of their 3 series. Whereas for Twisted Minds, again, we talked about, they've had the 6 games in a row of victories, which have now been ended as of this game.
Yeah, for the question that you were asking just yesterday, Toronto Ultra was talking about this. They got the game, and Twisted Mind, T1 and Toronto Ultra were together so much, and now, once again, we finalized here with T1 win. They already had it since the start, with the 7 and 8 quick for Twisted Mind. So this is great. This is exactly what you need. Now you only need to perform once more. Remember, this is best of 3 in this series. T1 against Twisted Mind. Possibility for China to get 2 in the finals, or APAC with T1 getting that Asian final as the possibility. So great to see.
Of course, the Wolves are waiting, watching, readying themselves for their opponents. There will only be a relatively minimal break between the semi-final and the grand final itself. So every piece of information they can gather will be ultimately extremely important. Certainly, though, for Twisted Minds, I'm with you guys here. I really hope we get to see this go to a full 3-game series. As much as the T1 players have been taking this whole experience deathly serious, Twisted Minds have got more to show.
And you can see the thinking faces right now. You can see like they need a plan B. Twisted Minds needs to come up with something. Them staying on the stage there, actually communicating with each other, making sure that they can actually get into a position where they feel like, hey, we can be in a strong position to try and win the next game.
All right, gentle friends, we've got at least one more game in the semifinals. We've got the grand finals coming up a little bit later on, of course, once this series is done. For now, though, the Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Showdown will continue after the break. We'll see you in a few minutes' time.
I'm joined by Juan May of Twisted Minds ahead of this semi-final up against T1. Yesterday, 2 back-to-back victories. You're going into this with winning momentum. Must feel pretty incredible.
昨天你们赢了2个比赛，就是下午有2个比赛你们都赢了，然后今天跟 TE 你有什么样的感受啊？
我感觉我们昨天赢的都比较轻松，今天希望 T1 能打出点我们的东西吧。
Yesterday we also played well. We win one on one, but today I think we have the same momentum and we're gonna win again. I think that's my prediction.
Do you think that playing 2 series in one day has given you an advantage coming into today where you have to win a semi-final and a grand final to become the winner?
今天你要玩2个比赛，那昨天你们也玩了2个比赛，你觉得这个有没有什么，就是对你来说有什么意义吗？就是说你今天会玩的舒服一点，因为你昨天也打了2个比赛，今天有2个比赛嘛？
对于我们而言，其实打1轮打2轮，其实影响不会特别大，毕竟我们也是从这种环境走出来的，一天打过很多轮。
So he says it's not a big difference we're gonna make, but I think we used to play like 2, 3, 4 games a day. We play often, so I think it's gonna be okay for us to play today. And yeah, it will be same advantage like always.
Good luck. Thank you. Esports orgs don't get much more iconic than T1, and I'm here with Bobe ahead of what could be a very long day for you guys if, of course, you are successful in your first semi-final against Twisted Minds. First things first, what's preparation been like overnight, and are you feeling ready?
일단은 트위스티드 마인드와 4강전 앞두고 계신데 좀 어떤 준비를 하셨고 또 오늘 좀 어떻게 이제 경기를 좀 하실 계획이신지 궁금합니다.
우선 저희가 이제 어제 더 빨리 올라갔기 때문에 트위스티드 마인드 경기를 챙겨봤고요. 그래서 트위스티드 마인드는 여전히 저희랑 스크림했던 거와 똑같은 전략을 사용했어가지고 그 전략을 저희가 이제 잘 준비했기 때문에 충분히 잘 간파할 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Well, obviously we finished our match earlier than Twisted Mind, so we actually watched their game, and I saw them playing as same as we scrimmed them. So considering the fact that they're using the same strategy, I think we have a very good counter of that.
Good. So you're feeling confident that you'll make it into the grand final. Just briefly here, once Fnatic dropped out of the tournament, you guys were probably leapfrogged to the point where you're the favorites left here. Do you feel that too?
이제 프나틱이 탈락하고 난 뒤로는 이제 T1이 아무래도 좀 우승 후보로 굉장히 지금 떠오르고 있는데 선수분도 좀 그렇게 생각하시는지 좀 궁금합니다.
사실 여기 왔을 때부터 우승만 생각하고 오긴 했지만 이제 결국에는 다른 중국 팀들도 굉장히 잘하기 때문에 저희가 실수만 하지 않는다면 우승할 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다. 그래서 다 같이 실수 안 하기로 이제 가장 많이 생각 중에 있습니다.
Well, obviously, all we thought about was winning, so definitely we were trying to aim for that. But considering the fact that Chinese team was really well, did really well on the tournament, so what we're trying to focus on is actually just not trying to focus on the enemy team. We're just gonna focus on our plays, not to make mistakes.
You got this. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We are perhaps one game away from sending our final team to the finals. T1 with a dominating Game 1 victory against Twisted Minds. Gentlemen, do you think that you can see a Twisted Minds comeback?
I think it's going to be difficult. I think in game number 1, there were definitely some signs of Twisted Minds, preparing very well for this game, but T1 being able to hit them 3 stars in the end really made the big difference. We saw that it was a very tempo-heavy game with how much gold there was at the start of the game, right? A lot of players aggressively rolling down a 3-2, trying to hit their 3 stars, and that's exactly what T1 were able to do. Yeah, they rolled down aggressively, they got their 3 stars, and that's what allowed them to stabilize their boards.
Both teams aggressively going for a particular game plan, as you're saying, Stuart, rolling deep, getting that 3-2 stabilization on, and finally here losing again, Ancestral Dragon. That's what you want to see in the end, with nothing in the line. And Bobe being the winner here, great. Syndra 3, Cassiopeia 3 that we haven't seen them so much, being the secondary carrier. You want to funnel all the items obviously on the Syndra. So great to see, and Bobe once again taking it out here. He's the second in placement 41.
That might be the first time we've ever seen someone lose to Dragon in a competitive game with TFT. I don't think I've ever seen that, obviously.
We've seen a lot losing to the Scarab, to the
Crocs.
To the Crocs. No, and to the...
Crab Brave.
The Crab Brave, yeah,
You know, that's something we haven't actually seen this tournament. Where's the Scuttle Pole?
They're not picking
Where's
it.
the Crab Brave?
Sometimes it's there, they're not picking it. They don't want the variance. It's too much variance, it's too much resources. They want to keep it clean, maybe more competitive.
The players are too boring. I want more hype.
Oh, come on. If this can't get you hype, what's going to make you hype?
I want more Portal hype. Obviously, the games are hype, but I want more Portal hype.
It's not from the portals, it's from the teamwork. It's from the domination. We saw on the desk there the key at stake for these players. They've got a chance to put in the trophy if only they can make it to the finals and win that best of 5 as well. Twisted Minds, they're feeling the pressure. We'll be headed out into game number 2. The Esports World Cup presents Teamfight Tactics, semi-finals 2, game 2.
Stuart, do you see any fun portals here?
No.
No
fun.
You don't like?
No fun observed.
Competitive portal we have here.
Yes.
Which is the most competitive portal of the 3?
I mean, that's the way you put it, right? Because a lot of players don't want, as you mentioned, high variance. They want competitive ones. Loaded Carousel is something that we haven't seen too often. You know, mostly it's just like little variants like item payouts and things like that. But Loaded Carousels means we're going to get more items this game.
Yeah, and that means the opposite of the first game. We only started with 2 components in the neutral rounds, and now Counter will have so much additional resources. What is the best comp to play? Who will get that tempo early? Because with more resources, you will lose more HP. So tempo now, it will be more important, but the previous round was also very tempo heavy, so I don't know how much more tempo can we get.
We can find, there's always room for more tempo in this wagon.
You see that roof above us? The tempo could take us through the roof, that's for sure.
Oh my gosh, that's quite a promise for this game, but I think you're right, especially for players like Snowy here who find the units they want early on to go into that carousel and be able to go after the exact items they need from the beginning of the game is fantastic.
2 Syndras early for Snowy. Obviously, Cap putting the Syndra in their front, ensuring that she gets at least 2 casts in the early. Stuart's laughing here because of the 2 Syndras.
Christmas has come early.
This is the meta. No, this is the meta. They said it like this is the high roll that you want to have. Normally, when we got about high roll, it's like okay, I went to level 8, I rolled 10 gold, and I got Karma 2. No, the high roll is getting on orbs 1 Syndra.
Yes.
He got 2.
So if 1 Syndra is high roll, what's 2 Syndras?
High roll?
High?
High.
I
can't wait to enter the game. Absolutely. When it's Snowy, it pours. And that's a great start for Twisted Minds. Again, remember, they need to win here. As we do see some beautiful items coming through. We don't need a loaded carousel. We've got everything we need immediately.
Rage Blade to get the Syndra stacking early on as well, which is going to be so huge. I mean, if you really want to, you can get even more components with Stim Pack as well. Obviously, Band of Thieves also being another good option if you want to try and win streak.
I wouldn't hate patience as a virtue here. I mean, if we're going to be sitting around for a while, you can kind of bank those rerolls coming in. Admittedly, yeah, you are giving up some of the other power from certain Band of Thieves, be very powerful in itself, but I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Obviously, you will not maybe be winning 100%, but you want to have some power, mainly because you want the Syndra to stay alive as long as possible. So if you get Band of Thieves, you can give it to a tank. He decides to roll, so he will go for, he wants to handpick items. This is great, and now he has the possibility to slam in both Windsus and Adaptive Helm to generate as much mana as possible. He will wait here and maybe try to greed for the Shoujo.
Yeah, I think he's going to greed for the Shojin, knowing that it's a loaded carousel, so there might be a lot more swords on the on the carousel. But also because he has the Pandoras, it means that that cloak can maybe roll into a BF sword as well, right? So I think there are possibilities. We have been seeing Adaptive Helm on Syndra, but I think in this sort of game, with how many components and how many items we're going to be seeing this game, you need to try and get the biggest cap.
I want to pick up on a couple of things that pass us by a little bit there as we see. So, Zuni going to take a little bit of break. You see, taking a drink of water. This is the advantage you get from this augment. You can take your hands off the keyboard and say, you know what? I'm a little tense coming into this incredibly important game. I need an extra break.
In a 4 versus 4 format, though, actually AFK doesn't seem that bad because, yes, your hands are off the keyboard, but you can actually look at the other boards and you can actually tell everyone else what they're playing. So it gives other players time to focus on their boards, trying to get the strongest board possible. And Dinizuni here, obviously taking a drink at the moment, but can actually make sure that he's communicating with his team and knowing what units are being picked up across the boards.
I think it makes sense. Hydration important, or always for this. We're hydrating here on the booth also. Keep it in good, and for now, waiting. So he had a good board, even with the Blitzcrank, so it will be a board that will be winning against Open Fortress, but the Syndra now for Snowy is the name of the game. Already the Ginso there, looking for the Shojin, and now with this Rampart Stewart, I think Snowy could be the hero, or at least the funneling of resources will try to go for him, and he could be the one who cap out.
Well, we have got ourselves another Caretaker's ally to contend with as well, because I believe that will be Cogmore coming in for a whole bunch of extra helping and hurting. We'll see how it works out longer term, but if that is the case, that's a huge accelerant forwards.
Not too sure if I mean, I'm assuming it's the Cogmore as well, with 4 Cogmores already out the pool. I mean, that is pretty crazy to see that many Cogmores already. But we know that there are other players on the other side as well, like Dinizuni, also going for Honey Manta to start things off. So there needs to be some communication of like, okay, I have the Caretakers, I have Cogmore. Now Dinizuni actually needs to somehow change his board around, because they both can't go for Cogmore, right? I think it's too difficult for 2 players on the same team to go for Cogmore. So after this AFK is finished, we're probably going to be seeing Dinizuni actually change his board around and go for something different.
And that would make all the sense in the world, as the AFK board actually managing to do remarkably well there in the previous round. But yeah, being able to find an economic augment at Silver is always interesting, as we will have our first load of Carousel. And what do we spot but a spatula there as well? The promise of verticals. We'll see who's going to grab it, and it will be scooped up immediately.
Yeah, it's for Bintium, so Bintium now getting that Lilia in the front. Could be a vertical for Fairies. Let's see what he goes for in the end. So maybe he has possibilities to do something else. Maybe it was important for Griffin, but we'll see it in the long term. For now, let's see a little what they're all playing. Bobai, for example, with the Kog'Maw, and on the right, a little more of the comps.
2 players on T1 actually taking AFK. Bintum and Dinizuni both taking AFK, and as you can see, going to be able to get the gold in the bank now as well, which is going to be so huge and accelerate that gold, accelerate their interest as well. But I think you bring up a good point with that spatula. You know, we have been seeing a lot of Fairy. Portal spatula has also been good as well. Portal Emblem to try and get 8th Portal.
Eldritch is nice.
Eldritch is pretty good as well. There are definitely a lot of possibilities here, so it's going to be interesting to see what direction Bintum goes into.
As you said, the 2 AFK gold injections, as Bintum saying, I ain't taking any chances here of being griefed on the lost streakers. We haven't talked yet about Hwanmei, who has gone branching out and found a Frost Emblem to get himself started into one of the more unusual, very lesser played routes.
Yeah, that's exactly the one you don't want to see. It's very difficult to play the Frost Vertical, even in a good spot. We saw it in the previous game, in the previous days. Some of the players, I was going to say many, not many other players. Some, maybe a pair, tried to do the Frost Vertical, never worked. 8th place and 7th, if I'm not mistaken. So that's not the way to go, but he will try to use it at least for a little tempo in the early game.
Looks like Snowy and Bobe actually leveling quite aggressively. Maybe even, we didn't see it, but maybe even trying to potentially roll as well, because we saw Snowy just get a Syndra 2-star, so I wasn't too sure if that was natural, but having only 11 and 19 gold this early on the game is definitely super surprising to see. Obviously, the extra leveling means that you are going to be losing that little bit of gold and a little bit of interest, but both these players trying to keep that little bit of a streak.
Yeah, it's going to be very important, because we know that we've got a lot, items are definitely not the problem for our players here. We've been a load of Carousel. They've got a decent amount, especially if you've got things like Pandora's Bench or over encumbered like we've got here. So I think that the priorities start to move down and say, okay, we don't need to worry as much about items. What do we need to worry about? And perhaps that's, perhaps it's going to be the gold from the streaks and putting down pressure on player HP instead.
Yeah, and highlights also to our observer. We're seeing just their Bintium maintaining the lose streak. We have one of the best observers we've seen. So
fantastic.
Good highlight for him, yeah. And now coming up to the rocks. let's see what we get here. Additional resources, as we know, is a loaded carousel, so many resources. They haven't been slamming much, so no one, once again, want to go for strongest board. They're actually, once again, being very greedy with the item, making sure that they are able to ramp up and have a great comp in this mid-game. So 3-2 or 3-1, as we've been seeing, deep rolls for them, and maybe 1 or 2 players will go for that fast 8 and a deep roll in 4-1 or 4-2 later.
Take a quick look on the right-hand side to check the status of the lobby overall. You can see that we've got a pretty even spread between our teams. Snowy really the one who's standing out, and Bintam from T1. So we've got teams trading off wins and loss streaks right now, but I think you're right. We're needing to go a little bit into stage 3 to start to see perhaps the separation really emerge.
Seems like Bintam here definitely wants to try and go for the Fairy. We did see the Lilia and the Seraphine is being kept on the bench. Double bow as well means you can try and get like double Rage Blade or Rage Blade Lost Whisper on the Kalista. So we're probably going to be seeing Bintam trying to kind of level and also just make sure that he can stabilize. You can see he has leveled to level 6 already at 3-1. Same with Bobe as well, wants to try and keep that streak. So both of these players leveling to level 6 already means you can try and get that. But I think now definitely you can see that Cogmore was the caretaker's choice for him. So I mean, he's only a few Cogmores away. He levels up 2 more times. He has Cogmore 3.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't need to re-roll that. Yes. He can just guarantee that by pushing forward. The only problem, of course, is there's not a ton of money in the bank. You need to get that by getting the wins in instead, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, he's good. He's going up against 60-second here that hasn't found his board. So I think Bobe, even though, as you said, he can go up and get the Cogmore 2, he didn't get this to stabilize with the front line. So he's actually in a weird spot. He needs to roll that a little more, even if it doesn't make sense. So if he gets 1 additional Cogmore, then he can go to level 7 and ensure that he can get a 3-star.
Could it be our most famous of augments, which has yet to be defeated on broadcast?
Golden Quest. Do you like a Stuart here?
PogChamp.
Yeah, he has the loot streak. He has. This is the spot, right?
He has so much gold as well in the bank. Like it's actually a perfect opportunity. I mean, you have support Golem as well. Obviously, one of the best performing augments in the game. He hasn't rolled past Golden Quest. Oh,
yes! Okay, so let's take stock of where we are. Before, we've seen people with a Golden Quest go down very low to cash out. Bintam, he's rich in money, but not in HP. How would you guys like to see him approach this?
I mean, he needs to know. The thing about it is that you don't know exactly what you will get, so you need to be maybe a little flexible in the items. So maybe go for frontline items, preserve HP as much as possible, but you don't want to roll. So he needs to play with the resources that he has, be the most efficient that he can, maybe preserve HP thanks to his partners, and then when he gets to that 160 plus goal, get the cash out, and see what he does with that.
I mean, if he wins this round as well, it could also be really, really huge for him. He doesn't keep the streak, unfortunately, so he's not going to get as much gold. But as you mentioned, Peter, you know, being able to preserve that HP, making sure that he doesn't drop too low on HP. You can see, though, he's keeping his bench spots open. He's keeping his options open on the bench. As you said, Hubison doesn't know what 5 cost he's going to get once he gets to that gold. So keeping the extra units on your bench means that whatever one you can get, you can kind of adapt to which one you
Except Milio. You don't want Milio.
Oh, come on.
No.
You know, I mean, Milo is kind of cute. Like, it's just not...
He
plays football. What's that like? But no, you're absolutely right. I think particularly keeping on with those bridge units between competitions is very important. Personally speaking, I much preferred the last time we saw Golden Quest, where it was played by playing a very expensive board, very aggressively. Then you've got a lot of board to sell off, cash out the Golden Quest, and then rebuild from there.
Yeah, that's the plan, and let's see how early can he do it. 60 seconds, still haven't stabilized. He's very low, 64.
60-second also having Golden Quest.
Wait, what?
We have a double Golden Quest game, so we are not going to be seeing Golden Quest going first in every single game now. One of these players has to go second or 8, maybe even lower.
Which Golden Quest will be the golden best? Let's get to Carousel again and see if we can pick up some of the items we mentioned before. our players will be able to pick and choose very carefully which items to get for the units across the board, as well as picking up, as we can see, a lot of very powerful forecasts from this Carousel as well.
A lot of good defensive components as well, so really good for front lines. A lot of chain vests to be able to make these frontline items, which can be so huge as well. Looking at the other augments, no real surprises. Zui going for the 2 healthy. We have the Honey Monster trait as well on Bobe, who already has the Cogmore 3-star now, so that huge spike coming on through there.
Yeah, I believe the BS friends definitely works a lot better in writing than it does when you say it out loud. But
That's why I didn't say it, by the way. I baited you to say it.
I was like,
just to make you sound like an idiot.
I was like, Beast friends? I don't know. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. But hey, whatever it does, it means that the Honey Monsters are going to be a much more of a threat. Bobe and SCSC, they're both on massive win streaks. Best case scenario, they both take them into Wolves here, and that's a massive amount of gold, particularly for Bobe.
Yeah, and for SCSC it's great because normally Hecarim you want a lot of items, and that will increase the Arcana power. Arcana power will be more physical damage for the Result Lobby, so that funnels a lot of damage to the Calypso. So actually, great identification of the portal to see what Arcana makes sense, and then go for the comp that makes sense. So actually, this is a good optimization and something that we can learn not only for 4v4, for our gameplays individually in solo queue.
As we saw in the picture-in-picture there on the right-hand side, Bobe, already having that Cogmore 3-star, can now hold other units. He stabilized his board now, and his board is strong enough where he's like, hey, I could be the one that denies all the units, had a Casting 2 on the bench, had 2 Syndras on the bench as well. So being able to get that Caretakers allows you to get that 3-star earlier, stabilize your board, and then use the gold instead, not to roll down for your units, but to roll down for other units to deny across the boards.
We'll see if they face each other. If they do not, Bobe and SCSC will make out like bandits here, and they avoid each other. Binsum, unfortunately, again, on the Golden Quest, is going to take, I suspect, a fairly substantial hit. But if T1 can hold on to both of their win streaks here, I mean, they've got a Golden Quest of their own to complete.
I feel like I just want him picture-in-picture for the rest of this game with the 2 Golden Quest players.
Yep.
Just to see how
I was thinking the same thing.
I just want to see how much gold these 2 Golden Quest players have and see how far we have to go, like how far we have until we get to that point of the game where we do get the cash out as well. But it might not be too far away, to be fair. We'll have to see 103 gold for Bintum, so not too bad. Needs about, what is it, 140 was it? So it needs about...
No, it's about
160. Yeah, so sorry, 60 more gold left. 40 more gold left.
Like
for 60 seconds.
It's very weird because it's actually like 0.8, so if you have the amount of gold, but you don't have the 0.8, it's weird. Yeah,
that is weird. Why do they add
has
the 0.8?
ever sold their board and gotten 0.8 short of cashing this out.
So
Never happened in the world
why
ever.
did they add the 0.8? Why did they add the 0.8?
Oh, it's a joke.
Because they can.
Originally, the old one was called Golden Ratio, which is that number. They changed it to Golden Quest because they realized nobody knew what Golden Ratio was. But they left the number in place, confusing everybody else from here on out.
Oh, it's confusing me as well, for sure, because I don't think you can sell something for 0.8. But hey, 60-second now needs 20 more gold. I mean, if he wants to, can he sell? I mean, he could sell his board probably, but...
Yeah, but he has good items for the Kalista, so maybe maintaining her for now, play around her. So one more round. I'm pretty sure 4-2 for both of them will be the chance to do the cash out.
So, gentlemen, we've talked about ones we don't want to see. What would be the best possible outcome for these Golden Quests?
Any ideas here?
Briar probably would be pretty good. We've seen Briar already. I mean, we saw Briar.
It worked before.
It worked before. It got a first place before. I think Briar is pretty underrated. Nora could be good with obviously Yumi. That's also
Nora
another
is amazing,
yeah, as well.
Any frontliners, Diana, Morgana are amazing for preservers in the late game. I think even though I gave a little not love to Milio, if he already has the Kalista, makes a little sense if he have frontline to give time to the Milio to give items. So now is the chance. Final elements, reinforcement if you want to go for tempo.
Here
and
we
that
go.
would be the idea.
Oh,
great tempo. Okay, Smolder.
And Diana. All right.
He has the Ginsu, he has good items, he will need to peel out. The problem, Smolder, normally you want to play with Pyro and the Blaster comp, and it will be difficult. He didn't stack in the early game, so now he's looking for that Varus probably, and trying to stack or improve the front line.
So, I mean, him taking the reinforcement, I thought he might have tried to go for the Varus as well. He could have tried to go for Varus to try and get the Blaster in as well. That could have been another opportunity to take, but instead, it's going to be putting Tristana at the moment in for Blaster. I think for 60-second, not really the best. on the other side, Bintum getting Diana.
Yep.
So pretty good front line.
That's great.
Yeah, pretty good front line there. Obviously, can use a Bastion to
Diana
help
has
out
been
there as
nerfed
well.
so much. Well, it was broken in the PvE. Totally nerfed, she's still broken. So I love to see such a good unit, so much defense. She heals, she shields, and she simply doesn't die.
Yeah, I mean, she just ripped through the center of the board there as well, and also slowing across the entire team as well. Looking real good. Smolder on the left-hand side is still pulling his weight though, with the Callisto items working very well for him as well.
So I think the big thing now is for these two players, now that the Golden Quest has come in, we're expecting them to win this stage, most likely, throughout Stage 4, because the rest of the boards have not really capped. It's how both these players are able to use this Golden Quest to adapt the rest of their board, to cap out the rest of their board as well. As I mentioned, the Varus is going to be a pretty big priority. You can see the Pyro being played as well. I think in general, 60 Second maybe didn't get the best one. I think Diana is a lot better than Smolder, but there are ways in which 60 Seconds can still make this work.
Oh, do want to point out as well, Bintum managed to find the Witchcraft emblem for the Karma as well. We've got a very good board developing, even outside of the Diana.
Yeah, it's very, very good. He finds what he needs. He also got the Chrono in, getting the Camille. It was the Fiora, I'm sorry. And then in the left, we see the Varus 2 with the Last Whisper. So area damage, reducing the amount of armor for the rest, and this is great because the Smolder is moving around the board and hitting a lot of units, so you need to ensure that everyone is weak.
Is it enough?
Is that the sound of a Smolder? No!
Oh, no! It's a disaster.
Okay, he's not out yet, but 60 Second, that is going to be a very chilling moment, saying that even with the Golden Quest completed, we might be seeing the decision on the 100% win rate, as you said, Stuart, decided early.
It's a disaster for 60 Seconds. I might have cursed. Maybe they don't win the whole of Stage 4. Maybe the Smolder is not good enough, unfortunately. But yeah, 60 Second there. Maybe the front line not too strong enough as well. Obviously, prioritizing front line with reinforcement with Tom Kench, but in general has no combat augments at all. Just has full in terms of like just being able to get as much gold as possible, which is kind of making him a little bit weaker against these other boards that have the combat augments.
Yeah, and I mean, made sense, the reinforcements. He wanted to be strong in that round, but the actually, to get reinforcements, as you say, then lose is exactly what you don't want to see, because he will not win out. This is a total tempo augment, as you just said, Stuart, so this is not the best spot. He finds the Shyvana, so now he can cut healing with the dragons. That's huge for him. He didn't have the item, so now a little better against some of the comps counter. Let's see if it's enough. Karma 2, still not there for Bintum.
No, keeping eyes very closely on the left-hand side, because Bintum, I think, has got maybe enough to absorb the loss, and the board already looked very strong. The 60 Second, though, now has to avoid running headfirst into the Kassadin. Fortunately, 7-4 Stuart, Smolder is very slippery, but he may run out of places to run quicker. No, the Kassadin does get dropped. This is a matchup that 60 Second could win.
In the end as well, it looks like Hwanmei on the other side is going to be losing against Bintum, so big win again for T1 as well. Hwanmei's board we haven't seen for quite some time, but he's actually kept that Frost emblem and is going for Vertical Frost, which we know before didn't have the best of performances the last time we saw it. So it'll be interesting to see as we can see the split screen at the moment of both these Golden Quest players. It's really down to them two, who's going to be 8th place and who's not.
Well, I mean, it's a little unfortunate to be in Vertical Frost when your capstone unit has already been 2-starred by the opposing team here. And it's, you know, being demonstrated. Wouldn't you love to have this on your front line right now?
Yeah, that would be ideal. Now getting the Seraph also to do true damage. So 1 life only for 60 seconds. Let's see if it's enough. Bintum should have 2 lives here. And now going up against Snoddy. He has good item, support item there with the Moonstone, getting additional shields in. That will be very good for them not to fall down onto the border. Smolder is now in the backline, making good damage, good ground control, good setup.
Okay,
and once again, 60 seconds safe. Bintum great, and once again, working it out with the Golden Quest, and both of them safe, but very low in HP.
All right, Stuart, would you, on a technicality, allow a 100% win rate for Golden Quest if both of our Golden Quest players manage to hit top 2?
Nope.
Oh, boy. You're a harsh judge indeed.
I'm brutal. I'm a brutal judge. No, I mean, the first place dream is not going to happen. I mean, to be fair, I think both these players, they can maybe try and sneak in the top 4, but even then I don't think it's really possible with the rest of their boards as well. But as mentioned, we've seen Hwanmei's board here as well. Vertical Frost, using that Frost emblem on the Varus with the AoE damage, so definitely is pretty decent. I think the only problem with Frost at the moment is that the Olaf, the forecast, is not a very strong forecast at the moment, so it's very difficult to use the Frost in that type of way.
Yeah, he has the little bodies, he has also the mentorship, so he's actually using the bad units of Frost in his favor to funnel damage and additional power to his units. Once again, we see the split screen, and finally, for Bintium, that Karma 2 is so important to get that additional damage, additional burst. He already got the front line. He only needed that damage. So a better spot here for him. Huge roll on the left, also for 60 seconds, 0 goal. Getting that Taric, additional front line again. So both of them a lot better now, Peter.
I was waiting just to see if we'd end up with them against each other, because they've been avoiding each other for a really long time. 60 second, of course, as we mentioned before, the one more vulnerable to being knocked out here and leaving in the only surviving Golden Quest to make a mess of everything. Diana on the right-hand side of the screen is an absolute monster. She refuses to put down the Bloodthirster as well. As 60 seconds survives again, they're both streaking from the bottom of the table.
No one is dead. We're into stage 5 and no one is dying. What is going on this game? This is an absolutely crazy game by both of these teams. We're now seeing about a 40 HP difference now from first all the way down to 8th place. So this is really going to go down to the wire.
We can't help but notice, looking at scoreboard on the right-hand side, the team tags of the players at the top right now. T1, they need one more game to go to the grand finals and battle with the Wolves. It's looking real good. Momentum seems to be in T1's favor.
They're still not against each other. What's going on? They're just dodging each other.
It's forbidden for 2 Golden Quest players to play each other.
The question is Smolder 2 better than the Honey Muncie? Can it take down the Cosmore 3-star as well? It's focusing the Varus. The Varus is down. Is the Smolder going to go down? It's not. Left-hand side, 60 second wins. Bintium wins as well. They're both still alive. The dream is still available.
I'm telling you, it can't be beat. It won't be beat. But we've got to have ourselves a win here. T1, they are looking real good, but 60 second after that initial stumble has found his feet really well, and maybe if he can get the Nasus 2-star as well, his front line, which has been anchored so well by the Taric up until this point, will hold long enough for Smolder to get the job done.
He doesn't have the goal, but as you say, Peter, that's the ramp up that he needs. He decides to sell. It's too huge.
Wow,
he already has items on that Nasus, putting up again. So the Taric is the one who will take the sacrifice here. Nasus, very good enough. He has the scaling, getting additional SP and increasing the rest. So it's a lot more burst damage, and that's exactly what you need with the Smolder. Once again, split screen, both with Golden Crest in the right, Bintium 41, Twisted 60 seconds. Going for it, slamming once again, going into the back, looking good for 60 seconds, avoiding the crowd control. Is a win, and on the right, once again.
Win. What is going on?
It's just the best Auckland.
Hold hands until the top. That is what we're going to see here, sir.
Technicality is what's needed. Hwanmei is eliminated, though. There's nothing technical about that. We thought Frost would betray him, and it has.
And he did great. I mean, again, little bodies, everything that you should supposed to be need for this vertical to work, actually getting use of the bad units in the comp, because normally that's because the vertical is bad. Only the Olaf is good, maybe the Diana in the late game, but the rest is not helping. He used his helmet to be able to get support about that. It wasn't enough.
Gentlemen, we should ready ourselves, because with Hwanmei eliminated, we see Snowy and 60 second. They are also very low as well. It's not out of the question. Twisted Minds could get shut out of the game in just 1 or 2 rounds.
Hwanmei, in the end, the risk not paying off with the branching out in the end, unfortunately, getting that Frost Emblem, was maybe hoping for a Reforger to try and change that around. But unfortunately, that's what happens when you pay Frost in this meta at the moment. And it could cost Twisted Minds a chance at the final.
Yeah, once again, Bintium, 60 second, and Snowy. Very low on HP, Snowy and 60 second with only 1 life.
Surely they play against each other now, right? Please, like,
it's
they've
gonna
been dodging each other the whole time.
It's coming. There
All right,
Finally!
here we go! Golden Quest versus Golden Quest. 60 seconds has to win this round, or it's going to be almost done immediately for Twisted Mind. We have been disrespecting Smolder. We do see actually cutting through a lot of the units. Smolder dashing between.
The Fiora went to the
front line are staying intact though. Vintium
Only
is coming in
Smolder alive.
smaller.
And
It's out of there.
60 seconds
second
out.
gets taken all the way to Mars. That's a second elimination.
And there
Snowy's
it is.
alive? Yeah. Okay, I thought it was a third for a second, but we're still fighting.
No, this is huge. 60 second, Juanmei, Twisted Mind, double, bottom with an ace and a 7. So now they need a 1 and a 2 holding hands for Snowy, for CUA. This is a dire place here. T1 is happy. They just need to outperform them in one placement.
It's all going to come down to this next fight. 10 HP difference between 1st and 6th place. Twisted Minds need to come up with a miracle to try and get the top 2.
And it's going to be the 2 Twisted players against each other, which means
no.
they're going to take out one or the other.
No.
If Bomei dies, if Bomei's taken out this round, maybe they're somehow saved. But either way, they're facing down each other with the players immediately to their right and to their left. For Snowy, his board, it's seeming like it's just going to be that too much, too strong. Kassadin is dropped. The hits come in. Bomei does get dropped.
Wait a second.
Riyadh is not out in bottom 2, but it doesn't matter. The bottom 3 Twisted Minds are done. T1, they took the banner of Faker, and they're going to bring it into the finals.
Once again, so now with this, we have the confirmation. T1 will take the win, go to the finals, and now we have a good representation. We have APAC versus China for the finals. T1 versus Wolf. It will be hype.
No one expected really APAC to go this far. I really think going into this tournament, no one expected T1, anyone from APAC to do well, but it really has been a tournament of the underdogs as well, with Na'Vi doing incredibly well from APAC. Now T1 going all the way to the final, taking out Twisted Minds. The question is, can they go one more? Can they take out another Chinese team in the Wolves to win the Esports World Cup?
From talking to Bomei, for everyone who's talked to the T1 team before, it radiates from them how important this has been to fight under this banner, to follow in the footsteps of Faker. Of course, T1 have already won in League of Legends. A second win would propel them up the club championship point standings. It's massively significant for them. I think if anything, of course, they deserve this victory lap here, but I think they really come into a best-of-5 grand finals with a ton of momentum.
Yeah, great teamwork. Once again, Bintium was the one leading the team. Now with this Golden Quest, being the leader, but normally in a sacrificial role in the rest of the series. So great to see now falling to Nizuni here. Doesn't matter, as we know, already qualified. Snowy trying to fight it out. There in the end, for Twisted Mind goes out again. And now we have the final confirmation, obviously, to be prepared for the MVP. Very important, remember, there is also, for the final round, whoever gets the best average placement
MVP, yes,
will get the MVP, and an additional $50,000, plus, obviously, the $500,000 that are the tournament prize for any of the teams that get first place.
And it's worth noting as well, as was the case in the previous round, our teams came in with 45,000 already secured. For T1, they have doubled that now heading into the grand finals. They've got a chance to double it again and again, get the 1,000 club points, which will be hugely significant going forward. Snowy looking down the barrel of Vincent's incredible ball. We've now got a second 2-star 5 cost in place with the Morgana as well. What a victory run it's been for the Golden Quest. Admittedly, we couldn't see both of them win, but for T1, this is a majestic moment. You see them quietly taking sips. They know this is a job incredibly well done. They shall face the Wolves in the grand finals.
One Chinese team taken out. Can they go again? Twisted Minds eliminated from the Esports World Cup, and we have our confirmed finalists. Wolves Esports against T1. What an incredible final we're about to witness.
Yeah, these are teams that have been done amazing. Maybe Wolf, a little rough on the edges. It hasn't been the cleanest for them, but they perform, and that's what's important. The result of being here, I don't care if you went 2-0 on all your 0 or you did it 3-2, you got there. You're on the finals. Now up against T1, we're hyped to see what's going on, what will happen, and what will they bring to us. Is there anything else that will improve? The teamwork will be important. Who will be the hero? Who will be the MVP? And who will be the first TFT winners of the EWC?
Incredible showings so far. Let's just take, again, another victory lap through this game. Esports World Cup presenting a Teamfight Tactics. We have got a best of 5 on the horizon that promises to be absolutely amazing. I think, for T1 side of things...
Everyone looking, that was amazing.
Yes. You just walk by and you drink in that moment.
Sure.
For both these teams, Wolves and T1, the journey here has been immense to get to this point. Just to accept this moment, this calm before the storm, we could see a full 5-game series all vying for that top prize and top championship points.
It's incredible to see, and I mean for players on T1 as well, for the likes of Bintum as well, a player that's been to so many world championships in TFT, a player with so much veterancy, but also kind of the underdogs in this team as well, like SCSC being such a huge step up for Team 1 as well. So it's not just about one individual player, it's about the whole team that has stepped up for T1, and they have one more chance, one more road to take before they can be crowned the winners.
We had a chance to see how they went on the 4v4. They actually helped themselves a lot, but there's a lot we're not seeing. The foreshadowing, the charge that they're using in the appropriate moment. So there's a lot of still that we need to decipher and hear from the players. So I really want to keep seeing this evolution. And now with the grand final, we will see the recap of all that knowledge being merged into a best of 5. It will be amazing.
It's kind of wild to think, when you're a team going to the situation, exactly said, you've done so much preparation. You always know there is more you could have done, but there's just no more time left. You have to throw yourself into a thresher of a best of 5 and think, we've just got to make it work somehow. Again, the Wolves, they've been watching this game with incredible attention. There shouldn't be any surprises left, surely.
I think the big thing now is that we're going into a best of 5. These have been best of 3s, so we're really going to be seeing the best of the best in terms of this 4v4 format. It's not going to be incredible games, but it's going to be fun.
Let's head over to the stage because we've got some special words coming out for you.
There we have it. Another semi-finals has just concluded in a 2-0 fashion. But before we dive into all of the action, 60 seconds, if you would please hand over your key to Dooney Junie, that would be much appreciated. Thank you so much, and commiserations on that loss. Fantastic sportsmanship as per usual. But Dooney, there's a lot for us to break down from that match. So talk to me about game 1, because you managed to eliminate 3 of the opposition as well. So communication-wise, in regards to the teamwork, how were you able to kind of formulate that situation and come out on top?
일단은 두니주니 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 일단 첫 게임 때 시작이 굉장히 안 좋았어요. 그런데 이제 두니주니 선수가 혼자서 이제 상대 선수를 이제 3킬을 내버림으로써 바로 이제 반등을 하시게 됐는데 그 경기에서 이제 팀워크나 이제 좀 그런 커뮤니케이션이 어땠는지 좀 궁금합니다.
사실 저희가 초반에 상황이 그렇게 좋지는 않았지만 그렇게 좋지 않지는 또 않았어요. 그리고 처음부터 중반쯤에 어느 정도 이제 게임을 거의 이겼다 싶었고 끝까지 방심하지 않고 최선을 다해서 싸웠습니다.
Well, even though the early game wasn't in our favor, but I didn't really think that the game was really behind for us. So I think in the mid game, I think we already had the upper hand. I think we just tried to keep the upper hand for us and just not to make mistakes. I think that's why it happened.
Well, there were loads of unknowns heading into a new set, a new event as well for you boys. So talk to me, were your scrims as dominant as the performance you've shown us at EWC so far?
이번 세트에 들어오면서 확실히 좀 이제 연습하는 과정도 되게 좀 어려우셨을 텐데 그래도 굉장히 지금 좋은 이제 연습을 이어가고 계시잖아요. 혹시 스크림 때도 이렇게 연습을 계속 하셨는지 그 연습 과정에서도 이렇게 좋은 성적을 좀 거뒀는지도 궁금합니다.
네, 사실 저희가 이번에 엄청 열심히 준비했거든요. 엄청 열심히 준비하면서 저희 팀의 이제 강점이라면은 이제 2-1라운드 증강체 고를 때 이제 서로 콜하는 게 저희 팀이 그 어떤 팀보다 강하다고 자부할 수 있거든요. 그래가지고 그 덕분에 사실 거기서 꼬이지만 않으면은 어느 게임이든 쉽게 가져올 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 네.
Well, in the new set, I think we improved a lot in the practice, and because we practiced hard, especially on the improvement of the first augments in the early games, because I think that is kind of important, and we try to improve on that level and trying to get the upper hand on the early games.
Well, you guys have consistently improved game after game after game, but now the grand finals is on the line. You're going to be facing Wolves Esports. How are you feeling heading into that? Is there any kind of pressure because you're representing the T1 name heading into it?
이제 마지막 결승 상대로 이제 중국의 울부즈를 만나게 되실 텐데 이제 T1이라는 이름으로 또 이제 결승전을 올리셨기 때문에 좀 부담이 되지 않으시는지 좀 상대에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시는지 굉장히 궁금합니다.
사실 이 T1에 대한 이름을 걸고 대회에 나온 거는 예선전 때부터 그리고 나오기 전부터 계속 무게감을 느끼고 정말 열심히 준비했고 남은 팀 역시 엄청 강팀이라고 생각을 하고 끝까지 방심하지 않고 최선을 다해서 싸우겠습니다.
Well, obviously, pressure was there since the start from the qualifiers. Competing under the T1 banner, T1 name is actually quite high pressure for us. But even though we have that pressure, but we managed to rise up on top, and we're going to continue to run, not letting our guards down, even though we beat a lot of good teams. So we're going to do our best.
Well, you know what they say, Dooney Junie. Diamonds are certainly formed under pressure. But you know what? I'm going to go head on over to Fancy, who I believe is joined alongside 60 Seconds.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. I do have 60 Seconds with me after losing the match against T1. But at the same time, we have the entire team with him, supporting him after the loss. But I do have a lot of questions for you, 60 Seconds. First of all, you have been very consistent throughout the whole tournament. You've been playing this patch, this update specifically very well. Is this going to carry you over to the next update?
这次你们这个鉴标比赛你已经玩了很长时间，其实玩的也很好。然后后面来说，你有什么说呢？就重新恢复一下，我说这次你玩的这个比赛玩的也非常好。然后后面这些新的格式还有这个赛制，你后面有什么样的想法？你还要继续这样玩吗？
后面还是继续保持这样，然后越做越好吧。
So he said like we will play the same way, and yeah, this is how we play in the future as well.
Yeah, that's really good to know. But at the same time, you guys are playing on a big stage, which is something that you don't get to do a lot, considering how the circuit for TFT works. But I do want to ask you, like, what's it like for you to play on a big stage? Does this add any sort of pressure to you as a team?
在这么大的舞台上面，你感觉自己怎么样呢？有什么样的压力吗？还是什么样的自己的情况吗？
我觉得这次比赛给我的感觉氛围非常非常好，并没有什么压力，我在享受比赛。
So the stage is very nice. The tournament was great. I didn't have any kind of the pressure. It's just the fate. I just lose it.
So we know that you guys are representing Twisted Minds, which is a local team here in the Esports World Cup. Do you want to say anything to the fans that support you from the Saudi audience?
你们这次代表本地的团队，然后你本地的团队和本地的这些粉丝，你要跟他们要说什么吗？
感谢大家的支持与陪伴。
Thank you for your supporting and thank you so much.
All right, thank you for playing on this tournament, and again, congratulations on getting to top 4 and earning $45,000 and 275 points toward the Esports World Cup Club Championship. But for now, let's toss it back to the studio to talk more about this match.
T1 have solidified their position in the finals, and they're going to be going up against Wolves later today. But first, let's dissect what happened here. I'm Ginny, and I'm joined this time around with Alan. Thank you so much as well for being here. Give us your professional opinion on what went right here for T1 and potentially wrong for Twisted Minds.
Oh, well, having 2 golden quests in one lobby, that's absolutely crazy. And well, one player getting smolder while other guy gets Diana, this is a prime example of a misplay you can make.
I mean, I think as well, right, I think that's the big thing to keep in mind. So in the first game as well, we saw the fact that they went down that triple Syndra route on the same team. And as much as I am an SPG enjoyer, this was a little bit too high of an SPG, I will have to say. And things just really didn't come up in the way they wanted them to do.
We had expectations as well for Twisted Mind. I feel like this is a team that has genuinely proven themselves as the tournament has progressed. But it felt like T1 potentially was maybe too big of a titan for them to slay.
I mean, there was, in terms of like the team spirit, T1 is definitely the major favorite in the whole tournament. Individually, I would say they're underdogs. However, the way they play as a team is absolutely crucial. In the game 2, you could see how 3 of the players maintained HP, so they can suck later on when the player with the golden quest will go for the win out. So they won't fall off before the other Twisted players, and they just didn't have enough HP to outlast the other Golden Quest players.
How do you set up that kind of synergy as a team heading into a 4v4 tournament with the format that we have going on as well? How do you build that communication? How do you go, okay, this is the player that is gonna go as far as they possibly can. We're gonna build them up for success.
I mean, that's crazy amount of the practice you guys need. Like, first of all, you need to scream a lot, you need to spend time a lot, and you need to be friends. You need to trust each other, and the comms needs to be clear. And like, you cannot go radio silent mid-game, and everybody needs to be focused and confident in each other. And like, whenever we have like, let's say, weaker player, and they have a good spot, you need to trust that player will perform.
And also, again, when you represent an organization like T1, you come into a framework that has decades of experience operating in team environments, right? Whether that's from StarCraft, League of Legends, you name it. They have had teams all around the esports scene. They know how to put together a coherent team, know how to support them the best way possible. And it's super evident when you see them walking around the venue that nothing is left to chance here, even on the organizational side of things either.
Yeah, even when they won this semi-final here, we just saw a little bit of a smile, and that was about it. And they're still locked in because they are aware that the job at the end of the day is not done. They still have a final to be fighting for.
I mean, you could see they just took it for granted. Like, those men just did not fear at all the Twisted. They came in, they conquered, and they're ready to move on to the finals.
We have the MVP ready as well from the side of T1, as they had a phenomenal performance so far today. So when we're looking at the players that have really stepped up this time around, Bintu being the one that gets the MVP here, what has made his performance this game particularly so special?
I mean, overall, like, just the consistency in lines, the selection, and again, trust between the team, because it all comes down in this particular patch. There needs to be 2 to 3 members rerolling and 1 player going for like some sort of flex 8, flex 9 board for a win out. And like, you just need to trust each other, and when you have those key players, they have to just perform, and that's what Lishi did.
It's also worth noting that when you have something like the Golden Quest that requires a very intensive roll-down to set up, you need to be very well aware. You need to be able to trust that person to make those transitions happen. Like we saw yesterday that the Falcons didn't trust Here We Go to be able to make that transition happen, and they ended up failing out because they didn't have that first place player to kind of go and make that charge up the table.
Yeah, it feels that this 4v4 format is a completely different beast in terms of how teams and players are approaching it, because even though you might have the most star-studded roster individually, it doesn't necessarily translate to getting high placement finishes on the board.
Oh, most definitely not. Sometimes getting 7th or even 8th is a win as long as you grief, for example, at the same time 2 players. Let's say you are playing from the position of your team and you are rerolling, let's say, Kog, and you are at the same time griefing 2 other reroll players, let's say Syndra, Kassadin, and you make those players go 6th, 7th, besides you going 8th, it's still a win in the book. Because, again, those players followed you up because you grieved them. You grieved those units out of the pool. Even though you don't have a good scoring, going 7 is an ultimate win. However, going 8 is not the end of the world in this particular case.
And also, again, I think that also why it comes down to the fact that if you have the player that is griefing, like is opening up, trying to just like soak as much pressure as possible, allows the likes we saw in this game from the T1 boys, especially in Boba, for example, just keeping those massive streaks you're talking about, being able to maintain the HP. And then when you get the opportunity to flip the switch, the switch watch flipped, and you just like manage to change the game plan up on the spot.
Yeah, perfect timing and just perfect cohesion and teamwork. We also asked you guys at home to vote for which team you think will be coming out on top in the semifinals to be heading up against Wolves, and it was actually a pretty close one. 51% for T1, 49% for Twisted Minds, and it brings the question, why it was then not as close as we might have thought it would be.
I think that T1, huge brand, a lot of people are very familiar with Boba. Like back in the day, one of the players that everyone looked at in the world for like, how am I supposed to play this game? Bintum has been one of the most consistent players in the world over the last few sets at the Global Championships. And then you get SCSC and Dunisuni, both great players in their own rights as well. But obviously Twisted Minds are a fantastic team.
Yeah, most definitely. Again, we have a group of the individual players, the great players, you would say the favorites, absolutely of the tournament, because the squad is containing top Chinese players versus players who are not maybe the best individually, but the team synergy, you can literally see throughout the tournament, is just there.
And I feel like in general that has been the biggest takeaway from us so far in this tournament when it comes to the format, that when you're looking at teamwork, that seems to be trumping individual prowess. It seems to be trumping individual excellence. So what else besides that and Syndra are the main takeaways so far from this new set?
I mean, just get a good box with Syndra. I know, you said besides that, but getting box Syndra with good items is a great step in the right direction. And besides that, line selection, when you have, like, let's say, two players going for the fast 8 board, make sure they do not contest each other on the back lane main carry and the front lane main carry. So, like, let's say Tariq Nasus for front for 1 and 2 second, and for the other one, Rise Karma. Just flexing between those, and not both players going for like the same type of line for front and back, because it's just not gonna work out. Both players will just fall to the bottom of the scores.
Like, that's funny because like you were talking about this back when we were watching the game, that like even though Bentham did have the Golden Quest, the way his board panned out, he might as well not have the Golden Quest, just played Karma with Witchcraft Spat alongside that early Nasus too that we saw on the other side of the field. They was unable to find that Nasus from 60 to really like ensure the board was stable.
Yeah, most definitely.
It definitely was, and we're also ready to head into the finals. And I want to kind of talk about the finals particularly and the importance of them for the TFT community, with the prize pool that's on the line, with the prize pool for the MVP as well. With it being T1 versus Wolves, as the TFT community, how important was this for you?
I mean, just being here, watching those series, hanging out with people. You know, the most important is just meeting and hanging out with people. I've been having such a great joy meeting people across the globe, competing, and just being here and cheering for each other. At the end of the day, we lose, we win. We are still happy for each other. We are sportsmen, and we are treated here like this. And the fact that we get to play for the nice chunk of money is just a cherry on the cake.
Oh, nice.
Yes, well, I feel like, especially right again now, it gives like a massive incentive, because like, I remember going into day one, I remember like speaking to all the NA players, like Milk was like asking Disho about tech, and like Disho just wasn't budging at all, right? Like it has definitely created some like funny divides, and so it's like people that are normally in practice groups with each other, like withholding tech, because like it has been so important. There's been so much to play for. The prize money as well, but also the glory of being the best 4v4 team in the world. Like that is a massive title to claim.
Yeah, and that's a title that you're going to be holding on to forever, because as the winning team, you will be able to write your name down in that totem. You get to insert your key in it as well. But also as the trophy, you get to put 3 different keys from 3 different teams in it as well. Do you think that whether it's T1 or whether it's Wolves, what approach would you as a player take? Would you get the keys of the teams that you've taken down along the way? Or will you get the keys of the teams that were the Titans and you're like, oh, I might have not beaten them directly, but it's a nice little souvenir?
Personally, if I was the one to win, I would put the keys of the teams I respect the most. And that they were tough opponents or potentially tough opponents.
That is very sportsmanlike. I like the conversation about that, but we're going to be looking at T1, and they're going to be heading up against Wolves. And although T1 necessarily has been a team that we thought was going to be here in the finals, Wolves not necessarily so the case, and I feel like Wolves have shown us diversity, adaptability, creativity, and if anything, they've shown us teamwork.
Yeah, I think that's the big deal as well, especially when they're going to be going up against the T1 side, who kind of wrote the book on how the 4v4 format was supposed to be played in the earlier scrims, right? I think that's the big deal to keep in mind here. The Wolves are kind of taken that, they perfected that teamwork. I mean, we thought it would be Lee Sao, who was supposed to be the ace, but in the semi-final, it was Shelty that was being put into positions to play for stuff like this and Portal.
Yeah, most definitely. But on the other hand, we have like the T1 players and the Wolves. And given the history of the players and how much experience they have in competing, like given the predictions, I have to put mine on the T1. Like I really want the APAC to bring it home.
Well, I'm really sorry to burst your bubble here, but so far, every time someone makes a prediction on the desk, it goes horribly wrong. So,
oh, I'm player. I'm not a part of the. I'm just a guest.
You are for now. You're standing on these same tiles that everybody was standing on earlier today. But Wolves in general, I feel like they still look very cool, calm, and collected. T1, something to take into consideration here is they have just played a game. Would that potentially impact them? Because it's not a best of 3 anymore. It is a best of 5. You've already played 2. You might be playing another 5. What's the line there when it comes to fatigue?
I mean, you are used to playing like 5-6 scrims that are BO3, BO5 per day.
Okay.
Like once you are used to competing, like and the whole stage experience, like this doesn't just move you. You are on the run. You are even more warmed up, so you'll just play better. It will be just a better show overall.
Yeah, I think it's a big deal, like how you handle it. For some people, it's very nice to get that like long break of a couple of hours, then head back and get the full mental reset. But if you are a player that really just likes to be in form, like doesn't necessarily have to like do a warm up again, right? You just sit there, you're just like fully focused. It can be a huge boon, as you're talking about, Alan.
I want to also talk about the playstyle for both of these teams heading into the next matchup. Is there any aces up the sleeves of T1 or Wolves that we could potentially be expecting? It feels pretty standard in terms of what we've seen so far. I want to see something spicy.
I mean, like free-starting 5 cost, like what T1 did against us, would be definitely the spicy one with some Pandora bench into Polymorph. However, I think we're gonna just see the strictness where there will be 3 reroll players, 1 win-out player per the team, and as a default. However, it can change if 2 players has insane tempo spots to go fast 8, but usually you want to stick to the default that just works out and the scrims and the whole out tournament. As we can see, this is pretty much default for both teams.
And I definitely agree, right? Because I think as long as you don't go off script when you don't need to, I think a perfect example of when to go off script was the first Na'Vi game yesterday, where they opted for the Fortune and also had the player go into the Golden Quest of 3-2, and that ended up taking down a win in that game off the back of that, right? And it's something that if you're able to make those spots and say, you know what, we have a very crazy way of playing this game out. That's going to be very important, especially in best out of 5, being able to kind of have that freedom to take those risks where you can maybe like get a point you don't expect to get is going to be a huge thing to keep in mind.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a couple of instances where Fortune does favor the bold, but that's not necessarily been the continuous what we've seen here. If anything, it's really been the story of the underdogs coming into this. And if I'm looking at this from an outsider perspective I would say Wolves here are the underdogs and T1 are the heavy favorites. So less pressure on them. Maybe the storyline continues.
Yeah, most definitely. And like, if you don't know anything about TFT, you look at the names, like you go straight up, oh, T1, definitely, I'll put my money on them. Like, come on, there is just nothing to compare here. But like, Wolves can definitely fight back.
We've seen them fight back against other teams, and of course they are here because they have had such a great performance. Their performance against Vitality particularly, and it being a 2-0, was not necessarily something anybody expected. So I think at the end of the day, putting T1 up against Wolves, it is still going to be a pretty equal matchup.
Yeah, I think that Wolves have shown great pack tactics.
I see what you did there.
So far, right, again, the team play has been one of the biggest parts of this team. Their abilities we've been talking about so much already. It's like they are just able to play really strong TFT, just lock in on very strong team game plans, have very strong play in the 2v2s as well. I think that's been a big thing about both of these teams, actually, but especially Wolves, when we got to see them in the first series, was the fact that they were so good at locking in the 2v2 situations to close out games.
Is that something that comes down to practice? Is that something that you as a team decide on the fly? This is who's going to be playing the 2v2s. This is what we're going to stick to. This is the person who has the better chance of rolling. How do you go with that?
Usually you see the spotted 2-1, who gets the upgrades, who gets the better arguments. Like, a lot of comes down to the 2-1 spot components. If you have a good slam, if you don't, if you have to open for it because you have no upgrades, if you need specifically a certain component from the carousel, or for example, you get like a dummy that has a certain emblem and you need to gamble perhaps for the spatula from the carousel. And it's a worth a shot gamble if you need a win-out player and you don't have such at 2-1 yet.
Yeah, I think that it's definitely what I also see from kind of like speaking to the teams. Like, so going into this, we were like, so okay, so every single team's gonna have a dedicated leader. They're gonna have a designated player that's gonna be the scrapper, like trying to like avoid going A, but at least try to take as many players down with them in the process. But as we've kind of been approaching this meta and kind of has developed over the time, it has been a much more dynamic way of kind of stepping up here, and that's kind of what I've been expecting and been super excited to see from these teams, that they've been able to adapt to this dynamic situation. It hasn't just been Lee South, for example, for Wolves, pulling all the massive load himself. There has been individual moments where the rest of the players on the Wolves have shown themselves.
Well, adaptability seems to be key, but I would also really like to hear from our casters and see what they're thinking about the finals. Hello, guys. I hope you're just as excited as everybody else, but give us your rundown. T1 against Wolves, the finals of TFT at EWC. Was this what you thought when you clocked in on day one to be casting?
Yes. Absolutely not. No, totally. No, I mean, I think coming in, you know, Wolves showed up in their sheep's clothing. Instead, everybody thought they were going to be very easy to beat. But then, you know, of course, they've been this underdog that has completely overcome everything, and they've made it all the way to the finals. It's absolutely insane.
On the side of T1, I think that's not that big of a surprise. They were already in scrims, one of the teams that most teams, I think, feared the most, respected the most, tried and copy the homework a bit the most as well. But Wolves, I think they've really proved themselves across the first few days.
Really, I think it's such a good underdog story because they came from the open qualifiers and they haven't dropped a single match to reach the finals here with T1. Everyone doubted them. They never faced the strongest teams inside of China. And if you look at the teams that they defeated here, you still give that matchup edge still to T1. It would be a massive upset if they take it home.
100%.
Clement, you were a very heavy favorite for Wolves. Not really. You didn't really vote for them on that prediction, okay? So I'm putting you on the spot right now.
Sure.
Are you going to put your money where your mouth is? Is Wolves going to be the underdogs and take away this winner's title?
I do speak Mandarin, but I am from APAC, so I'm going to have to stay true to my roots here, and I'm just going to go with the APAC team. T1, I think it's going to be a 2-1. It's going to be a 3-2.
Think I would take the same. I would say
it seems
T1,
like everyone's
3-2.
like nodding in agreement. We're gonna go for T1. Well, thank you guys so much, and good luck with the cast for the finals. It's gonna be a best of 5, so you gotta preserve that energy, okay? Because we're going all the way, right?
Yeah, I think it's going all the way. I think we're going to 5.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. And I'm gonna have to ask you both the same question here when it comes to it being a best of 5. Are we expecting to go all the way? Because T1 has looked really dominant. Wolves has looked really dominant today. Realistically, is it possible?
I think we're gonna see 3-2. Like, I want to see 3-2. I don't want to
I think
3-0.
everybody wants to see 3-2. It's been 2-0, 2-0, like, you know.
I have to be hopeful. Like if I'm gonna say 3-0, it's just they're gonna blame me that I thought so, and I'm gonna just that I predicted it. At least let's swing with the 3-2, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of down for. I think it's gonna be more of a 3-1 because I think at some point the momentum will just trickle over. Especially like if you end up winning the first game, then dropping the 2 next ones. I think like having that mental fortitude to recover and come back and force that game 5 will be very difficult. For me though, I am looking at T1 as well. I think it's gonna be a T1 3-1 victory, but I think that Wolves might come out swinging, take the first game, and then we'll see T1 adapt to the game plan, and then they're gonna take the sweep afterwards.
What do you think it is about Wolves that will actually allow them to get that first game in their hands?
It's just the fact they've just been such a cohesive unit all throughout this event, right? Again, they've taken every single top-tier opposition by surprise in those opening games, and that's something that we need to keep in mind here. And if T1 are ready to do that, because they haven't had the time to do 100% homework on Wolves, but they had a very short break going into this finals, so who knows? Maybe they're a little bit jaded, a little bit tired, and that's going to be what the Wolves have to collapse on, and there's time to say, you know what, that's going to be our chance to pounce.
Yeah, we're looking at the 2 best teams in the world right now when it comes to this 4v4 format. So realistically, sitting there and nitpicking and trying to find weaknesses could be a little bit difficult, especially when we're looking at a team like T1. But I'm going to have to ask you if there is anything that you think the weaknesses could be exploited. From Wolves' side of things, what would you go for?
Oh, most definitely. So first things first, it comes down if either of the teams think they are weaker than the opponent's team, or if they have some sort of prepared strategy, you can disrupt. So if that's the case, you want to stand on the portals that can do that. Prismatic Prelude, the argument diff can be just massive and can just auto-win you the game at 2-1 because there is such a discrepancy between the arguments right now. Another thing is just picking like Trainer Golem, something that goes vertical and like just disrupting the strategy that's normally the teams opt to and they are prepared for from the scrims, and you can just completely ruin it if you think that your players are flexible and can adapt and go from there.
Yeah, and we kind of see this already, right, as well. Even in like gold augment selection, we saw Wolves in their opening series in that game 3 be able to pick up support gold and like build different and just play from there. Like you can get so much bigger tempos, especially in Prismatic you're talking about, Alan. That can be a huge difference, especially because there are so little combat power in the Prismatic augments at the moment that if you get a very strong Prismatic combat opener, you can just like put the other team under immense pressure.
Well, if you guys at home are also under immense pressure, not really, you'll be fine, don't worry about it. But please do head over to sscplay.gg and let us know which team you think will be the winner of TFT at EWC, taking the lion's share of $500,000. $500,000 is on the line. Make sure you cast your vote because we're going to have to do the same at some point. Actually, we might refrain from this because I feel like it's not been going too great when we're casting
I've already
votes.
said my piece, right? I mean,
Yeah, you kind of have.
I mean, but I have been wrong all throughout the tournament, very much real for my entire career to a certain extent. Like, I mean, whatever you play, like at that point, right? Like, I'm just a wrong prediction, but that's kind of part of the job, Eleanor, you know? You did
reverse it.
You did say it before,
Doing it on
right?
purpose.
Before we went live here on the broadcast, I want to say Alan was like, yeah, I'm an analyst, I'm a caster, long thing, and Nick goes on here, makes a business, I'm a player, completely cops out, Ellen. I'm just saying, you know.
He's like, you guys can't come for me if I get the wrong prediction.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you're safe. You're good.
Yeah.
We're going to let you off of this one. But I want to talk about as well the importance of the prize pool and just the importance of being able to fly out to an international tournament and play 4v4. You've already talked about the fact how nice it is to come here and see other people. But how is it in terms of knowledge sharing? How has it been when it comes to playing a 4v4 format against different teams? I'm assuming you're scrimming different teams. You're having these conversations outside of, you know, just your scrim rooms. What has that been like for you?
I mean, you mostly just have have a conversation with the teams that are outside of your group, because you are focused on going outside of it, and then you don't worry too much about the playoffs because of the seeds, etc., etc. So we do have those, especially if we're friends with the players from the other teams, especially with within our own region, like Europe, like the language is definitely the barrier.
Yeah.
But like we can go through that, hopefully, one day, not
One
yet.
day.
Yeah. However, again, yeah, you don't practice with and you don't share text within the same group, but outside of that, there haven't been issues so far, and it's been great. And especially even on the spot when we're here already, there's been a lot of talking and sharing stuff, and even at the breakfast.
That is really nice, because I do feel like we've been seeing this set unfold in real time, because you guys started playing on it on day one, and as time progresses, we're seeing different approaches, we're seeing that creativity. But let's head over towards our finals of TFT here at EWC. We have the match of the day. It is going to be Wolves against T1 for the lion's share of $500,000. And let's head over to our stage as the finals are ready to begin with Fancy and Jasmine.
The Esports World Cup presenting Teamfight Tactics has been filled with magic and mayhem from the moment that this journey began.
From 16 teams across 4 major regions, traveling far and wide with the hopes and dreams of being crowned as the first ever TFT Esports World Cup winners, to now just 2 teams standing.
Americas came into this tournament with an awful lot to prove, but the Brazilian Storm was unable to showcase their spark as their one representative team was unable to survive the group stages.
CN, on the other hand, have continued to make waves this event, as we had 3 teams surviving the group stage, and now Wolves have made it to the grand final.
The real shockwave, though, came when one of the favourites for the event were knocked out of the group stage and ending the EMEA dominance debate and setting the tone that every game matters.
With the APAC region qualifiers highlighting the caliber of Korean players, out of the 4 APAC teams attending EWC, only 2 of them were able to make it to our playoff stage.
Well, there we have it, Fancy. The stage has been set and the stakes are high in this best of 5 grand finals. So let's go ahead, bring out our first team. It is Wolves Esports. Representing the Wolves, we have Lisao, Serene, Shelty, and YGQF. This is the underdog story that could very well turn out to be more like a Cinderella story. Having not lost the series since the Open qualifier match, nobody thought that they would make it to the grand finals. And you know what? After putting an end to Team Vitality's win streak, this team are coming in hot after their 2-0 victory today. And one thing's for sure, Fancy, the Wolves are on the hunt for their next prey.
And for their opponents, please welcome to the stage the Korean powerhouse T1. Representing T1, we have Bintum, SCSC, Bobe, and Duni Juni. Representing a prestigious organization that has entered the fray of TFT for the very first time. With a victory under their belt of their League of Legends roster, the pressure is on for this team to secure the win and 1,000 points for the EWC Club Championship. Coming into this on a big series win streak, can they achieve the status of being a Tier 1 team?
There we have it. We have CN and APAC going head-to-head for a share of a $500,000 prize pool. History is about to be made.
The stage is set. The teams are ready. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned. So now, casters, take it away.
Grand finals of TFT at EWC. T1 versus Wolves. Both teams have locked in $100,000 already, trying to double that in this best of 5.
And what a truly majestic opening ceremony for this grand final. I think the bare minimum these players deserve with everything they've been through to make it this far. And what a matchup as well, I think, as Jasmine mentioned, an underdog story for Wolves. Also looking at the organizations, Wolves Esports versus T1, one of the most storied organizations in esports history in the first ever TFTWC, making it to the grand finals.
T1 is such a massive player in the Korean esports scene, and they really took TFT seriously. They built their team by signing Bintum first and had their own separate qualifier to find players to build around him. It's gotten them so far. And remember, Korea, when you look at global championships, you have to go all the way back to set 4. They could refresh the record for APAC.
Absolutely, and you look at Riot titles for T1. They took down League of Legends here at EWC. Now looking to make it a 2P in Riot here, picking up the TFT win as well, getting another 1,000 points for that club, for the club championship.
I'm not surprised Bintum was a player they chose to build around. This is a player who is someone who's been to 4 different champs in TFT, someone that hasn't won a champs yet, but he's still, despite that, in the conversation for that GOAT status in TFT. And you know what Bintum means in Korean? It means flawless. And Bintum is someone who didn't pick this name by accident. He truly believes this about his playstyle. He truly believes about his skill in TFT. He's a very confident player, and I think he's proven why across this entire tournament.
And on the other hand, we have the Wolf players here, Serene and Shelty. Shelty kind of the player that I felt like no one really saw coming. He really was a big brother presence on the team, guiding them and talking about their strategy. We heard on stage, they're confident in the way they construct their composition and pick what they want to play on stage.
Yeah, a little bit of a rematch from the top 8 of the most recent championship Inkborn Fables, Lisao and Bintum, both of which having very good results. Lisao finishing a little bit higher that time, but of course, Bintum looking to place higher here with T1 at EWC.
And for T1, this team, they're not comprised of any slouches. All 4 of the players on T1 have made a top 10 or higher finish at a Global Champs event for TFT. They know what it means to really perfect a set of TFT, master all the compositions, optimize their lines, come into global competition, play against CN, Americas, EMEA, and come up on top.
I always say the players that have no qualification points are the most dangerous ones because they have been selected for how good they are in the moment. And that's going to be Serene on the side of the Wolves.
And that howl means the game is ready to start as the Wolves all spamming the emotes as they have time and time again. Completed Anvil, Treasure Armory, Prismatic, Finale as the options. T1 potentially opting for the Prismatic, leaning into a little bit more variance against the Wolves, showing a lot of respect.
It's going to be completed Anvil in the end, a little bit of a low variance. I'm going to go ahead and throw Alan under the bus. How does he dare on the analyst desk to mention that he wants to see high variance portals when as a competitor, I know he wants the absolute opposite, trying to use that caster blessing power. Didn't work out for this game 1.
But that's exactly how Z10 got their win against T1 as well. They went for the high variance options in these setups. And I do want to mention, even though T1 are the heavy favorites, they can bleed. They did suffer losses in both of their first 2 series. And overall, they actually have a lower AVP coming into this finals compared to the Wolves.
Starting things off, early stage 1, we're looking for those orbs dropping Syndras. Alan was saying those little gifts, picking that up, that's exactly what you want to see with some items. And of course, with the item Anvil, being able to find something immediately that can help you stack up a Syndra. It can be a massive game. And there's Lee Sao getting both a Syndra and a Rumble. 2 Syndras and a Rumble.
And just in case, has the Kog'Maw on the bench in case he gets 5 more in his next shot. We see a Mordekaiser, and oh my goodness, I think one route has already been locked in for one of the Wolves players, and there's a Syndra too! We're not even on stage 2 yet. What's going on?
As well. He can't stop laughing. He's like, well, okay, I guess game 1 in the book, boys.
How does this get any more egregious? He pops the item Anvil, and we're going to see either like a Ginsu or a Shojin, right?
Oh, yeah. It's going to depend on which item he drops here, but if it's a Gwinsu, I think that's just going to be massive. All the players already smiling.
I wonder why, Clement. They have such energy in their voices to start off this game 1. One thing I want to mention for sure is going to be the reroll lines. We've seen, of course, a Syndra being spectacular across the entire tournament, but Kog'Maw specifically for T1 has been incredibly important.
Did you see that?
Mordekaiser 2!
There's a Mordekaiser 2 on 1-4. It wasn't even T1. What? What is going on? This is egregious high rolling.
Fortune favors the bold. Probably not going to be the option because we have a Mordekaiser too. It's going to be hard to lose fights, even if you choose or want to in this stage 2.
And I did want to mention for both of these teams, they really like playing multiple Syndras. For both of them, they're averaging over 2 Syndra players a game.
He sold it.
He wants to give it to the other Syndra player.
Yeah.
Mordekaiser too?
Yeah,
I'll play for
2
one
on
out.
2
And look at the setup here. We're maybe looking at a Zoe line for right now at the very least with the units held, the units on this board. Metabolic, though, means we're staying very healthy all throughout stages 2 and 3, potentially looking at that high-risk, high-reward strategy, losing HP early but having kind of one of those max caps later on in the game. I wonder what direction he'll take that in, though.
Yeah, there's a lot of different win-out augments coming in here. One of the ones I want to mention is Build Different being selected by Bobe. That's been a very strong augment given how powerful some of these 4 costs are. And of course, Metabolic Acceleration, also more leaning towards being a win-out player.
And look, we still don't have the item Anvil popped here for Serene. Selling out of the Mordekaiser, making 20, playing around the Metabolic. Going to be, as Clement said, looking to potentially win out. Big loss streak could come through.
This is one of the key skills in TFT. Sometimes you warp your initial stage 2 strategy around, what upgrades you get in terms of units, but all in all, you really have to sync up your augment picks, your itemization, and your unit pickups to decide, am I loose streaking or am I win streaking? What has the highest potential? If you're loose streaking, why pop the Anvil? Keep that option open, decide once you find a few more units. Once you go through the carousel, you can pop it going into the carousel even, and choose both at the same time.
Yeah, you just want to wait for the carousel and make your best choice. On the other hand, for YGQF, this is the designated reroll player on the side of Team Wolves. I did want to throw out whenever he plays the Syndra, he's actually averaged a first. This time around, of course, going to be going for Kog'Maw.
Yeah, it got reduced a little bit in his semifinal match, playing Syndra, not getting the first there. But as you said, coming into the semis, coming into the final day, ridiculous stats there. Leaning towards the Kog'Maw here. Also re-rolling in this game, but also dedicated towards finding, at least attempting the win streak or play for tempo, and gonna slam the Sunfire out of the Anvil to try and get some of that early game power.
This mirror matchup for the win streak, but also maybe for the comp, they're both playing. Kog'Maw reroll seems to be in the books for both players. Right now, SCSC seems to be coming out just a tiny bit ahead, which is really, I think, a big deal for YGQF, considering he's on 19 gold, wants to hit that 20 without selling any of these key units on his bench.
Can't do it, is going to lose that one interest. And I do want to mention, we can see how T1 is going to react, because they're the heaviest Kog'Maw team that we have in the entire tournament. Do they think that runaway Kog'Maw is a huge issue, or will they allow a potential one solo player to just be on the best friends Kog'Maw?
Yeah, they kind of played the most Kog'Maw and also kind of had the best results with it as well. They're like AVP with it, look better than most of the teams. Even SCSE playing multiple games and averaging a 3, which is way higher than we expect Kog'Maw to usually end up. And even in that just last game played in the semis with Bintum having it uncontested, having such a solid result there.
I think Kog'Maw and Caster are the two comps that are actually reroll comps. Syndra sometimes is reroll, mostly it's more of a tempo option that does cap out very high as well. Contrary to reroll comps that you tend to really spike at 3-2, you stay healthy, maybe win streak all of stage 3, most of stage 4, and then you start bleeding out in HP. The key difference is that Multi-Strikers has an easier time going into a tempo strategy, into Kalista, into Camille, whereas Kog'Maw, you're stuck on this line. If you don't hit your units, you're going to start really bleeding, hitting that 7th, that 8th place position at the end of the game.
It's the most easy line to disrupt. You need your 3 stars, absolutely, and this is why some teams don't go for it. Some teams prefer to just disrupt.
All right, first carousel of the game. Look at the tiers, look at the bows. Where are they going? Where are the Syndras? How many Syndra boards do we already have? It looks like 4 players currently playing it with Serene open fording with Metabolic. Bintum gonna be able to find a tier out the gates to try and help himself out.
And 5 players with Syndra board leaning into it. So, this is exactly what we expect. The contour of the game is going to be very low to the ground here. A lot of them just denying options from each other.
SCSC also looking at the unit pickup. The Kog'Maw's picked up there a little bit closer to that Kog'Maw 3, which we have talked about is going to be so contested, going to be so hard to hit, especially when someone else is also playing Kog'Maw. We've had many games throughout this tournament where there's only one Kog'Maw player. Yes, other players are griefing you, but there isn't that whole other player trying to get that same unit.
And because of that, oftentimes when it is the 2 Kog'Maw players on each team, you're seeing one go 8th and the other just scrapping for as many placements as possible. And that ends up being their role in the game, which is why you see it still being considered a good comp, even though it has one of the most abysmal AVPs we've ever seen for like a meta composition.
You have to play something.
44, it's different, yeah.
Talking about scrapping out, though, Dooney Juni is that designated player on T1, hasn't won out yet, has not the only player not to take a first place on the team. So we typically expect him on 4-cost lines like Warrior Preserver to just make sure he maintains the HP and sell it out later to his teammates.
And Bobe, with Built Different, one of those unique augments that opens up a new path that you wouldn't be able to play otherwise, similar to that Vertical Portal, similar to Golden Quest, for example. You have this alternate win condition to play for to stay strong in Stage 4. And the key thing in 4v4 is, because you can play any unit, you can grief someone take their units, but also play those units on your board, get extra value from them, and not have them just on your bench.
Yeah, we even saw a mid-game Built Different playing Kassadin 2, Syndra 2, Kog'Maw 2 earlier on in the tournament, so you can kind of definitely look for those angles until you get to the 4-cost later on, because all of those units actually do great with attack speed and health, and it all works out.
Set 12, greatest hits, Built Different.
Exactly, 100%. We got it. And for the early game, right, we just have this Nomsy with the Static Shift playing around very good synergy with the Built Different just to find as much tempo as possible, and Bobe being able to find the win streak because of it.
Yep. All one unit on Saren's board right here. Let's see if he can keep the full loss streak. Looks like it will be just a simple matter here. He is going to be able to lose streak fully. We have seen a lot of players, though, not being able to bounce back from the lose streak. This has been a big point of contention in both of our previous series. Full open loss streak. If you don't hit, you're gone. So the rest of the team does have to cover for you.
Especially if you move into the tempo lines, where you have to have a very good understanding about the different trait webs that fit together on Stage 4 roll down. Early into this tournament, coming into it, the meta for 4-cost flex was around Fiora, Preservers with Karma, and Rakan, and now we're seeing a huge evolution across these days. There's now Ryze being slotted in, Teryx, Tom Kench's. Having that versatility is key to make sure you have no excuse to say, oh, I just missed my units.
All right, let's take stock of the streaks. Bobe able to 5-streak into Krugs. Serene and Bintum both on the loss streaks. A lot of gold in the pockets of each of these players. Serene actually holding on to more HP because of that metabolic. Gonna start to build a big gap there.
I'm actually kind of surprised. Lee Sao didn't win with Syndra 2. Something must have happened right there. Overall, I do think this is going to be a little bit of a slower game. 2 players on the forecast line on the side of T1. Bobe going for build different, and Bintum with clear mind. Both of them angling for more tempo compositions here.
The items are almost there for Lee Sao, but not quite. Missing maybe a BF sword, missing a bow, and doesn't find any of that. A few of the what would be considered the worst components in set 12 right now, the glove and the chain, a little bit awkward, especially for Syndra that only has a singular tier onto her. Loose streaking might be important now, but hey, you're on a 4-win streak. You don't have first pick order on the stage 3 carousel.
Balance in all things. You get the Syndra 2, can't find the items to put on it.
I would still prefer his spot, no problem here. Shelty, again, going for another Syndra line. This is what we talked about, both teams favoring 2 Syndra players each game, and also a huge find on Karma, level 6.
Not just that, the early picking order, the level 6 on 3-1, and the rolls, because he knows he has Pilfer, he can come back with his economy, and wants to have that early chance to find the key units, the Vanguards and the Syndra, before anyone else rolls.
Bintum now also going to be playing around the Syndra, but that does look like it wants to be a Karma later on. Bintum angling towards that, as you mentioned, with the Cluttered Mine. Going to be leveling up even quicker.
Taking a look at these streaks, Bobe seemingly able to hold on to his. We just saw him hit a stage 3 Olaf, a big find this early on. Works really well with attack speed. You know, built different, the main thing is you do have to find that Smolder 2 so far in the meta to cap out, but he will be in a very good position to scrap out.
Looking at Combat Caster as an option, of course, some incredibly strong gold augments at 2 Golden Quest. We've seen the power of it across these last few days. Something like a support golem. I think we all know how powerful these support items are. But for now, going to be the item grab bag, trying to find BIS. Tank items especially, because you have already the Karma item ready to go, and you usually want that trifecta of itemization. A tank, a melee bruiser, and a ranged carry.
Little bit of a whiff getting a tier and a rod here, but does have the double glove, can look for TG. That can bolster your front line a lot of the time. It's an easy way to just get multiple items on one of your tanks, while you then can itemize a second one.
There's a Reforge, finds a cloak, and start building towards that Gargles, that Dragon Claw, 2 of the premier tank items in set 12.
Slamming coming up for Lisa. Again, what we've seen in the meta, mainly tempo with the Syndra line. You're not looking to hit Syndra 3, especially 3 players now across the board playing it. Dooney Juni also using that Syndra to kind of play learning to spell. So he's not going to be moving off of this line either way. All of them just holding hands. We expect them to be in the middle of the pack.
And Bobe, the unique Ezreal carry, thanks to that build different. A unit we don't see too much of outside of just being slotted in for that 6 portal mid-game if you have the portal +1 in stage 3. But in this case with build different, and Red Buff especially, a great holder for stage 3 at least. Stage 4, maybe not as impactful.
Oh, it could even just be for a couple rounds, right? Because it's just the Ezreal 1, Bobe just saying, it's the strongest one for right this second for this fight. So I'll pick up the Ezreal, slam the items on it, put it onto the board, and then see what happens next. Because Bobe on the 7 streak, looking to see if he can complete stage 2, stage 3, win out with build different, will put him in such a phenomenal place to actually fully win this game.
We've already seen a best friends being selected by Wolves here, so SCSC, this game is going to be on spoiler duty, just making sure his opponent isn't going to run too far away. So we have the win-out player here on Wolves just being Serene, which has went for the little buddies, meaning that he's going to be playing around those 4 and 5 costs.
Bobe on the 7 win streak with the build different, trying to face off against the Syndra 2. Can the Ezreal clean up in time with the Rage Blade stacking? So important to try and hold this win streak for your own economy, but also to knock down Lee Sao a few places, to feel that pressure and maybe have to roll a little bit earlier for all the Vanguard and the Syndra upgrades, and it looks like that's the case. The Syndra 2, a little bit too strong, and especially with the tempo slams of the Guard Breaker and the Adaptive Helm.
I mean, the big thing there in the Mordekaiser 2 as well has come through for Lee Sao, and I think just between the Syndra 2, between the Mordekaiser 2, now you got the front line and the back line as we jump on to the next carousel here. Look at the big 4 costs people are trying to get there. Looks like Serene tried to deny Bintum from getting that Recon with the belt, unable to do so.
Nami also there for any Syndra player who wants to have that early Eldritch spike and the early CC spike as well from a Nami that in stage 3 where fights are a little bit slower, a little bit less dynamic, she does so much in terms of stopping your opponent's board.
I think Bobe is in a prime position to kind of dominate the game at this point, already sitting on 2 Olafs. And if you look at the rest of the board, there's 2 Kog'Maw players and 5 Syndra players. So Bobe kind of the runaway player in his own lane to capitalize.
Look at this setup with the slamming as well, the early Nami, the maybe beginning of a win streak having just beat the strongest player in the lobby. That's good feedback, saying, hey, you're pretty strong right now if you just beat the built different player who was on a 7 win streak coming into that fight.
And as much as Adaptive Helm is usually not what you want for Syndra, it still is mana gen, right? At the end of the day, it's still getting what you need done. And because you are tempoed, because you are so ahead of the pack as far as HP, you just want to play anything. And finding that Mordekaiser is so massively sound to rebuild this win streak.
This is just such a great find. He's on slamming, so he has to build all of his items. He finally gets a Shojin as the 3rd pick here. So, he would have been in a lose streak situation, but with those mana generation items, he can win streak, he can keep on stacking here. And Serene is going to be the one under a little bit of pressure. Of course, he's going to be healing 2 HP every round here, but the 4-2 roll down has to be massive for him. He's already building for the Callista items.
Talk about the evolution of the 4-cost flex board from just Karma and Fiora into Callista, into Ryze, into Taric, into different 4-cost units that didn't see so much play at the start of the set. And as you mentioned, little buddies plus the metabolic, if you hit enough units on that level 8 roll down, maybe we even see a level 9, and could become one of the win-outs players with the right upgrades on things like Diana, for example. We've seen so strong across this entire tournament with the right itemization.
SCSC on a 5 win streak got Crystal Ball, immediately stopped rolling. I'm curious if he is playing against another T1 member here and they're able to actually sack for him, but no, it's Shelty. So it was not somebody they could guarantee a win, just wanting to keep as much econ as possible.
This is a very interesting board for SCSC. He's done a great job at preserving HP and griefing YGQF, who's also playing the Kog'Maw. But if you look at his setup, it doesn't look like he has an AD setup right here. He has the AP items and the Spell Blade. Might need to transition later on.
There we go, trying to hold on to this win streak. The Kog'Maw and the Tristana still remaining, but Galio, it's one more cast, and we still have that Rage Blade Syndra getting a couple more casts off.
Just barely
Such a
does
big
it.
win for SCSC to be able to keep his win streak going into Wolves. It's so much extra gold.
And we're seeing already the board being sold. You pretty much have a free level 8 already for Bintum, thanks to 1, the lose streak, the extra gold he's generated alongside a Cluttered Mind. And now we're seeing already the composition he's going to try and assemble to stay stable, to stop the bleeding in stage 4.
It's absolutely huge if he can take the Callistas and the Karmas out of the pool before the side of Serene. Serene is only on 39 HP, so they're all going to be doing big 4-1 roll downs.
This is where getting in around early is actually so crucial for hitting key units like the Karma, where you already have a very fixed itemization. You don't have these very flexible items. These are specifically built just for that Karma.
Oh, they're both going to go, but Bintum has so much more gold to work with. See the big roll downs coming through. Fiora found. Gwen could be Preserver Warriors, but the items are slammed for Karma. Gwen 2. There's a Callista. Can't find the Karmas at all, really. Just a
big
single
Nasus
copy.
upgrade.
Has the front line, though.
Has the Gwen 2 as well. Would have liked the Fiora 2, but all in all, a very strong board on the left-hand side. Maybe not so much with the Callista still missing and the tank not looking too good. Still an Elise, still a Jack, still a few one-costs on the board there.
Yeah, a lot of key units missing on the side of Serene, actually. Not even being able to find that Hecarim to kind of fill in the trades. That's usually the most important part with the multi-striker and Callista flex.
Yeah, I think Bintum really getting the better of this 4-1 roll down, finding the front line with the Nasus, the Gwen as well, being able to help supplement that. And even though it is just a Karma 1, it has so much damage, and the time that will be bought in this fight, you've got this Morello Karma, should be able to get the job done.
11 loss streak for Serene, down to 30 HP. If this augment doesn't help save him and stabilize, he needs more gold to hit his key units here.
Already a massive gap opening up between the first place in the HP rankings. SCSC still on 94 HP, and the bottom end, as you mentioned, Bobe now also rolling, as you predicted, moving off of the reroll line, just trying to build a flexible board. Even Olaf maybe finding some time in the spotlight.
Guinsoo very flexible for this. They are going to be griefing all of the Callistas off of the pool. You can give it to Ryze in this instance, of course. And I think his line just needs one more tank. If he gets the tank in, Bobe should have a very good stage 4 to look forward to.
Still has 2 Olafs on the board, just showcasing the raw power of this unit without any items, not really indexing too much into him in terms of traits.
Being able to have that Blacksmith's gloves to go on to a Fiora too as well. Going to be able to use those items pretty flexibly, get a lot of value there. It's going to be Lee Sao trying to hold on to the win streak. This time against SCSC, one of them will lose their streak. SCSC held it for 7 rounds. Still not finding any 3 stars for the reroll, but the board has just been stable enough. Looks like it might finally end here with that Mordekaiser just being so tanky, but still, great job from SCSC to hold on to all this HP for the team.
Even though Lee Sao is never going to get a Syndra 3, he could still be the win out with a Syndra 2. Remember, he did start stacking this at the start of 1-4.
Hogmaw 3 has been found for YGQF, maybe the product of the sale that came through at the start of stage 4 for one of the T1 players. And we're seeing the contest not really going as well for SCSC. He's just now rolling heavily. Tristana is found at the very least. She has the Rage Blade already itemization, but all in all, the later roll, the win streak gold, not really helping as much as we could have predicted, but the augment setup maybe is strong with the 2 healthy, providing so much extra HP for this front line.
Yeah, able to buy some extra space, and we see that he's still just, 2 Blitzcranks away, 2 Nunus away. The front line's nearly there. Still causing a lot of problems for YGQF.
Dooney Junie rolling down on level 7 to 10 gold and does hit the Swain 3, a unit that almost is never played around this set. It's very easy to deny. You need to go level 7. Going up against YGQF without full completed items. Doesn't have the firepower to chew through the Shapeshifters.
And it feels like the Shapeshifters has been the weaker variation of Syndra, but if you're able to find the 3 stars, that the health scaling from that trait on 3-star units is just so insane that it actually can work out quite well.
Weaker, but less contested. A share unit pool in TFT is what that means. Sometimes you go for weaker strategy just because you have those higher caps if you are able to 3-star all of these units. The first picks are out and about, ready to pick up their final unit and component upgrades for this stage 4. There's an open spatula as well. Can anyone cap around this, Clement?
Not right now. I'm really looking at Serene's board to see if he can stabilize at this point. Crucially, he needs to find the Callista 2. His main tank is the Tom Kench 2, which isn't usually the one you want. You really prefer the Rakan or the Nasus. But it's going to be a critical role here. If he doesn't find anything here, he's already on 13 lose streak, 15 HP, and he still misses.
Yeah, and from that Carousel, Dooney Junie on the Shapeshifters, getting a Briar at level 7. It's going to be very helpful to continue to cap out that board. It's maybe a supplemental carry as this game continues on. But as you said, Serene, not able to really find much. Has the front line a little bit, right? He's got the Rakan, he's got this Tom Kench, but there's no items on them.
And if you're slamming 3 items on a Hecarim 2 at this point with the game on the line, you know something has gone terribly wrong when it comes to your roll down.
You know what went wrong? Selling Mordekaiser 2. I think that was a curse.
Bad karma. If you get a Mordekaiser 2, just play the line.
Yeah, it seems like the team decided to not let him take that, and we're going to see him at the end of his rope here. 17 health remaining, going up against Bintum, who now has the Karma 2 online as well. Such a tanky Nasus here. It's taking forever to try and get through that with this Callista. Finally does. It looks like the Karma should be able to have it. The stun from Zillion, not enough. Serene going to stay alive a little bit longer due to the fact that Metabolic has healed for like 28 life at this point. I mean, looking like a tiny Titans value, which is not great for a gold augment. Need to find some wins and get more value out of it.
But how many Callistas can there be in the pool? We just saw Bobe holding on to them. We saw Bintum also holding on to them. They all know that this Last Whisper and Rageblade can only go on 1 unit.
I think specifically Bobe altered his game plan and had a bigger reason to. The moment he saw that the lowest HP player was trying to play for a Callista on his 4-2 roll down, he purposely played for that Rageblade Last Whisper Callista as well. Even if he didn't hit, he makes it harder for one of the players from Wolves. And if they get eliminated, that's a big, big advantage coming to this game 1.
And Serene going up against Shelty for this, the Keepers. Again, the problem for Serene is not having enough damage, and there's so many tanky stats on the side of Shelty. Fortunately for Serene, the TK's Thieves' Gloves have rolled some attack damage items instead of tank items, and maybe that will be the difference maker, as it is just the Syndra remaining, but the Zonya's Paradox keeps her alive for 1 more cast, and it is too much. Serene will fall down. The first 8th place of this grand final.
Didn't win a single round this game outside of PvE. So, that is something that I think they were going to have to review in terms of their strategy. And this is where the Korean teams are the strongest. Once they have someone out, they can manipulate the pools better. They start targeting the next person. 7 and 8 out, win condition becomes very clear.
And I spoke with a few players these days. They've all shared the same sentiment. It's so hard to play into that 4-cost flex playstyle off of a massive lose streak, because the moment you don't hit, you have no plan B. There's no way out of that game plan. We saw it there relying on the Kalista 2. The moment it wasn't found, it was loss after loss after loss.
Bintum hits a duplicator here. He's already got a pair of Morganas on the bench. If he wants that as his next in, he will have a Morgana 2 to go with this Preserver Warriors board.
Is this a time where you maybe get rid of this Gwen? She's not really as impactful in terms of her AI. You are getting the Warrior, of course, for the Fiora, the Sugarcraft for the Bard, but if he can make it to 9 right now, it's a little bit short. He might consider it. Gonna keep rolling, maybe.
Has got all the pieces he wants right here. Bintum looking in a very strong win-out position. And with that 8th place, the question becomes for Wolves, who can actually keep him down? Who has the higher cap to kind of salvage the 8th place on the other end of the board?
Last second, Bintum is going to use the duplicator on Morgana, does get her onto the board. Will be great as soon as he hits that level 9 to get the 4 preservers in. And his board just looks so dominant.
Never mind about Gwen. I take it back, Gwen.
Yeah, her AI
You're
generally not great. This time, gets directly into the back line, takes out the Kog'Maw. Does plenty of work for Bintum in this fight.
Things are looking very dire for Wolves right now. Shelty, the only one with the win streak, also being taken away by Bobe. So the chances of a win out on the other side are diminishing. And, we've only seen blowout games today. Both series, teams blew the opponent out 2-0.
We're seeing level 9 caps now. Rare in this current meta because you are so forced to roll for charms on 8 to roll for all your upgrades, but a very high tempo game plan with so many econ augments all around. We've seen slammers, we've seen pilfers, we've seen the cluttered mine, of course, from Bintum, means that a ton of players are going 9, will have that extra unit to fit in, and also the higher chance of finding legendaries. Do we see the Morganas, the Dianas, the Yumis even take over this game?
And it is the 2 higher HP Wolves players that are going to 9. They're trying to play for the highest cap that they can because they recognize Serene has gone in 8th. It's possible to lose YGQF in 7th. They have to play for 1 and 2. So we got Shelty versus Li Xiao. They've both been the ones who go to 9.
Wolves just throwing up their hands and going, hello, fight rotation, what's happening? These 2 players haven't met each other for 6 rounds. Is that normal?
2 win streakers, both currently on T1. The projection looking good for the Korean org. Bobe and Bintum so healthy and looking so strong for the start of this stage 5, where we're going to see a few more eliminations. 11 HP for Dunijuni, 14 HP for YGQF. And all of a sudden, they're on a single life. The rotation, if they get the rotation into Bintum, into Bobe, into these very strong players, they might be out.
2 win-out players coming in from T1 and 2 great scrappers that preserve their HP so incredibly well. Dunijuni learning to spell. He griefs away the Syndras, finds an alternative out in the Swain, and is able to preserve. On the other hand, we have from SCSC is able to play that Kog'Maw line and just make sure that YGQF doesn't run away with the game. Really the unsung hero from massive win streak into big lose streak and giving HP to the win-out players.
Let's see if Bobe can take down YGQF here. We've got the Kog'Maw trying its best against this built different board, but it just cannot handle it for now. Dunijuni on the other side with the Swain and the Syndra able to hold on. Look at that Swain, such a beast.
The runic portal opened up on the right, but not quite enough for Dunijuni. He also does survive. So all of a sudden, we have 2 players from T1 on the chopping block. SCSC, 7 loss streak, free falling in the HP totals. And looking at the carousel, a few very impactful emblems in Cantor and Arcana. And I guess Honeymancer to some degree, a portal emblem a little bit late into the game to change your entire game plan.
YGQF doesn't actually go for the Honeymancer, even though he does have best friends. Would give him a lot of extra bees stacking into the back line right there. But he's going to go for more immediate tank items into his front line. I like Honeymancer. I wanted to see a little bit more bee stack.
I mean, one thing, sorry. You have to pronounce the augment name properly. It's not best friends.
Oh, it's BS.
There we go. Now I like it. There we go, Clement.
Okay. BS friends.
Perfect.
Clement. That's
Music
what
to
we're
my
looking
ears.
for. But the other Kog'Maw not having the BS friends and not having the BS time in this game is SCSC, down on 5 HP, 7 loss streak. Looks like he's likely to go out. Tried to scrap for a while. You were right, Clement. I mean, he did a very good job scrapping for as long as possible, playing this line kind of from a weird spot to contest the opposing version. It looks like SCSC's time may be up. See where the combat is. It is going to be against YGQF on the same Kog'Maw line, but it does look like his board, but better. And I'm not sure that SCSC will be able to survive.
We're looking at the minions on the Nunu. We'll see what can go on here. No items on the Kog'Maw is a big deal. It's only the Tristana really dealing damage. And you want the Kog'Maw to be the star of the show when it comes to really scaling into the later stages of this fight. The Stoneplate and the Sunfire doing so much. It looks like it's going to be a sweep. Even the Gunblade putting in work on the opposite side for Tristana. That will be the end of the road for SCSC. The 7 loss streak becomes 8. And all of a sudden, parity at the bottom of the standings.
On the other side, though, Bobe able to lose to Dunizuni to lose the streak, but keep Dunijuni alive. This is going to be very important because Dunijuni is probably strong enough to outlive one of the members of Wolves. You need that extra placement to try and make this top 4 a little easier.
Look at Bintum at the top. That 4 win streak has now become 9. We're out of stage 5 almost. One more fight left. And Bintum once again is rising up to become the hero for this team when he's needed most, when we're in the game 1 that sets the stage for this grand finals.
Lisa still not finding that Mordekaiser 3. His teammate Serene actually sold his Mordekaiser 2 on 1-4 to get him that chance, but looks like that gambit does not pay out for the Wolves. T1 with a much stronger strategy of being strong in turn.
Dunizuni trying to survive on the left side of our screen here, whereas YGQF looks like he will be going down to Bintum, keeping that win streak alive. Dunijuni, though, losing the Syndra to some of the AoE damage, and it's down to the Swain. Is he strong enough? The Shapeshifter, he's in the back line. The damage is there. It's over. But Dunijuni survives for another round. Gonna be able to at least lock in a 5th place for T1.
The Noxian General showcasing, if you believe in me, if you 3-star me, I will get it done.
Now Wolves required to find 1-3 in order to win this game.
Oh, it's
Talking
looking
about
really
Bintum.
terrible.
Had to become the hero, just eliminated another player from that Wolves roster. A clean 10 win streak now coming into stage 6. And as we ramp up the player damage, all of a sudden, once again, Dunijuni on a 3 win streak, and maybe Shelty as well, could be on the chopping block.
Yep, Shelty already on a 2 loss streak. He hasn't been able to 3-star his front line. The key thing here is going to be that Mordekaiser 3 for Shelty to stabilize. He's only 1 off.
Just looking, Bobe's roll down, still looking for Kalista 2, finds it. Bobe getting even stronger, was on the 3 loss potentially. Going to be free falling with that build different, but now his 3-item carry is actually upgraded.
Bobe was trying to open the path to some alternate win conditions, holding a few rises on the bench. Gives up, understanding it's probably a little bit too unlikely. And now the final item pickup coming through for Bobe, who is on 2 lives, is on a 3 loss streak though, free falling a tiny bit, has to hope for some good matchmaking.
Dunizuni once again, this time against Bintum on the full win streak. It looks like matchmaking did not let them know that this was most likely. Bintum probably still having a wolf in the pool.
The treasure chest.
Treasure chest was bought. That is the charm to help out, and that's going to make it even tougher for Dunijuni. But this is such a tanky Swain. The problem just being if there's backline access, and there is because of the Karma. As soon as those dots get to the Syndra, the damage won't be there anymore. Luckily, it hasn't gotten there yet, so the Swain might have held on once again. Dunijuni beats Bintum, stays alive, and Shelty's down. That means T1 have locked this up. They've won game 1 of our grand finals.
T1, 2, 3, 4 is I think the new name for this organization. Absolutely dominant in terms of how strong they've been. It's just Li Xiao that's hung on in the 2nd place position. But the top of the standings here is just really a showcase of what we saw throughout stage 3, especially on the projection these players had with the balance of economy and board strength, especially Bintum, who we saw with a cluttered mine, the loss streak early to spike harder than any other player in this tournament.
They really took turns being strong. The 2 scrappers and Dunijuni and SCSC just holding on to the 2-cost rerolls, making sure they can't run away, and it allowed Bintum and Bobe to lose streak early and then come in strong at the end to carry the game.
Dooney Jr. getting to showcase one of the 3 costs in this game and how strong they actually can be. The format makes it near impossible to play around these units, but when you're able to find them, that's Swain anchoring for this composition for so long, helping just a 2-star Syndra be a main carry that can get you to a top 4, a top 3 even on this big 5 streak from Dooney Jr.
And that's one of the things that is missing sort of in the meta. If you get a big drain tank, there isn't that many targets that can deal with it. A lot of the AP lines that are favored right now can't really take a big swing off of the board. Only the Kog'Maw player can. So it's a great alternative win line, great scrapping, all the way to 3rd place. Exactly what you need out of the Rock in the team.
You know, Bintum is feeling himself, is feeling flawless once he's made it to level 10 in a 4v4 format where you feel so much pressure in stages 4 and 5 in particular. You can't usually greed this much, but he's hit the highest cap in TFT. He has the highest chance of finding these legendary units.
We saw it come off of that beautiful level 8 roll down, right? We saw both players rolling down at 8, Bintum finding everything he needed with that front line. So we look at this fight, this Swain once again, I mean, this unit, it just looks so cool, and we so rarely get to see it because it's so easy to grief these 3 costs in the 4v4 format. Not even just a 3rd Clement. Dooney Jr. running it up.
Ooh. Can he actually take down Bintum? That would be so fun. This is a learning to spell Swain that has been stacking forever. He actually got it on stage 3. So I really want to see how much AP is on this character.
Now I want to throw it back to the start of stage 4. The itemization for Swain was not yet complete. There was a tier on the item bench. I would have personally slammed an adaptive. I would have said, hey, I'm playing for my life. I'm going to slam this right away. He waited. He waited for the BIS. He understood that Swain, with this itemization, would clutch, would carry these fights in the late game. And that's been the case. We've seen pretty much 4 or 5 fights in a row where it's Swain really doing all the work.
That learning to spell is a great call out, Clement. That's making it even more impactful. All that extra HP that is getting from the ability cast.
Here's the single target damage that can take the Swain out, though, putting the Xerath on the board. If he casts a 2-star, it's already 3,000 damage to a single target. Maybe this time the Swain can't get away.
All right, well, let's see this fight for the pride here. Bintum, Dooney Jr. They've already won the game, but let's see which one can take the first. Xerath items getting slammed down. So we see the 2 shapeshifters battling it out in the front line, the Swain versus the Nasus. It's still just a Syndra 2 for the damage. And I think finally, Bintum might have gotten there on outscaling with that Xerath. Maybe not.
Don't count out the general. It's going to be a close fight. Oh, so many Xerath. The Eye of the Magus almost able to do it. And my goodness, we've talked about 3 call 3 rules that have been underplayed, that have been maybe not really having their time in the spotlight. Finally, Swain also coming in clutch, showcasing that in the right setup, if you are flexible enough, if you can adapt to what the augments and the items you're getting, you can make it work.
Yeah, we've even seen a couple of Nikos come through, and they just haven't been nearly as impressive as that Swain was. Actually kind of 1v9ing some of these fights as the 2-star Syndra gets kind of AoE'd down. I mean, it's just so much fun to watch. And T1, I mean, yet another dominant performance. Their semifinal was incredible, and they're just firing on all cylinders right now.
I love the role from Dooney Jr. here. I was looking as a potentially the weak point on the team since there was no win-out potential from this player, but we can see that is all engineered. They know what he's supposed to do, preserve HP for the rest of the team, just contest other lines and find alternative outs.
I think it has to come down a little bit to the components that were dropped for a few of those players. A Kog'Maw player, for example, no damage items, similar to the Syndra, the bad slams early in that stage 3.
All right, with that, that is game 1 in the books. T1 takes it over Wolves, but still a best of 5 here remaining, so don't go anywhere. The grand finals of TFT at EWC continues after this.
New adventures bring new challenges. Even as the heat rises, dandruff and grease won't stand a chance. With new Clear Men, powered by triple formula technology. To eliminate dandruff, itch and grease, gives you 8 hours of freshness and 100% dandruff-free hair. New Clear Men, 0% dandruff, 100% confidence.
Welcome back to TFT at the Esports World Cup. I'm Casanova, joined by Panda and Clement, and we just saw T1 take game 1 of this grand final against Wolves Esports. Pretty dominant showing, actually, to kick things off. It's around some beautiful heroics from some of the role players, Zuni and SCSC.
Not necessarily any new strategies, but we definitely saw some new variations. Swain 3 with that learning to spell, with that perfect tank itemization, becoming a superstar in those later stages. And overall roll downs and misses on those roll downs, crucially being a big problem for the Wolves team.
It seemed like the Wolves were desperately looking for a win-out player. We know that the Syndra game plan only has about a 6% chance to actually come out on the first, so they made a huge gambit in telling Serene to actually sell his Mordekaiser too and potentially pay for 4 costs. Unfortunately, he didn't win a single round that game, never got going.
That makes it very tough, and you have to question sometimes just going for the strategy that works versus actually just playing TFT, because while this 4v4 format has a lot of strategies to go through, this is kind of one of the few times we have seen a spot that just looks so good and a player thinking, oh, well, I have to do this role for the team, and kind of moving out of a position that might have been able to be the hero of that team's game.
I'm just saying, if Panda tells me to sell my Mordekaiser to you, I'm telling him no, it stays.
Listen, Clement, I am not joining a 4v4 tournament with you, buddy, so don't worry. That won't be happening anytime soon. If you're going to throw me under the bus, I'll do the same right back. But I do want to talk about the alternate paths in this potential game 2, in terms of we saw, yes, the Swain 3, okay. It is still Syndra, though. Do we see new comps being opened up? We saw the Golden Quest, of course, being very impactful this entire tournament. We've seen things like Flexible be very impactful on day 1, 2, and 3, not so much on this day 4, for example. Do we see something like the Portal +1? Shelty, back-to-back games in the semis, use that as a way to, hey, I'm going to stay strong, team. I have a good way to finish in the top 4, maybe even win the game as we saw. And you guys can play the more forcible lines with the rerolls, for example.
2 very cool win-out lines on the side of T1 I want to mention is Bobe playing Portal Vertical. He's actually played the most out of any player here, 3 games on it. And of course, the Nila reroll from Bintum that we love to see so much.
Yeah, that was such a cool game earlier on in the tournament when he was able to play around the multi-strikers and the multi-striker Nila in particular. And I mean, we'll see if he ends up on that more, because we haven't seen many multi-strikers today across the semifinals. Has actually been not popping up as frequently as it had during the rest of the tournament.
We're ready to go for game 2 as we hear the sound cue coming through, the Wolfpack joining forces, letting everyone know they're not out just yet. This is a best of 5. At the very least, 2 games more left if T1 is a little bit more dominant than we thought, but we hope 5 games in total in the books.
And that's what Alan was talking about, Prismatic Party. Let's go, baby. Roll the die. Sometimes this is how you have to play the game. This is how Z10 actually beat Fnatic. Massive wins from the Augment choices just early on. And you know, Wolves are saying we are not overachievers. We're going to go with the Prismatic Party.
The Wolves have won the Portal both games in a row. Last time, T1 was actually looking for the Prismatic Prelude. But this time the Wolves said, you know what? No. I think we want the Prismatics, and they'll get them. So we're going to have 3 Prismatic Augments coming through for this game. And you heard Alan on the desk saying, hey, Prismatics right now, first patch of a new set. It's It's very hard for them to get augments perfect every time on a first patch. There is some variation in that power level.
And Alan talked about high variance from these prismatics. You know what? What about build a Bud into minor polymorph into a Syndra 3-on-2-1, Clement? Do you like that one?
I think that's a little bit too much variance for
I'll
me.
tone it down. Okay,
Yeah.
a Kassadin 3. Is that okay?
Kassadin 3, okay.
There we go.
I'm actually
okay
so
business.
ready.
Thank you, Clement.
I've been wanting to see it. I've been like, we haven't gotten, at least not on stream, a Build-A-Bud into it. I mean, I know it's like so egregious and disgusting, but I still just like want it for the one time to be like, hey, look at how horrifying this is.
Talking about Kassadin, the 1-2-3 punch has been assembled already on this 1-4. Akali, Kassadin, and the Ashe has been found for now. Syndra up in the front, performing as a tank here in stage 1. One more prismatic augment that I want to touch on is, of course, support golems. Incredibly strong with the support items you get, but also just the body itself in stage 2.
All of the golems, of course, being very powerful. I'm the carry now, really good on stage 3. Gives you that extra body and carry potential to smash through. And of course, the Randuin's immovable object has been a great find.
All three amazing augments.
Good job, Clement.
Hey, would you like to know what 3 of the best prismatic augments in the game are? Well, take a look at your screen. We have Shimmer Scale Essence, Immovable Object, and Support Golem.
Unfortunately, no cloak, it seems like, for that synergy with the Mogul's Mail, especially if you have a great tank already online. Will be the support golem, Chalice, and the ZZ Rot. Ahri has been picked up. We are on level 3. Could this become an Ahri Zoe reroll game? We know that Ahri especially is an absolute monster when it comes to getting the extra 30% passive AP from all sources.
Well, he did just pump XP, so maybe not. But we do see a couple of golden tickets, one for each team. Serene and Dooney Juni.
2 support golems on the side of Wolves, and for Bobe, he's going to be the big win streak player here with At What Cost. Already going to level 6 now, so it's going to be up to see if one of these golems can maybe snap that streak early and slow him down.
Radiant Relics for SCSC facing Wolves player facing Serene. Does have the Radiant Rabadons on his item bench. I'm curious to see what AP lane he wants to go for with that.
It'd be so ideal to be able to play the Ahri line with that, but he's already pumped XP. It's not really going to be actually a place you can go just because of how the AP kind of ramps off each other with percent health damage. Absolutely insane, but might just be a Syndra once again.
It does look like Wolves are bringing extra bodies to the board right here as 3 golem players showing up.
Oh, and this, for Bobe, it's dual purpose.
Oh,
it's going to be, when you buy XP each round, gain 2 gold. And whenever you buy XP, re-roll your shop. It's a lot of extra econ. Very similar looking to the At What Cost as far as the icons go.
Trying to become the jack of all trades when it comes to one of the new augments in the set coming to the prismatics. And right away, we're seeing maybe one of the less stellar options from the support golems. There is variance in TFT. This is a prime example.
Oof. The combinations are so rough. You kind of want to put the gem in the back line, but then you got the chest. It's got to go in the front.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to utilize either one of these support items to its maximum potential. 2 of these multi-striker players now fighting out against each other. Bintum, of course, is going to be tied into the melee line with the Freaky Friday.
For now, just the portal line for SCSC. The Radiant Rabadon's on the Ezreal right now. We'll see where that goes. Could be a Syndra if he finds her. Could still be just a portal flexible line. Knowing that this is Prismatic Party, you know that you have 2 more Prismatic augments coming up. And that could, of course, affect the way that players confront this game in terms of what their game plans might look like and what possibility of augment synergies they have at 3-2.
And we got to look at these 2. Lost streaks with the Prismatic ticket. Both potentially going to have to be ready to sell their boards if they're fighting each other. So you've got these 2 screens. Yep, there's Dooney Juni. Sells everything. Does not run into Serene.
So Serene keeps his loss streak for now. Good dodge here, but it does look like there's a lot of players going for this Kog'Maw line potentially. 2 Rumbles being picked up.
Has a Vex and a Veigar on his board right there. We haven't seen much of Veigar since Cambiz went 7th in, I believe, his first or second game in the tournament. Overall, the stats were not good on day 1, and I think that comp kind of expired from most players' playbooks throughout the rest of this tournament.
All right, we're on to the carousel. See 1 tier, 1 bow. Bow goes immediately, and there goes the tier. Serene and Dunizuni going to be able to grab those. I think Dunizuni will be able to get a Rumble alongside it to go with his Syndra. The only 2 units going to be on his board for now as he looks to try and go for a big 3-2 rollback.
I want to call very interesting from Dunizuni. Does not try and finish one of the BIS items for the Syndra right now. Instead, he goes for the third potential component that can work around for the Shojin, for example. Could also flex into a frontline item because he knows he's losing. He's open porting right now. He doesn't need to get powerful now. He doesn't need to slam an item. He's rather looking at the bigger picture of his item economy throughout the first 2 stages of the game.
I think we're going to have a very high cap game right there. Before the carousel, there was only 2 units upgraded across the entire lounge in those 2 Jaces. So a lot of people just going for econ, making sure they have the strongest win out position they can.
Minor polymorph. What if the Zoe becomes a Kassadin, Clement?
Well, there are other options here. What if the Jace becomes something else and you lose
a
Portal?
Kassadin as well. Good idea, Clement. Thanks for bringing it up.
It's a bit too risky. I like my Portal 3.
Oh, Serene gets Dunizuni here.
Ooh.
Full sells the board. Dunizuni did not want to part with the Syndra or the Rumble. Gets punished for it, loses the loss streak.
In the battle of the golems here, one's the carry, one is the support. I think we know the way that Cookie will crumble here. Of course, the Syndra has not really scaled too much, and that means that YGQF for Wolves will be staying healthy, will continue the win streak in this stage 2.
When you are win streaking, you usually don't want to touch the minor polymorph. Just for all of you guys listening out there, just a tip. Don't listen to Panda all the time.
Well, SCSE able to hit an Ezreal 2 to try and continue this win streak, upgrading the board quite a bit.
My question, Kassa, is
tough.
that wasted gold or
Yes.
is that combat strength?
I think on
That's the
average
big
it's wasted
question.
gold, but the thing is you're trying to keep this win streak.
Okay.
You have to decide, is it good enough to beat YGQF? And honestly, I mean, I think no.
So if he
It's not
loses
good
this
enough.
fight,
If he loses, it's bad.
Jover.
If he
you're
loses,
calling
it's Jover. It's and here we go. We've got the fight between
You
them.
called
to see
it.
Who will be able to keep the streak? I mean, let's see if this Ezreal with the Radiant Death Cap is able to crank out enough damage.
And we saw quite a few fraud allegations on Morgana
looked
in set
pretty
11.
fraudulent, I'm gonna
Do
be
we
honest
see
with you.
the fraud allegations being beat for Ezreal in this game number 2, in this fight number 5 for stage 2? He's almost taken down a Golem. He's done so now. There's a few more tanks to go. A Zoe 2 and a Jace 2, and the front line has melted. Ezreal does not miss.
Okay.
Good shot.
Okay.
He's clutching up.
He beats
Okay,
the fraud
Ezreal's good
allegations.
to go. You
This
can buy
is not
Ezreal.
wasted gold for SCSC. If that was Ezreal 1, he certainly loses, but he gets to break the streak of his opponent and keep a streak into neutrals.
That was absolutely massive. YGQF, they had the double blades there, but wasn't willing to slam them, was underestimating the Ezreal, but he clutches through with a great shot onto 2 targets there, wiping out his backline.
And Veigar's still on the board there. Veigar's a comp that needs infinite gold to really work, because these are 3 costs you're rolling for, not 2, and ideally you want to be rolling on 7. Making it to 7 in a meta like this, where you have the Kassadins and the Kog'Maws really terrorizing you in stage 3, is very, very difficult.
I think the big problem that we've seen with the 3 costs we mentioned before is just that it's so easy to grief it. It's so easy to stop someone from just going for this 3-star. And so we haven't been able to see the full potential of some of these 3-cost compositions within the 4v4, and that's why the Swain was so surprising. But maybe Bobe, with this dual purpose, can find a way to get there by having these extra shot rerolls throughout the game.
All right, you guys ready? I'm calling it. He's going to transition to Karma.
you totally could.
I think so. Given the items
he probably
right here.
will.
I mean,
Yeah.
let us believe for even a few seconds, a few rounds even, is all I ask for.
Okay. We keep the dreams alive. If there is a Veigar 2 to pick up, that would be an interesting decision here. And also, he did buy the charms. Of course, it's a charm you always buy, +2 reroll. It's just 2 extra gold for you most of the times.
Even looking at potentially, having a Xerath on your board in the late game, who knows where you go in terms of stage 4 and stage 5 in those roll downs.
YGQF does have a massive find here. Shapeshifter Nasus on level 5. 2% odds to hit that one. Gives him the extra HP. And Nasus does actually benefit quite a bit from the AD as well. Very powerful on this stage. It's just such a shame that he underestimated the Ezreal early.
Yeah, ends up losing that streak because of it. And as we look at the streaks, Serene's still able to hold on to the loss streak. SCSC still saving HP for the team. Now it's blinding speed potential choice here. Dunizuni has 3 Syndras already.
Radiant Refractor for The Syndra player, one of the Shojin, potentially doesn't find the BF sword in the item component anvil. Instead, it will be double Rage Blade right now onto the Syndra. A setup on the left here with the Kog'Maw, Preserver, Jinx line potentially coming through for now a Jinx pair and just that singular Wukong in the front.
Serene has so far lost 21 rounds of combat straight in this series so far. I wonder when he's going to turn the corner because he's making me a little bit nervous.
I mean, we need a little bit more optimism from you, all right?
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, and we even see, I mean, Pandora's items being picked up, trying to go for Abyss on the Radiant side of things is always very risky, especially on 3-2 because now you're rolling this Radiant. But I guess Serene has not committed to winning a round yet, so can still wait to let that roll a little bit longer.
And Shelty has picked up the Pandora's items, the prismatic version. I think he would have loved to just put the Golem on the item bench and see if he can re-roll those items as well. Unfortunately, not the case with the treasure chest and the gem. The anti-synergy there, having, you know, it's going to be locked in for the rest of this game.
Big find here for SCSC. Getting that portal emblem is going to allow him to hit 8 portal fairly early on into the game. That's one of the strongest win conditions that we've been seeing all tournament long. Getting that alternative line and using Rise and that Taric for costs that are not usually picked up.
Lee Sao able to end the streak of SCSC. Now YGQF and Lee Sao challenging for that highest HP in the lobby, whereas Serene, still, we're going to have to see where this goes, right? I mean, Prismatic Ticket, there is a champion duplicator. There's a lot of potential.
Quite a few players really valuing these Radiant items. I think it really goes to show how much of a hyper carry meta we're in right now with things like the Syndras, for example.
And I know what Serene is going for. It is going to be that Radiant Gargoyle Stoneplate, one of the strongest Radiant items with the Wukong already in the front line. The question is, when does he actually find it? Is he going for the 30 loss streak before he turns the corner?
And Clement, I'm sure if you've noticed this as a caster, the opposing team has as well. These Wukongs could potentially be held. It's going to be very hard to see a Wukong 3 come easily, considering that, you know, any player can really slot this threat-like unit on their board for most of this stage 3 and 4.
Getting very nervous for Serene at 42 life here in stage 3. I mean, having 2 back-to-back stage 4 exits, not winning a single round, pretty terrifying as we jump into the carousel. Serene at least going to be able to get the first pick here.
This Nami could be big if you have a tier open, and Juni has exactly that. We talked about it, not finishing the item in stage 2 carousel, instead finding a better full or better half component, the tier, now picks up the sword on the Nami as well.
Still has that refractor. That's going to be a Spear of Hirana coming through.
Oh, that's going to be massive for the Syndra. They also have a great tank setup in the Eldritch Vertical. Again, this is not a line that we have actually seen win out games, but it's always going into the top 4.
For Lee Sao, we haven't mentioned it, but Giant and Mighty, a really big pickup, one of the best combat strength augments in the game alongside the Golems. As you mentioned, Cass, a great call. The Spear of Hirana is online, double Rage Blade here as well. An incredibly strong setup for the Syndra, and 5 Mordekaisers already.
Dooney also going for a little bit vertical Eldritch, finding an Eldritch emblem throughout this game. It's going to be nice to be able to potentially just even go to 7 Eldritch in this spot. Continue to get that as the front line. 6 Mordekaisers for Dooney Judy.
This game, though, we do have to point out Wolves in a much better position because they have 2 players that could potentially win out. Lisa, massive win streak with the support golem, and YGQF also on that portal route. So both of them having very high caps. Even if something does happen to Saren and he never finds that Gargoyle Stoneplate Radiant version, they still have a chance.
I'm curious if there are any other items you might be looking for in terms of not just the Gargoyles, because obviously waiting for one particular item, it might take 30 round losses until you find it.
I'd be willing to settle with something like the maybe the Adaptive Helm. That version of it gives you a lot of resistances, but you want to make use of the Drew trait that gives you 30 bonus. Oh, but this could be the answer.
Good enough,
yeah.
But now we have no tank items or components really right now. The Wukong 2 has been found. You're going to have to hope that Wolves are going to play fair, going to play nice when it comes to giving you at the very least 1 cloak.
I mean, the master plan here ends up just being Jinx Wukong, which has just been very underperforming throughout the entire event so far. 6 Jinxes, 20 gold remaining. The board maybe is stable at this point, but there are some boards out there that are quite strong. Serena has rolled quite a bit of gold.
Oh, and this is a big problem about it.
Oh, it doesn't quite get there.
The Wukong line is very weak against something like the multi-striker that has a full melee front line, can wrap around your solo carry. If you knew that Bintum was in your pool, you really needed to move that Wukong one hex to the right.
And T1 seeing the same exact player having trouble in this game too. As a competitor, you know, being cutthroat, they have to be a little bit happy because it is going to be hard mentally for Wolves to get organized, to stay mentally resilient, saying, hey, it is okay, Serene, you can still bounce back, you can have a massive roll down. I think T1 is even more interested in holding Wukongs and trying to doom the team spirit in this game too.
It's actually kind of funny. I haven't seen any Wukongs being held yet. Jinx just not on anyone's radar. And
I think they looked at the stats and said, you know, well, guys, it's okay.
He can play it. He's allowed to play it. That's
There's
fine.
no Radiant Stone Plate. We're good to go.
Look here at Bintum's board. Back to the multi-strikers. It's been a minute since we've seen Bintum on this line, but he did have a phenomenal game early on. I believe against Weibo, where he was able to basically carry his team with some really solid positioning playing this line.
The TG potential here is big as well. The Warmog's a little bit less so. The belt component's not ideal for the multi-striker line. 2 off of the Akali, and the rolls are coming through now for Bintum, trying to once again maintain the 6-win streak into this stage 4.
It does look like Bintum is much further ahead on the multi-striker line. The Akali, like you were talking about, already online and also has the Callista here. And looking at the golems, I do like the I'm a carry golem a little bit better right here compared to the contradiction golem on the other side.
Mordekaiser 3, 7 Eldritch, scaling the summon that much more, allowing the Radiant Spear of Hirana double Rage Blade build to scale into infinity every single fight.
Dooney is absolutely a win-out threat. He's got Syndra 3, Mordekaiser 3, the 7 Eldritch. We get the big bear coming down onto the board. Look, you're looking at Wolves. I think a bear is a little bit bigger.
And there's so many win conditions for him here. He's also going for the Neela 3 at the same time. A massive bear coming down on this board. Well, YG, unfortunately for Wolves, Serene goes down and they can't win against Dooney Juni. That win condition is going to get very, very narrow. They will have to blow out the rest of T1.
Big roll down coming through, though, looking for the Rise, looking for the Prismatic Augment coming through. We know, of course, the Portal Prismatic Party, which means that all of a sudden you have your last chance to find either Economy or Combat Strength or an alternate win condition altogether, especially for this Portal player. Finds the very early Nora. Do we get the Rise upgrades? For now, the answer is no. Only 1 Rise right now.
Already has 8 Portal on his board, especially with the new recruits, is able to fit in a lot of supporting traits in the Shapeshifter and the Vanguard. Blaster going in as well. SCSE is turning the corner. This is a very strong win-out line.
No Diana, unfortunately, on the roll down. One of the ways to really cap out this Portal line even more so, especially if you find a Diana 2. If you would have found even Diana 1, he could have also just committed items to her. Now, maybe without finding it, he has to think about different itemization altogether.
If SCSC can keep this rod open until the carousel, also it creates a win-out condition from finding a spatula.
Wolves are back, boys. Serene finally won a round. We did it.
And Bintum has hit Akali 3 with 3 items. Maybe the Warmogs will be impactful in terms of having her survive the damage coming through from the Rise, from the Nami, allowing her to finally assassinate those backliners. And it should be a clean win here. Can the Krug do it all by himself? The answer is no.
So many powerful players on the side of T1 right now. They really played for a very slow game plan. 8 Portal on the board, 3-star Syndra, and then of course you have the double Triforce Akali 3 roaming around. On the same time, we just don't see the same level of power being matched on the side of Wolves. Still struggling to hit a 2-star main carry on the Rise here. Not so sure about the Ezreal 3 plan. I haven't been a big fan of this unit.
Just trying to get more and more value from Portal as a trait. For now, only the Rise 1 holding not just 3 items, but a Radiant item as well. So the upgrade on this unit will be so important. Did hit the Taric 2, but he has no items for now. Just a Bramble, actually.
Yeah, SCSC very low on gold now, down to 5 gold on a big loss streak. 8 Portal is online, but as you said, there's not a real carry, right? The Rise is just Rise 1. Nora 1 is just not quite enough damage just yet. However, SCSC very, very close to having this board be at its full potential.
So clutch.
Shelty goes down even with the 7 multi-striker, and it looks like Bintum is on the same game plan, just further ahead because he hits the Pyro emblem for his Callista. So let's see if Shelty with the open spatula is going to go for that.
No Rise, no Diana, so could have been some key upgrades for 2 of our Portal players. A line we just mentioned going into Game 2 that we could be seeing that could be relevant for players to have that alternate game path towards a win.
Bobe now falling really low for loss streak, but he is going to deny critically, I think, the bow away from the side of the multi-striker player on Wolves.
Yeah, Bobe in a little bit of trouble now for lost streak, 20 life. Looks like Serene has stabilized quite a bit, so Bobe going to have to try his very best to avoid this 8th place.
Look at this setup from Duni. Zuni was already incredibly strong. We looked at his board on 4-1, but he's found the Giant and Mighty, making this Mordekaiser even more of a threat.
Nila 3.
I think gonna be maybe the player to win this lobby, at the very least to contest that win-out moment, to, again, harvest the HP of his opponents throughout this stage 4, maybe his teammates as well, to be honest, depending on the matchmaking.
This would be the first win Dooney Juni has at this tournament. And finally, Sarian turning the corner, going on a 3-win streak. But Wujinx has not performed historically in this tournament.
The matchup of the Titans, Mordekaiser versus Wukong.
Currently, though, the Wukong is 3 items to the Mordekaiser's 1. Double Gargoyle coming through. This is actually the optimal setup for this Wujinx, right? You've got this Radiant Ginsu. You've got these 2 stone plates for the front line. So for now, Serene should be the most powerful person in the lobby. Question is if any of the melee players can find some wrap and get onto the Jinx.
Can't believe 3 costs might be carrying the day here in our finals. The meta always evolving more and more. Also, some players going for Ezreal 3 at the same time. So, a very interesting turn of events.
A TG pickup here. Diana was found, skipped over, found again. And this board for now, it's mostly just the Karma and the Nas is trying to put in the work. No items, unfortunately, for the Fiora 2, for the Gwen 2 that could be doing so much carrying, but there's no item augments in the selection here for Bobe.
This dual purpose being one of the hardest augments to pilot overall. It does feel like a reroll, feel like a tempo. Most of the time you're going straight level 8, but if you don't pick up enough pieces on the way, it could just be a very flat exit for Bobe. Now going up until a lot of these big reroll players that have already finished their main carries, it's all going to come down to Fiora.
Dooney Juni was able to weaken his board significantly for Bobe to try and help him hang on a little bit longer, and it looks like it worked, getting all the items off of Mordekaiser. Looks like benching even Aniko. That made it so Dooney Juni's gonna have to take a hit, but Bobe gets to survive.
And the emblem as well, a smaller summon, and the TG on this Fiora was absolutely insane. Last Whisper Titans, no Omnivamp, but just fantastic items coming onto that secondary carry, the melee bruiser line. For that player, we're going to look now at this Rise, and the Ezreal Clemens still in the cards potentially for SCSC.
Yeah, he's got the duplicator, but still hasn't paired the Rise or the Nora, and that's what SCSC's been waiting for with this duplicator, making it very tough because his front line is starting to get there, right? Taric 2 still got a couple of upgrades, plus 8 portal is going to give you a lot of help there with these little golems coming through, just not having the damage.
The key thing about... Oh, go ahead. The 8 portals is you just get the extra items for your tank line and means that your Rise can actually scale up a lot harder. Whenever I'm playing Portal, the most important thing is just build all of your items on Rise, rely on the Portal to itemize your frontline tanks, and scale up later with the attack speed.
If duplicate the Rise wants to roll, considering there are a few things to hit here. The Ezreal 3, first of all, scaling the portal a little bit more, as well as that Rise 2, but finally duplicates the Rise, wants to try and go 9, try and find those legendaries that end up capping his board that tiny bit more, become the win-out player, Diana, Nami specifically, and of course, the Nora 2, still big upgrades to be found.
Runs into Serene here, the Jinxed Wu, dealing with the portals, both of these stall compositions, but does feel like the Jinx is going to ramp up a little faster than the portal, just throwing out little things. A lot of damage from the Ezreal even now, but the front line already gone. This Jinx doing so much work.
The Rise
going to meet a lot of danger.
On the wrong side, if it was on the Jinx side, maybe that splash damage would kill off that Jinx before she ramped those Rage Blades. Not the case for now, and Bobe also taking a big hit. All of a sudden, a few players from T1 are going to be in big trouble. Bobe on 4 HP, SCSC on 2 lives.
Yeah, and the only one in danger for Wolves is Shelty at this point because Serene might still have the strongest board in the game.
Absolutely. It's crazy for Serene. 26 lose streak on this series, turns the corner, goes into a 6-win streak. And going on the composition that we really didn't think too much of, the Wu Jinx composition, one of the worst comps earlier on, but because there's so many resources in the game and there's people taking out Ezreals and Mordekaisers, it actually became quite efficient to hit.
Looking at Bobe on his last life. Can this Fiora put in the work? Titans, Last Whisper, Preserver Emblem onto her. Kalista on the opposite side, still 1-star. We haven't found the upgrade, but there is a Radiant red buff, the Crest of Cinders, trying to put in that work. Fiora finally comes onto the Kalista, and because of the low HP on the 1-cost unit, she's able to clean up. It's just down to the Kassadin, the 1v3. The Karma does her bit. The DOT is on, and Fiora cleans up. Shelty now down to 1 HP.
Such a huge win for Bobe. SCSC also going to take a big hit. If the T1 players can hold on and send Shelty 8th, it's such a huge boon for their team.
It's time.
It's the Ezreal 3, yay!
The Ezreal that was rewarded for winning that last fight in Stage 2. That's why he's hung on to him for so long. And hey, he gets a Shojin as well.
I'll be honest, I would much rather put the Ezreals in the pool and make sure the Wu Jinx player doesn't hit as easily. I feel like that's
too
probably
late.
a
It's
better
too late
use
for
of
that,
money.
Clement.
All right, well, Bobe and SCSC in a lot of danger. SCSC not having the itemization here yet, going up against Dooney Dooney. Dooney not able to weaken himself this time, and I think that's going to be it for SCSC, but Serene going up against Bobe, and we do have the Jinx being taken down immediately. Gwen, you were talking about the Gwen AI, Panda, but it looks like it might have carried Bobe to surviving another round. The Gwen just tearing up the backline.
And the Gwen is not done yet. Snip from left to right. Every backliner taken down. The double crown guard shielding her, making sure she doesn't int at the beginning of the fight, and then all that extra AP allowing her to clean up house.
And still tough for T1. SCSC does go out in 8th, but Shelty going down in 7th. Bobe holds on for at least a 6th here.
Massive Pyro Emblem here being taken by Serene. I believe it was a deny play on the side of Bintum because he's already rolling in with those multi-strikers in the top of the lobby here. Good play here. The question is, how do you position the Wu Jinx to survive those melee carries coming in from both Bintum and the other board, I believe from Bobe?
We're seeing still for YGQF. Continues to be on Rise 1. 2 portal players instead of just that singular player that has that emblem to play an uncontested line. Is now having trouble, finally finds it, but is it too little too late? It's a 7-loss streak, and he's down to 1 life.
Bobe has scrapped long enough to potentially find his way into top 4 with YGQF and Serene both being on 1 life. If Bintum can rotate into Serene, it might be it, but it's Dooney Dooney. And Dooney Dooney might also have the power, right? This is going to be that 7 Eldritch. All of those 3 costs being rerolled on this side of the board. The Jinx trying to chew through the Mordekaiser. This is a front to back, and Jinx is on the proper side. The Neela not going to wrap. The Wukong staying alive, but the Syndra has scaled enough. Dooney Dooney takes out Serene. On the other side, YGQF against Bobe. Can Bobe do it?
And the Gwen do it again. This time she gets stunned, but all of a sudden she's back into the backline. Now she gets taken down. Rise is still alive, as is Nora. That will be it for that fight. YGQF does stay alive.
YGQF keeping the hopes of Wolves alive in this game. If he loses that fight, that would have done it, but now it is 2-2 left remaining in the game.
Wolves critically does have a +2 points in the bottom of the lobby, so T1 does have to go 1-3 here to finally clinch out this game. That was so huge. The Gwen and the Fiora actually going different directions. Gwen going back towards the Taric there gives enough time for YGQF to save his board.
And YGQF has hit now all of his upgrades. Bintum, the tempo multi-striker player, can he cap out high enough to outlast YGQF? He is still on 2 lives. And can Dooney Dooney with the Giant and Mighty, with the Mordekaiser 3, with the Syndra, with Spirit Piranha, win these last few fights?
YGQF going up against Lee Sao. Really can't afford a team kill here. Need to keep YGQF alive. Need to deny Dooney Dooney and Bintum the ability to go for a 1-3 or a 1-2. YGQF gonna stay alive, but Lee Sao losing some HP.
All they need is YGQF alive. He is a designated win-out player. If he gets the first place, no matter what T1 does, they will win this game.
I don't want to jinx it, but we're entering the territory of the desperate pleas. We're in stage 6. this is a charm that can single-handedly turn really the tide when it comes to these last few events, these last few fights.
Still a lot of these critical upgrades available on the side for YGQF. Diana 2, Nami 2 on the board. And of course, if you get the TK and the Xerath, you can transition into that direction as well.
And the lucky gloves, but doesn't find a TG on the Ammo does find some extra bit of MR shred and a final Taric item as well.
Story of 8.
Uh-oh, Dragon has been found. One of the big combat strength charms in this stage 6.
See if Bintum can have that make the difference. He was falling quite low, but the Dragon could turn the tides of the fight, maybe allowing him to take down YGQF or even just Lee Sao. Hold on for an extra fight.
If Bintum can survive, he's stacking that 5 Pyro, getting the attack speed across the entire board. All they need is the portal player to fall, and he is going to rotate into him.
Last second move from Bintum, trying to get his melee carries on the proper side. Kali's not going to find her way into the back line. The Rise is safe for now, but the Dragon will buy a lot of time for Kassadin. Kali gets all the way to the back, but does go down. There's not quite enough. The front line, I'm the carry now, is now the tank. The portal still sending out Krugs. It's just Kalista. She can't do it. YGQF holds on. Bintum goes down.
And we're talking about portal units, but Nami, really the queen of that fight. 2 massive Leviathans sweep through that entire board, stunning the Kassadin, stopping the Rage Blade stacking on that backline Kalista.
I just want to say Wolves have mathematically already clinched this game. They've already been the victory. I like what Bintum tried to do. He tried to get the Dragon splash damage onto the backline. Unfortunately, the angle was just a little bit off, and the Rise wasn't sniped there. Congratulations for Wolves to coming back.
Yeah, Wolves tying it up 1-1. Incredibly close. Coming down to just very little bits of positioning, very little bits of fight RNG between these two teams. Just the difference of Serene losing to Bobe or Bintum beating YGQF in these final moments would change the course of this series drastically.
And we called it before this game begun. Something like the Portal +1 could be the difference maker in terms of finding an alternate game plan. That was the fight that mattered the most in the end, with the elimination on Bintum and the strength of this portal board once you have the 8 portal and all of your upgrades as well.
It's extremely rare to see a team who has a win-out player actually lose in the rest of the matchup here. So, you know, good job on Wolves' part for putting the pressure on. I think unfortunate for Bobe didn't miss with that dual purpose. And that was kind of the start to the comeback for Wolves, getting that 8th player down, being able to focus on the rest of the team.
Commendations to Shelty for getting a 7th here with the combination of support items on his Golem at 2-1. Really, you're laughing, Clement, but it's an incredibly difficult combination to make work because they are literally anti-synergy, as you mentioned at the start of the game. One item you want to backline, the next you want to have pop immediately. All in all, a very good 7th that, again, forced the need for the top 3 from Bintum. A 4th could have been enough otherwise.
And once again, we're getting out of this series some new innovations. We saw the Jinx Wu. Now we're getting the 7 Eldritch version. Yes, we've seen some Eldritch Syndra before, but this time even rerolling for the Neela to cap out even higher. Dooney Juni does pick up the 1st place, but Wolves get the win in the match.
And for Juni, not the win for T1, but I really also want to commend his understanding of the bigger picture. We saw in the Stage 2 Carousel, not picking up a bow to slam a Nashor's or a Rage Blade, instead looking for a Shojin component, knowing maybe that it's Prismatic Party, that there is a chance for the Radiant Refractor, which has been an incredibly big warping augment across this entire tournament, has that perfect setup, has a Giant and Mighty with the Mordekaiser 3 as well, and all in all, an incredibly strong, unstoppable board to win this game despite Wolves as a team coming out as a victor.
This is what we wanted to see out of this series, opening up of the meta. Both teams finding those lines that we don't typically search for. The Wu Jinx coming out, and of course the Eldritch line being played so beautifully by Serene and Dooney Juni. I think with these lines open up, it will mean that the standard stronger lines are actually now a little bit more open to operate as well as people take other champions out of the pool.
I mean, we said we wanted 5 games, right? It looks like we might be getting towards that, right? We're getting close. Every single one of these games coming down to just a few HP points.
Not just the result, but I think the momentum as well. I talked about Shelty having to come back into this game mentally. He got that 7th. I think that's big for his team, but the team winning that game outright, I think, is so big for the reset mentally of saying, hey, we're 1-1. It's as if we're now playing a best of 3. We have the experience. We're on very good form on the day. We can have what it takes to still make it big.
You know, I trust Serene so much. Even if he went on a 40-loss streak, I still think they would have to have the mental to come back.
Yeah, 100%. But at least he doesn't have to take 40. You know, it was like, what, 25 before he starts to snap it? 26 is where he's able to snap it and come back in a huge way for the team, being able to claw through a bunch of placements.
Does look like that prismatic party working out for the Wolves here.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to head to a break. But when we come back, Game 3 of the Grand Finals, TFT at EWC.
我是打不过这家的，我是打不过。OK。
哦，是，搬回一城，搬回一城，
继续，
搬回一城。
我操，太鸡巴难了，我操。
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back to Teamfight Tactics at the Esports World Cup. We're in the Grand Finals, and Wolves have just tied up the series with T1 1-1, playing a best-of-5 right now. But now it's been essentially reduced to a best-of-3. Next team to get 2 more wins will be the winner. Casanova here with Panda and Clement. And come on, this series has been so incredibly close between these two teams.
Minimum of 4 games, maximum, and hopefully 5 games in store for us today between these two Titan teams in TFT, representing 2 Titanic regions as well. CN for Wolves, Korea and APAC for T1, and just some superstar players making some big plays, of course with the help of the prismatic party, making it so that we really elevated the tempo and the overall board strength that we had in those stage 5 and 6 boards.
And I just can't believe how scrappy this game was. It was decided in the bottom 4, where Wolves got 2 points in the 5th and 7th placement. They didn't take the first, but it was enough. And this really goes to show you every HP matters. If you're a losing player, don't free fall.
And a reminder that both of these teams have locked in $100,000 of prize money already, but the winner doubles it to $200,000. These are some of the highest stakes matches of Teamfight Tactics that we've ever had.
Plus the potential $50,000 for the MVP in this finals as well. So a big deal for our TFT players. And one thing I really want to start to look at is, are there any more alternate lines left that we haven't already seen in this finals or in this day, really, in this day 4, Clement? Anything that comes to mind to you?
Well, I have seen one from Branching Out that was really particular, but, you know, Panda's telling me not to talk about it.
It's a secret tech. We're using it in set 12 camps.
Okay, we're using it. Okay. The tech overall, I think, is pretty solved at this point. We did see some, I think mainly the big thing for me is the creative win-out positions, the flexible, the build difference. Those are the ones I'm really excited to see.
I would love to see another Golden Quest. I think it's great to see legendaries find their spotlight, especially in early stage 4 where they are so dominant, but especially so it's great to see the mechanical play from these top players. It's not just the strategy, it's not just the big picture, the 4v4 team play, it's the idea of hitting a Golden Quest, having a split second to see the unit and the itemization, and immediately rolling down infinite gold trying to assemble the comp that makes the most sense in just 10 to 15 seconds. Seeing Bintum going for that line was just absolutely majestic. He's one of the fastest players in the convergence right now. And Clement, once again, we're getting the sound cues. I believe Game 3 is starting up. I just have a small indicator there.
The Spirit Blossom Wolves across the team, and this is something really interesting that we've seen from all CN teams. They all use the same little legends. If you want to play 4v4, get your squad the same one.
Scuttle Puddle, another high resource portal coming through, this time not from the augment, more so from the economy.
Yeah, and with that extra economy, something we should notice is it really opens up lines that require a lot of gold, the 3-cost reroll lines like the Veigar, the Wu Jinx, and potentially the Ezreal that we've seen in this series already.
Our players, we're seeing the cams there, fully locked in, fully focused, not too serious, understanding that they are here, having a ton of fun playing the game they absolutely love. And these are experienced players. They're not feeling the pressure of this being a Game 3 in a Grand Finals with so much at stake. One key thing to mention for Scuttle Puddle, there is a possibility to, of course, only field a singular unit and win that round if you want to maximize your economy. Usually not the best play in this kind of competition because you want to have your options open and have the possibility of upgrading your units to 2 stars.
And we got to see what this increased economy actually will do for all these players. So, you know, we got to see some 3-star 3 costs, and usually you need a lot of econ to make that happen. But I do feel like the teams were not denying as much as maybe we would expect them to stop those 3 stars from coming through.
I'm just looking for the craziest game plan possible. We already have additional resources. Why not throw in another prismatic start to this game and really spice things up?
YGQF makes 10 there, does not opt to hold those Ashes. The Jax is not looking for that maybe a multi-striker opener or multi-striker line as a whole. It could be that some players have, again, more of a role within these rerolls. They say, hey, I'm the Kog'Maw expert, I'm the Syndra expert. I'm a little bit more prone to holding specific units to make sure that sometimes I go into that line regardless.
I do think with the additional gold, it does mean that comps that don't have a win-out condition like the Kog'Maw and the multi-strikers are probably going to be less appealing to these players.
You make 10 here, you have the Rumble pair. Could be a massive upgrade if you find it.
Watch here for Bintum into the 2-1. You can find a Syndra to go alongside these Rumbles. Start off the game very strong. And it's Silvers, not Prismatics, like we were potentially hoping for, calming things down a little bit alongside the Scuttle Puddle. So a lot of resources, maybe a little less power from the augments.
Really precise planning coming through here as well from all of our players as they communicate between each other. They, try and share what lines are being opened, why the augments are being offered, who wants to lose streak, who wants to win streak, who has the board, the units, and the items to do so.
Really looking forward for something like the Pandora's Bench. I think in this type of situation, when you get 3-cost rerolls, typically the strongest in TFT history because one unit is 27 gold, and you get that additional chance to reroll, would be a great spot for it. 3-cost reroll, I'm a huge fan of Veigar, but just hasn't been working out because of the cost to it.
Bintum going to grab Stim Pack, so we're going to see lost streak from Bintum in a full open fort.
And I'm not surprised, you see the Warwicks, the Ziggs in your shop, you're not seeing the upgrades, like, yeah, I'm just going to sell everything, reset, restart mission without the augment, basically, when it comes to this 2-1 round. And sticking here with the Serene, we're going to see what the options will be for him with the silver ticket, rather. Could be looking to re-roll quite a bit, and
2 games
chosen already with the Syndra.
Yeah, 2 games of Serene on the lose streak duty. This time around, I think he has a clear win streak position here. Bobe also with a great start with the over-encumbered, one of the strongest silver augments earlier on. Gets you a huge stage 3, and also the Syndra to start off.
Yeah, Syndra with the Shojin starting out from 2-1. Exactly what you want to be looking for to play the Syndra line. So Bobe, gonna have to have our eyes on him, whether he can play for a full win out or even just the Syndra tempo.
Did pick up that early win. Maybe not ideal usually for the Syndra line because you want to have the priority on the carousel to make sure you can work towards that BIS. With over-encumbered, a little bit less important because you have those extra dice rolls, let's say, in terms of finding the right components to scale that Syndra into that stage 3 and 4 with the Rage Blade, the Shojin, and the Nasher.
Oh, Shelty leveling up, so he's not going to be playing the Scholar Bastion line as we have seen. I'm very fond of that line, but very specific conditions. However, he has a great tempo game plan, and I do want to mention yesterday in the Twisted Minds matchup, we did see the use of a Bastion front line with a Syndra in the back.
Just finding new and creative ways to play Teamfight Syndra.
Shelty, we'll see if he can resist the temptation. Double Veigar in the shop. He's looking, he's seeing the Shojin, and he's thinking, am I going to play a Veigar reroll game in Game 3 of a Grand Finals? The answer on this patch might be no.
He's already got a Vex as well, right? The setup's all there, and then he sells the Vex, so we're not going to see.
He was talking to his teammates, and I think they talked him out of the situation right there.
Quick little therapy session. Nope, no Veigar for you.
Nope. Calmer heads prevail in this situation. Now we have 2 win streaks from the same team going up against each other. Looks like just a common Syndra game. Possibly from both of these.
Yeah, we've got a team building, or an army building, the YGQF, trying to get that. It's a much stronger silver in this setup than it has been kind of historically, being able to just get 2 more of your 2 costs that you're re-rolling. And while that wouldn't be the most insane amount of value on a lot of patches, a lot of times you wanted to play it with the 3 cost reroll because it buys you a lot more of that gold. Since they're so contested, getting those duplications is amazing.
And we're finally into, oh look, it could have been a Veigar too, punished for not believing. And of course, we know the Veigar BIS is the Shojin, the blue buff, and then the damage item. So it could have been a good option. T1 comms coming through, really trying to share, hey, let's grief this player. I need this, you need that. Let's try and make this work with our pick order. But all in all, I think the priority will always go towards Syndra BIS in this stage 2 carousel.
Really interesting. SCSC once again on the Kog'Maw duty. I thought in a portal like this one, Scuttle Puddle, it wouldn't be as common, but he's still going to go for it. And they have the Golden Remover to shift items between the Tristana and the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, there's the benefit of rerolls on these high econ portals of being able to just hit sooner. But also, as you said, the high cap is a struggle. But I guess they're accepting the SCSC will instead push the tempo, try and find a line and find it that it's open, stay out of the lanes of his teammates, just play for the best that he can. Bintum, full open, 50 gold, 2-5.
Bintum with already 2 silver augments, the Stim Pack and the AFK, it seems like. Not going to be playing this stage 2, looking for the full loss streak, and I don't blame him. 50 gold already. In Scuttle Puddle, this is one of the ways you can play this portal. Gold overall has less value, but still already at 50.
What's really cool is we saw Bintum's board, but we just saw the dummy. We know that he knows he's open fort. He's not even looking at his board. He's going around scouting the opponent, scouting his teammates, and helping to give comms and context for the 4v4 game plan. Very fun to see.
And I want to mention, this is what Bintum did at the Global Championship as well. Hard griefing multiple EME players to get into the finals. He's been doing that all the while in Tactician's Crown, so definitely very used to this playstyle.
I mean, you really had to bring that up. I had already forgotten. I was best friends with Bintum again, but now I'm starting to think that he doesn't like my region, which makes me a little bit sour. But Juni, a player that has to be very happy. Once again, in a similar spot playing for the Syndra line, he did pick up a BF sword on that last carousel, so has 2 BIS items already. But these are the win-streaking players coming into the end of stage 2. 4 win streak for either player, 39 gold as well for each. So double reason to try and win this fight.
Big for the Wolves if they can dodge each other here. Shelty versus Lee Sao, and they don't. One of them will have to lose the win streak. Wolves going to lose some of their econ value coming out of stage 2. Lee Sao having the Hui carrying right now, where it's the Zoe 2 on the other side, both with the Shojin, both wishing that their name was Syndra, and that's just not enough. the way, trying its best. It is just going to be that Lily in the front line being a little bit too strong, however. It seems like Shelty will be the one carrying the streak, but at least a good loss for Lisa.
Shelty with a very good roll of items on that Lilia here, and I do want to mention this is before his silver augment has even popped, so playing with some very high caps, great ways into all of the AP lines, which are typically favored in the meta right now.
Shojin built on the Zoe here. We'll see if there will be any augments at 3-2 that open up that alternate line with the portal. If there's any spatulas, for example, with portal being a craftable emblem that could come through in the stage 3 carousel. So once again, open a line that many players are already in stage 2 because of the strength of portal as a 3 trait.
I really want to see if we're going to get a repeat of Bintum with a golden quest. The perfect situation has appeared. Tons of gold. The right amount of augments here.
Golden Quest on Scuttle is a little illegal.
It is very illegal.
It's a little messed up.
One big thing to mention is that a lot of players think about TFT and they say, oh, you just high roll. That's all it is. But you have to be open to the high rolls. I guarantee you, Bintum, somewhere in his very big brain, he has the idea of, hey, if I hit Golden Quest, this is a really big high roll that I'm open to right now because I'm committing to this very greedy econ generating line with the Scuttle Puddle.
It's actually a strategy in the 4v4 that I think has been more successful than people thought, is just leaving yourself open to some of these more like quote-unquote egregious high rolls, because they're keeping the door open on a player that maybe would only have a mediocre spot anyways, and now you get to turn it into that big first place that just wins the entire game for your team.
A lot of players right here trying to reroll for the Syndra too, but neither of them hitting on the side of Wolves or T1. They're just going to have to make do as we have YGQF going into the multi-striker line, so I guess not a lot of players heeding to Clement's advice here. They're going for the low-cap reroll boards still.
We talked about over-encumbered, feeding into that potential Syndra BIS. Very close to it. It looks like there for Bobe, who has now a 3-item Syndra. Just needs that upgrade, as do, well, maybe most of our players in this stage 3. A second silver augment comes through. Rolling for days, a few extra rolls, golden remover, a lot of items still on the item bench here. He has to now make some executive decisions in terms of where the direction is. We do see a singular Veigar on the board. There is a lot of tears, not of sadness, but hopefully that will build towards a blue buff and a Shojin. Do we commit, Bintum? Is it time? Not quite the golden quest we're looking for when it comes to the Honeyman.
This is my golden quest here, is to see a Veigar 3 picked up in the grand finals. Bintum, I mean, yeah, having that many tiers, it kind of starts to lead you to want to consider the line. He's also considering multi-strikers, as you can see this pair of Castans, pair of goalies with the blue buff slam. That's starting to feel like a little bit of a commitment, but not quite.
The Morello may be indicating more of a karma, but let's keep our hopes up.
Yeah, I think for Bintum, when we've seen him go into this big lose streak, it typically has been for the level 8 play. So I'm not going to keep my hopes up. I love the line, but probably not in a 4v4 finals.
One big deal with the rolls, of course, is that now in set 12 you can bank your rerolls. So despite it looking like a reroll option, you can of course just bank it. It's essentially just saving that economy for that level 8 roll down. In theory, we'll see where Bintum goes with this.
I mean, we start seeing if he's going to pump XP, hold on to this gold, or if he actually starts rolling, and we'll immediately know what he's going to be looking for.
Is this double up? Can Junizuni send the karmas over to Bintum? Is that how this works?
What is happening with Juni? He's been so high roll all 3 of these games.
Maybe
here.
he should hit the the random uncraftable emblem if he's feeling it. Okay.
Let's see. Nah. He's gonna skip it. But that's pretty egregious, getting 2 karmas this early, and you can also level up faster, opens up a lot more playing lines. He's not going to have to reroll much on this level 6 for Syndra.
Yeah, Bobe also finding a Nami, which is very important for the Syndra line. So a couple 4 costs being picked up by T1 that are very impactful. We'll see if they're able to execute with that, really convert off of it. Bintum down to 50 gold now. I believe he must have pumped some EXP, so we're going to be seeing, instead, it will be the Karma, most likely.
And we'll see now this carousel. We talked about the karma pair. Could there be a karma on this carousel as well? Maybe a second Nami, maybe just the items to finish off as we're seeing here. Maybe the Rage Blade for Serene, who needs to find the 3rd Syndra item to get her scaling. We're seeing keepers here. Could, of course, indicate and really plays more easily into something like a multi-strikers, but we saw it from Alan earlier in day 2 of this tournament. We've seen it from a few players. They can still play keepers into a line like Syndra.
The 4 cost here Yeah, not looking at like the most important one so far. Karma not there, Nace is not there. Fairly equal across the board. That Karma pair on Dooney Juni is what everyone is looking at.
The comms, very calm. There's no, crazy amount of pressure, it seems like. They just all know exactly what they're doing on their own boards, what to try and grief from their opponents. The scouting has been coming through all throughout Stage 3. And with players of this level, they can immediately see the components on the bench and understand what the opponent will be trying to go for next in terms of the BIS itemization for their tank or their backliner.
And Bintum now getting even more items coming through. Stimpack falling down below 50 here.
Could build a Shojin here onto the Vega.
Still holding the cope.
Maybe a remover to take up the Morello, build a JG as well, but not sure that'll be the game plan.
Looking a little bit dicey for Bintum, only on 41 HP. If the Scuttle Puzzle doesn't give him a lot of gold, there is a chance he just misses out on the level 8 roll down. So I think the rest of the players on T1 do have to start and take that into consideration, give him more time to get online. If you don't hit the upgrades, the extra items don't matter as much.
And for SCSC, he is back on the Kog'Maw reroll, has rolled heavily, understands his role, stay healthy, preserve HP in Stage 3 especially, does have the featherweights to help with that. SCSC, a player who, before coming to this final day, had played already 2 games of Kog'Maw reroll with a 3.0 average, so someone who definitely knows and understands where this comp spikes and finds success.
I think there's going to be some trouble for SCSC though, because a lot of times when he's been playing this, we've seen him hold on to an insane amount of HP. This time, it's 82 right now. He's already starting to lose against some of these other players. The higher resources, they're letting players get to level 7 a little bit quicker, find some of the upgrades a little bit quicker, and it's making it so the Kog'Maw reroll, not finding the 3 stars already, it's not actually that much more powerful.
6 Indras there we saw from Bobe.
SCSC has that chance to, well, he's not going to take it, of course. Shelty, I really wonder what his support item is. Ever since it's been given to him, he has not won a single round. So might have been a little bit of a low roll given his comp.
And now Bintum fighting up against SCSC. Bintum hoping to get a couple of knockouts here, but it is just going to be the Tristana doing so much damage in the front line from SCSC. Still good enough. Bintum going to continue the loss streak, fortunately able to take out half the units on the board.
Good loss on the side for Bintum. He needs every ounce of gold he can get before he goes into the PvE round. 63 gold. He still needs a lot to level, over 20 gold to level. So it's going to come down to these scuttles. How much gold is he going to get to help him find upgrades?
And we're seeing every single player, it seems like, on T1 holding on to the multi-strikers, holding on to the cast and the Akali. This is because gold just has less value when you get that much more of it in Scuttle Puddle. Even if you go down to 0 gold, the injection that comes in, the rejuice on every single PvE round means that you can go back up, still level up, and it's overall more worthwhile to hold units on your bench.
All right, Bintum went to 8. Went to 30 gold. He'll get to come back up from the Scuttle, as exactly as you're talking about. Does not hit the 4 cost that he wants off of that orb, but we're going to see a big roll down, I expect, here from Bintum. Finds a Fiora. There's the Gwen. Warriors potentially can be played.
Assembly.
Not finding the Karma yet.
He knows he has to roll quickly. He dodges the Assembly despite it being plus gold because he knows it'll slow him down too much.
Tark for the front line. Bard upgrade. It's not everything that he needs. Still no
Karma.
Karmas. Completely unable to find it. Melio, at least 5 costs that can be used. Pairs the Gwen, gets a Nasus. It's not the most amazing roll down.
So in these type of situations, you might want to consider using the Gwen as a item carry for the Karma. You can switch off the items later with just something like an Akali.
And despite the rat tactics, the Kassadin has still been found on this final 4-1 roll down from YGQF. Of course, the army building helps with that, the extra duplicators, and now the item collector, a great combat strength augment when you have all of these carries fully itemized. One final augment coming up at 4-2. What will it be for our players who really need to stabilize? Looking at Bintum in particular, the hero for this team is now down to 21 HP, and he gets a big chance to come back into the game with a prismatic augment selection.
Silver prismatic, and he can either save Bintum or shut him out completely. We're going to see what these choices are coming through.
Bintum does take immediate combat power, getting extra HP on the board, but I actually think Prismatic is one of the worst choices in this situation. It's usually a lot of immediate power, and if you haven't hit your upgrades, it just doesn't count for you.
Lee Sao, the other player, rolling down on 8 here, in contrast to Bintum. Able to find a Callista 2.
The Radiant Rage Blade is so big onto this Callista. We have a TG as well. And just the Tiny Titans buying so much more time for Lee Sao to do his thing.
This is one of the strongest cap-out boards coming in here. If he can get the Camille online, the Arcana in. You know, Bastion Callista, typically not played because it's just too expensive in 4v4, but this would be the position to see it in.
And Fiora even getting to the backline immediately here. Syndra not able to take things down. Juni,
so
very close fight. The Karma nearly being able to hold on for Juni. Big amounts of HP being taken away from T1 here. Wolves kind of winning across the board as Bintum once again in a lot of trouble. Very close fight. Able to hold on. He needs to salvage as much HP as he can. He is so far behind the curve of this lobby.
And this Nasus might help, especially with Giant and Mighty. Has to move on those items to the Nasus, make him the star of the show when it comes to the frontline units, and hope that the Karma has enough time. She's always going to be living on borrowed time with her ability, slowly chipping away at all the units on the enemy board.
Some really fast reaction times for Bintum. He's moving across the board to make sure that he's going to get maximum value out of the unstable treasure chest to make sure he can live one more round. He sells the Taric here, going to item transition towards the Nasus, a better tank. The key thing is hitting upgrades. Where are those backlines?
And the combination of augments here, the Keepers into the support golem with a Randuin and an Aegis of the Legion. Everything telling you, hey buddy, just clump up. Don't worry, there's no AoE coming your way.
Insane hits there for Serene, but maybe it's not strong enough to deal with Bintum just yet, who has rolled down all of this gold. Serene still a lot of strength to be had. Level 7, 50 gold, but now with the Nasus 2 and the Karma's items, Bintum may have found some amount of stability.
Bintum has been juiced many times, going in with the stim pack, extra interest gold. If he can stabilize, he is a win-out player, and that would be a 6-point swing in his position.
No Karma here, unfortunately. And looking back at that combination with the Keepers and the Randuins and the Aegis, in a solo format, maybe your opponents don't scout enough. They don't notice how much you are giving up in terms of your positioning. In a team format, every single player on T1 has said, hey, if you guys have a chance to slot in some CC, if you guys have a chance to have these units that really benefit from AoE clumping, try and go for it, because we're going to have massive win conditions against this massive middle clump from the Wolves player.
Yeah, and if not, you're going to have to deal with that stat check, and it's going to be just far too much.
The roll down coming through. We are seeing the fabled combination. Snipers focus onto the Kog'Maw for now. Not a Kog'Maw 3 just yet. It is Tristana 3 coming through with the Rage Blade, the IE, the combination of items we've seen so often across the tournament.
And I do want to explain why the Marksman toolkit is so good on the Kog'Maw. It's because it allows his ability to hit the backline as well. You can actually instantly wipe 3 targets that are clumped up together. Very powerful if the opponents are not aware of it.
Now on the other side, SCSC going up against Bobe. Bobe has found Syndra 3 once again. T1 being able to 3-star a Syndra in the game. And there's still going to be 5 Mordekaisers for Bobe. We've seen how powerful it is when you're able to 3-star Syndra and Mordekaiser. Bobe having potentially a chance to look for the win in this game for T1.
And that great synergy we saw there as well, with the combination of the Ascension for the Syndra and the Randuins to buy time for that Ascension to kick in.
Bintum has finally hit his upgrades, but he's down to 10 HP here. I wonder if he rolls a little bit more. Does he have the gold to actually potentially go for this Milio 2?
You would wish for a Bard to maybe replace the Bard on the current board and try and swap those items over. The extra attack speed on the Milio, which can then, of course, feed even more items to the rest of the units on his board, especially the Nasus and Fiora, still with 2 and 1 items respectively.
Massive win streakers for Lee Sao and YGQF. Can Bintum dodge them out? Runs into Bobe.
Item on the bench, making his board a tiny bit weaker. Is that enough for Bintum to stay alive, considering he's on 1 life, even considering it's a stage 4, Casa?
Bintum has been such a rock for this team. Taking an 8th so early in this game when he is one of the potential win-out players would be so tough, and especially coming at the hands of Bobe, the Senshin, Just Procs, and Syndra, going to be pumping out a ton of damage still.
Zillion, so big.
Nass is holding on, and Zillion finding the stun to buy time for the Milio. Bobe will take the loss. Unfortunately, kind of a large loss. T1 needs to be saving as much life as possible, but Bintum surviving, so impactful for the squad.
Saren also takes a big loss here on that Syndra line. I don't really see a future with Bobe on that Syndra 3. So the big thing is, can T1 actually scrap out a miracle here? Send Saren lower than Bintum.
We're starting to see maybe one of the win-out players. Great combination of items on the very early Kalista 2 has now resulted in a 5-win streak all throughout Stage 4, taxing a lot of the T1 players in the process. Potentially a level 9 coming on in 5-2, and with Scuttle Puddle and the extra amount of resources, maybe even a level 10 from this player and a few others if they make it to Stage 6.
Especially looking at Lee Sao right now, already 50 gold coming into this. Easily can just pump up XP, doesn't actually have any other upgrades that you really would want to roll for on level 8.
Shelty also a potential very strong player with the extra portal here. So already found the Nora has 8 portal on the board. The rest of the question is just about filling in the front line.
In the semifinals, Shelty played back-to-back games of vertical portal to get this team into this final. And Shelty, when he's offered this path, once again he said, you know what, I had great results before, let's run it back, baby.
Finds the Taric upgrade as well. Both of these boards incredibly strong. Huge uphill battle for T1 to deal with Lee Sao and Shelty.
And the confident pre-level, staying above 50, understanding that, hey, I am strong enough. I am going for max cap. I am not feeling the pressure just yet.
SC and Bintum here, I both don't really seem they have a win-out condition. So T1, their game plan has to be about scrapping placements at the bottom. SCSA especially, we were talking about Kog'Maw in this type of setup where there's prismatic finales, and also the Scuttle Puddle just doesn't have the power to stay around.
Bobe taking another loss. Shelty still a lot of room to continue to improve the board. Bobe, we felt like was in a strong position with the Syndra 3, but on a 2-loss streak down to 24. SCSE certainly looks like it will be either an 8th or a 7th. Only hope is that Serene will fall quicker.
And unlike most games of TFT in this set 12, because of Scuttle Puddle, we're seeing kind of that secondary roll down on 5-2 on level 9 for a ton of players trying to find those legendaries to continue re-spiking their board, to maybe even have these win streaks continue. 6 right now for Lee Sao at the very top of the HP standings. Bintum on the opposite side of the spectrum, just trying to stay alive to live for 1 or 2 more fights to finish 7th instead of 8th.
Juni contesting him on the board with the Karma. Of course, Bintum has to slam his last item onto the Nasus, hoping that he can stay alive here. It could be a team kill, but the Nasus walks up.
Yeah, the Nasus be able to get into the back line. Bintum going to be able to win that one. On the other side, Serene fighting for his life against Bobe. That Syndra 3 doing so much work, but the front line has been relatively soft. It looks like it's enough this time. Serene going to take a huge hit. One of the Wolves will be going out first. Bobe and SCSC doing enough to stay alive in this game and try and keep T1's hopes alive as well, but still 3 T1 players in the bottom 4 in danger of still dropping this game.
I'm still so impressed by T1. Bintum has been hanging by a thread ever since the last stage, but still able to make it all the way to 5-3 because of his teammates recognizing they need to keep that win condition alive.
And despite the 10 HP for Bintum all across the last stage, I'd go as far as calling him the hero, because it matters so much to finish 1 placement above, to outlast your opponents even if for a moment, and it all comes down to those small details, what units to buy and upgrade, where to itemize, how to position as well.
Bintum again going to be fighting up against the multicasters, or multi-strikers this time, and the Karma is on the same side as the Kassadin. The tanking from the Nasus has to be huge here, but the Kassadin will be going to this Karma very soon.
Kali.
The Kali's already there. Kali getting a lot of damage
the
down.
Zillion stun is so big, it buys the time you
need.
A massive win for Bintum, stays alive once again, and Casa, please don't say multicasters once again. The PTSD came rushing in.
Immediately.
Kassadin I love, the multicasters maybe not so much.
It was terrible, terrible, terrible. SCSC though takes another loss. We do expect him to be the next person to fall in this game, but Dunizuni and Bintum trying to hold on a bit as YGQF could also go down for the Wolves and open up a chance for T1.
Massive for Bintum here as he finds extra items for the Fiora. Only the Bloodthirster on his secondary carry so far, so he's going to be able to juice up a little bit more.
The Hand of Justice matters because the Omnivamp keeps the Fiora alive until the Milio item comes in to finalize our itemization, as that temporary item has, slotted in for that third position for most of these fights. The Rumble game plan still here, not quite come through for SCSC. As we know, I think the player that's almost always playing into this Kog'Maw line, he's done his job up until this moment. He's taxed many players' HP, but this max cap is never going to win lobbies. He just needs to stay alive for 1 or 2 more rounds longer, just like Bintum.
And it's going to come down a lot to how this Kog'Maw is going to roll with that Fishbones. It doubles his attack range. If it can get into the backline, there could be some chances for Miracle wins.
Facing off against Dunizuni, we have to watch where the Kog'Maw goes. Trying to get the hits onto the front line. It's a lot of power there. We see the cast coming through. Almost takes out Karma immediately. Looks like the Kog'Maw's doing a lot of work, but there's a lot of CC coming through. Now the backline is gone, so SCSC should be able to live. Looking on the other side, it is going to be Bintum versus Lee Sao. Can he stay alive even longer? That Callista's going crazy with the Radiant Ginsu. Bintum gets shut down by Lee Sao.
He's done his job. He has the +1 over Serene. And that looks like YGQF has also been taken down in 6th. A very close elimination at the end there on that 5-5 fight. YGQF in 6th place, Bintum in 7th.
Multi-strikers just not able to get the jobs done in this meta right here. And we saw the potential, the miracle team fight from SCSC, targeting the backline, taking out Karma almost immediately in the fight to survive. Dunijuni, SCSC, both holding on to 3 and 2 HP respectively.
SCSC looks like he will get up against a Ghost potentially there, just the portal. Trying to deal with that as Lee Sao versus Shelty, the 2 strongest members of the Wolves, carrying the team on their backs for this game, both playing for incredibly high caps. Dunizuni going to pop up back on the screen, trying to survive against Bobe. Could be another team kill coming through for T1. They've done a great job of keeping their low health members alive, but at this point, all of them don't have a lot of health remaining, and the Syndra is just too powerful from the side of Bobe.
The Jack show is not enough. 2 players from T1 go down. SCSC in 5th, Dunijuni in 4th.
And that will lock in the win for Wolves once again, it looks like, as they were able to grab that. As we take a look here, no, they went 8th and 6th. It's not locked just yet. Bobe has a chance to win out. It's very close, but he can tie the points, and first place being the tiebreaker. Bobe can be the hero for T1 against Lee Sao and Shelty.
The writing is on the wall. It's a 10-win streak right now for Lee Sao. Can anyone stop this player from completely taking over the game in Stage 6?
It's one of the highest cap boards that you can possibly get here, and he still has a lot of rolled to go here. Could fit in the Milio for Scholars, fill in the rest of the items, and also get a little bit more out of the Fairy.
With this HP total, I would not be surprised to see him try and go 10 on 6-2 to try and really hit that max cap, understanding that he has so much extra gold generated off of the Scuttle Puddle. And Bobe in a very different position, level 8 and rolling for his life. He's the player that has to win it all.
1 away from the Mordekaiser. Maybe that's the out. Mord 3 with this itemized Karma and Syndra that's been stacking all game could give him a chance to win, but he's 1 unit off.
Gets a little bit of a reprieve here against the Ghost board. I do expect him to take this one. And for Shelty, every moment he stays alive is a chance to grief Bobe. I want to see him hold on to all of the Mordekaisers possible.
It's too late for the double treasure chest. It pops, but it's maybe not enough time. But all of a sudden, the surge comes through. The Leviathan from the Nami sweeps across the left side of the board. The Karma still alive. The Archangel stacking a massive win for Bobe. Just one of the many he needs to try and take his team back into it to win this game 3.
So close against the Ghost fight, but Shelty actually taking down Lee Sao as Lee Sao does go to 10. Shelty staying alive, as Clement said, should be able to keep trying to grief Bobe off of that Mordekaiser.
The full cap coming through, the Xerath slotted in, the slow mix in now onto the potential Arcana, but Callista's also being sought after. Many ways to cap this board out to guarantee the win condition, and the denial also there.
Even with 2 of these Callistas taken, there are ways to circumvent the pool here, given that it is a Scuttle Puddle game. Big stun on the side of Bobe. A very powerful combat augment.
Here's the cast from the Rise. He's on the right side, trying to hit on to the Karma. The front line starting to fall down for Bobe, but it's held on for quite a bit, and the Leviathan's coming through, getting the CC. Great positioning from Shelty, hitting both of the carries with his own
Karma
Nami.
down, the
but
bomb
now
comes through.
Syndra's there. Syndra's trying to make it happen. Can't get it, but Bobe stays alive. He still has a little bit more time to try and find the Mordekaiser. It's a Mordekaiser 3 diff in these fights so far.
Just the one life left, and he has to fend against two players. He gets it.
He has to sell the Callista at the very end of the round. Okay, he does it now. He gives a little bit more time for the rolls to come through if Lisao is close enough to hit the Callista 3 spike. But it's all going to come down to potentially the rolls to deny in the next few fights. If he even survives, maybe there's a Callista on the Carousel as well.
Yep, just lost to Shelty, should be rotating into Lisao right here. The big thing about Lisao is how he positioned his Callista to focus fire. If he gets stuck on the Mordekaiser, it could take him a very long time.
Immediately going to be targeting the Mord. It is right off the bat. Lisao versus Bobe, trying to send T1 out of this game, trying to grab the 2-1 lead. Looking at the Syndra, trying to punch through this front line as fast as possible. Once again, the Nami positioning great, hitting onto the carries, but Callista has broken through. Can Callista finish off the carries? Syndra, one more cast, it's not enough. Bobe's down. Wolves are able to grab their second win of the series.
And I have to give props to Bobe. He picked up the Silver Guard Charm, stopping the CC at the start of that fight. We saw the Tahm Kench come through. Nothing ended up happening, but it just was not enough. Massive disparity between level 8 from Bobe and the greedy plays from Shelty and Lisao, taking hits earlier in stage 5, understanding, hey, if we get a little bit greedy, we can guarantee the level 10s. We can have a much stronger cap than our opponents.
Both of those 2-cost reroll lines actually going out into the bottom 4 right here. And in the end, it's the higher cap boards with the Scuttle Puddle that win out. One of the highest caps you can reach in the game is this Callista Flex, and why it's been so popular.
All in all, I have to say, the Scrappers on T1 did their job. They accomplished the +2 coming into that top 4 with SCSC outplacing YGQF and Bintam outplacing Serene. But in the end, it was the max cap players, Lisao, who really, I think, had that unstoppable board ever since the Callista 2 with the Radiant Rageblade was found at the very start of stage 4. He understood his board strength and he started greeting out since then to really ride that wave to level 10 thanks to Scuttle Puddle.
Lisao, top 4 in the Inkborn Fables Championship. Once again, being the ace for his team that he has been all tournament long. Wolves, the underdog story, coming all the way to 1 game away from winning in the grand finals.
And I just want to say how big this is for the individual players here. They're not the top tier Chinese players, but they might be the ones to bring home an international championship for them for so long. Ever since Dragonlance, we haven't seen that go back to the Chinese region.
They're not the top tier players yet, but a win here will definitely put them right into that conversation with a tournament as prestigious as this one, a new format to figure out, an extra layer added on top of an incredibly difficult game that is TFT, and this team seems to have found the almost perfect solution to really mixing and matching the tempo game plans with the scrappy playstyle in the bottom 4s.
Become the very best team in Teamfight Tactics for 4v4. Absolutely well done. T1 gonna have to go back to the drawing board, find a way to bring this back.
The question is going to be about out-capping the other time, because this time around, Lisao played around the Radiant Refractor, got the win out. Can T1 answer with their loose streakers?
Wolves on set point going into game 4 of the grand finals. You're not going to want to miss it. It's TFT at EWC, returns right after this.
我操！再给他发一波不敢想啊！他主要。
Welcome back to the grand finals of TFT at the Esports World Cup. Wolves have just taken a 2-1 lead over T1. One of the biggest underdogs of the tournament, now a single game away from being the winners of the entire thing.
T1 started off very strong with a game win. Some of us thought that maybe it would be a 3-0 stomp, but Wolves, the Wolf Pack in total, said no. They said, hey, we are here for a reason. We've clawed our way into this grand finals. We fought our way through very tough opposition. And if we're here, we're going to try and push into that game. Maybe just the game 4 if they win this one here. But we all hope, and I hope the viewers at home as well, a game 5, because this level of TFT in a 4v4 setting in particular is, I think, just incredibly special to see.
And a key part of Wolves' strategy is just throwing variance on the side of T1. They played the unconventional conditions a little bit better in the Prismatic Party and also the Scuttle Puddle. T1 now might be trying to tone things down a little bit, go back to basics, and not have these crazy games.
Yeah, trying to find a portal with low variance this time around. Gonna be big for T1. It seems like they've been outmaneuvered with these Prismatics, with the Scuttle, as you're saying, and just finding something like a nice 3 champions, something of that nature for T1 to try and pull this back.
Especially considering that T1, I think, has really relied more than any other team on these very scrappy, tempo-heavy rerolls. Bintum played a lot of multi-strikers with all its different variants, including that Nyla multi-striker in day 1, SCSC playing a ton of Kog'Maw, for example, taxing his opponent's HP, and then dying out, sure, not the high cap player, but sticking out to that 4th or 5th. The moment you add 200 extra gold because of Scuttle Puddle, or you add the prismatic augments that add so much craziness, the portal +1s, the radiant refractors into radiant, Shoujins and Rage Blades, everything gets a little bit toned up. The rerolls no longer can fight against these 4-cost comps, the 5-cost comps that you're able to assemble.
And that has been T1's playstyle so far. They are very surgical, but on the flip side, that also means being very delicate. I really didn't want to see them go into the Kog'Maw lines that we saw last game. I just didn't think they capped high enough. And now it's up to T1 to revamp their style. If they're going into another Prismatic Party, they need to be able to judge how the fight strength is, who the win-out players are, and they need to play more greedy to match the side of Wolves.
See if they can turn it around, if they can come back from this deficit. They need to win the next 2 back-to-back. They are on their final life in this tournament. T1 back against the wall. How do they turn it around?
Bintum has to be flawless in this game. The one thing I think both teams have to avoid is having this player that is going to have to gamble his 4-2 roll down, already being on a low HP total, already having that massive loss streak, because even if you hit, even if you stabilize, you have, an okay amount of luck and variance, it's very hard to come back out of that low HP. You're really only scrapping, and the moment you face that one win-out player, you're out. So if you're going to play the 4-cost flex line outside of the +1s, the golden quests, the flexibles, etc., you have to do it from a tempo-heavy start, from a high HP total, to then be able to sacrifice an HP to make it to 9, to hit that next cap.
I just want to say the full loss streak players have not been doing so well this tournament. The only times we've actually seen it work is when a golden quest comes along. And you just can't hope for that augment every single match.
Yeah, because even when Serene flipped that loss streak and it looked like maybe we would see that big run back, he still finished 5th. It wasn't like it turned into the biggest placement ever. We saw the same from Bintum in the last game. He felt like he was looking for the win out, and it just couldn't get put together.
And we see the difference that 2 game wins make. Smiles all around for the Wolfpack here. Very excited. They know they're on match point. They know they have, if they do falter, that extra chance forcing the game 5 to try and win this all. Well, smiles all around, maybe for most of the players. From Wolves, some players are fully locked in. They understand what's at stake. Well, maybe not locked in either. They're trying to get locked in, let's say.
It's been a long day. Like, he's so happy. Just the frown comes out. He's locked in.
Do they hear us? I think they're just trying to make me look bad.
YGQF trying to spite you right there. And I do want to talk about this player a little bit. His name does mean go fly bravely. Chase your dreams. Go and reach your potential. This is exactly the storyline for him. He's one of the older players at this tournament, and that's just such a cool thing to see from TFT. Players in the middle of their careers given another chance at EWC to make it into legends.
Yeah, same with somebody like Bobe. He was for a long time considered, the best player in Korea, and then Bintum comes in, is now kind of the new face of Korean TFT, but Bobe having another chance to kind of reinvigorate that spark, bring back a big win. As now we've got the Howls coming through once again.
Okay, I'm down for the Howls as long as they're not on this bottom left portal. Okay, there we go. There is, still calm in the world. There is still justice. No trainer golems, no dice rolls to decide the outcome of TFT EWC. Game number 4, Wolves on match point. See if T1 can come back.
Returning to something much more comfortable for T1, low variance TFT, and we have talked about their playstyle. Their composition is very scrappy. They have Dooney Juni, typically with SCSC, trying to hold the other players on the opposite side.
Upgraded champions, a little bit of disparity, I would say, in terms of the one cost currently, their strengths as tempo options in stage 2 to try and go for a win streak, or how they feed into the reroll lines in terms of the ease of making it to those level 6 roll downs on stage 3.
Zoe, Jax, Blitzcrank, those would be my picks for the one cost. Really slot in great with the portal, with the multi-striker, and just being a good overall tank.
Looking at the early item drops for Serene. Just have the potential for the gargoyles. You also have the glove, not having the early piers and bows that you would be looking for the Syndra, but also not even getting the Syndra drop here. Curious which players were able to find some of the high rolls. So we've got a Kog'Maw and a Blitzcrank for SCSC, the comfort zone for this player.
I want to say the importance of Blitz in particular with the combination of specific augments, Mogul's Mail, maybe some components for a Gargoyle Stormplate. All of a sudden you have a very easy stage 2 in front of you, either through win streaking or through potentially simply having a lot of gold generation. Not the case for now. Silver augments coming through. Some scaling augments or some take your hands off the keyboard augments available here. A Bintum special maybe lining up.
I love team building in this spot coming in from SCSC. You know, he's already on the Kog'Maw line, a line he's very comfortable on, but he actually rolls away from it.
Mentorship instead for this line, so definitely looking for the Jinx later on, give the attack speed still to the Kog'Maw, and then finding frontliners that can still synergize with each other. As we do see, that's going to be the pickup. Kind of surprised by that as well. I felt like with having already the Kog'Maw and some of the rumbles, maybe AFK just to get more gold, or the team building, try and work from there.
I feel like this is his play style. He's not playing for the highest cap necessarily, just to scrap away placements from the enemy team, so isn't so worried about reaching his cap as quickly as some of the other players.
SCSC already played a ton of Kog'Maw in this tournament, just played it last game as well, has a lot of the key upgrades, not surprised, and has some great items as well. Could have slammed the Last Whisper, opt for the Rage Blade instead for stage 2, going to be more effective in these longer, more stalled out fights where there isn't much DPS just yet. Similar case for his teammate Bobe onto that Zoe.
Yep, small optimization, not slamming anything until seeing the opponent, of course, going up against the teammate. Does not slam a frontline item, tries to let Bobe pick up a couple unit takedowns.
We're taking a look at Bintum's board, going for the win streak strategy, and this is looking suspiciously like a re-rolls Vanguard or potentially Bastion Scholar composition.
There's a Rage Blade Slam, though, which is a little bit unique, I would say, for the BIS, for the Zoe. Could just be a tempo option for now, but yeah, as you mentioned, no level up. We also saw Spoils of War there from Lee Sao, a player who we just saw become that win-out player. Spoils, if you are playing tempo heavy, if you're winning out, could be so strong.
And Lee Sao is actually going to be on the rescue here, so waiting for a support item to come in. Going to play you for full loss streak. On the other hand, for Serene, maybe his loss streak is finally going to work out as team building is selected. It's just going to be about how many of those Syndra copies can he find.
Yeah, I'm curious who that Spoils player was, because it was not Lee Sao, but I did also see the Spoils. And there it is, Shelty. Going to be the one who's got that Spoils of War and has that Zoe coming through, looking to try and find those wins, get that extra gold.
Shelty going for the win streak, and with the Spoils of War, I do want to mention that you can potentially hit those small duplicators as well. So a lot of times, even if you're lose streak stage 2, you can come back big roll down stage 3 and continue with the reroll plan.
Dooney Juni, it seems like he's the player we've only seen play Syndra throughout this Grand Final series. For now, has not had that early Syndra start, despite the itemization being there for it. For now, the Kog'Maw will be the item holder, maybe a Syndra on the Carousel. Not too late, of course, for this player to stick to what he's known and what he's comfortable on, what he knows is his role almost on this team.
loved SCSC's play throughout this tournament. He just goes for big win streaks early, and then he uses his HP to make his T1 teammates win out later into the game. He's willing to sell a lot of his board or just make himself weaker in order to make sure that that win out is here. Of course, he's playing Kog'Maw. We've only seen one Kog'Maw win in the entire tournament, and that has been in a blowout spot.
That Rumble hit early on, so great. SCSC able to keep Serene's win streak down here. That was a side that definitely felt like it was going to be able to kind of keep that up through stage 2.
And the pre-level, staying under 10 gold, not making the interest gold there, coming to stage 2 Carousel, pretty impactful and really tells a story of what he wants to achieve for the rest of his stage 2. If his streak breaks, he might be in big trouble. T1 communicating once again, trying to start detailing their game plans, what items they need to build right away to stay relevant in the early game.
Looking across the board, we already have our 2 designated Kog'Maw players coming out here. YGQF unlikely to leave the line given his Kog'Maw pair, and Lisa will be the full loss streak player. So let's see if T1 is going to be stopping him. This is something that T1 has been very diligent in doing, making sure that there are no runaway loss streakers.
And the minor effect there working out for SCSC, gets 2 gold essentially. A duplication trick, it looked like, for the gold he used to buy the charm, and that helps him. Gets that little bit of extra gold to maybe recover his economy in case he does lose that streak. Someone who has no problem losing these fights, continuing the loss streak, is going to be Lee Sao. 3 loss streak, angling towards that multi-striker line.
Yeah, YGQF we thought might stay in the Kog'Maw line, but instead pivots immediately to that Syndra. We thought the pair might be enough, but instead finding Syndra with Ginsu plus that Shojin. Was initially looking for a full loss, might still be able to maintain it here.
And I love the item slams there from Lee Sao. Could have thought, hey, I have a Rage Blade slam, let's go for it. Goes for the Nashers instead, keeps the Crown Guard open as a way to have a 3-item Kassadin right away. The tempo-heavy approach with the Kassadin reroll coming into stage 3.
Ooh, Bintum still on full loss streak, going up against potential teammate in SCSC here. Let's see who would be better served with the win streak. I actually think Bintum needs to gold a little bit more to keep the potential lines open, but he's actually moved off of the reroll. Not really favoring the Scholar line in this position. Meanwhile, SCSC and the teammate, let's see what he hit. Frontline is still the same thing, but a core component here in the Jinx, opening up 2 additional traits in Hunters and the Sugarcraft.
And mentoring a lot of her students here as well on this board.
And they dodge each other. Huge for the side of T1, being able to have both of them continue their win streaks potentially into stage 3. Looking at both their gold totals, neither of them can really afford the loss on this round. Might be pretty close for Bintum though. His front line already collapsing. That Poppy with the redemption doing a lot. Just the Jace remaining. Zoe 2 versus Zoe 1, however, is that enough? Not going to be able to target in time. Bintum's still going to lose the win streak.
The bombs were huge from Shelty's portals right here. Shelty has just been the portal caller this entire day, always working in his favor. 2 bombs into the back line. They have AoE, splashes onto the Ahri, and the Zoe for the win.
Meanwhile, YGQF and Lee Sao keep their 5 loss into the stage 2 Krugs.
And SCSC showcasing his world-class ability to judge board strength. That early pre-level before stage 2 Carousel, the moment you lose a fight, your economy is in the gutter for all of stage 3. Successfully has that 5 win, gets the extra economy from the win streak gold.
YGQF, you're on the overburden, so he will be spiced up quite heavily. Extra components coming in. And I think it's just going to be down to the 3-2 roll down. I think most of these players will wait for the potential of a golden quest or something coming up.
Gotta keep yourself open to the high rolls, as we've mentioned in the past, right? You need to be able to be that carry for your team. Over encumbered gonna come through, get the extra items, finds a bow.
Not terrible. Has a TG, has the potential for some tank items right now. I wonder if he wants to reforge or maybe even solid Jax to try and build towards the Nashers on the Syndra. Nope, goes for the Sunfire, can slam the Gargoyles as well, and have a TG to add some more frontline, which is, I think, equally important for Syndra. It's not just the 3rd item on Syndra, it's having a frontline that can stall enough times to cast more often with the Rage Blade.
Bintum going to be going for the full win streak here, and YGQF actually with a couple of huge finds on the upgrades. Very important to get his Witchcraft and the Cassiopeia online. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough for Bintum to crack the front line here.
Huge Shyvana denying a few more casters as well. Could be impactful for the late game. all eyes on YGQF coming to the Stage 3 Carousel. T1 has to try and deny either a rod or a belt to stop the third BIS item for the Syndra.
All right, let's see the 3-2 augment selection. Started out with Silvers. Silvers again, calming it back down. But last time around,
don't do it, Casa. Don't say it.
Able to find it, and there was that prismatic.
He did it. He said it. He blessed the game.
And, we'll see if we can get another silver. Keep things calm. Keep things chill here in the grand finals.
I will tell you that there's a 50% chance for prismatics if you get silver. So just throwing that out there.
It might just happen again. The back-to-back. The roll down coming through. Syndra 2 is not yet found. There was a Fiora, but completely skipped over. YGQF walked in to the re-roll line instead. And the Syndra 2, we've seen the problem here. You roll so deep, you don't find the upgrade which you think is pivotal, the only upgrade that you need to continue rolling for, and now you're stuck in this limbo land where you might continue to lose streak. You haven't found stability.
Looks like he's just going to be scrapping out here. Does go for the Tinny Titans for 30 extra HP to burn with. But I agree with you. This board doesn't look like it has a high enough cap to really contend. We'll have to be into that 4-5 place, like we saw in Bintum in the last game.
And the extra HP means he loses Carousel priority. All of a sudden, T1 has a much easier time denying the potential belt or the rod to stop the third item onto the Syndra.
Still looking to find the win there. We'll actually get it, break the streak, finally picking up a win. Lee Sao also breaking the streak, but SCSC still able to keep that win streak. 7 wins. Bobe on a 5 streak as well. T1 players being able to make a lot of gold, play very high tempo this game.
Bobe's keeping his directions completely open at this point, just streaking with that Zoe and the Gwinsus. Could go into the Callista Flex like we're talking about, or entertain the Caston, which he's actually kept on board.
Maybe even the portal line. If he finds a spatula on this next Carousel, had the Rage Blade, was already on the portal units right now, and had a few upgrades there as well.
Both YGQF and Shelty picking up that Tiny Titans. 60 more HP for the side of Wolves in this game. However, they will be paying for it with some combat power. And we'll see if T1 can keep up that tempo and kind of make that 30 extra a little bit irrelevant.
SCSC, the scrap master. I think he's not been above 10 gold the entire game. Continues using that gold to try and push this win streak. The moment that win streak gets snapped, he's in trouble. But hey, if you never lose, maybe you win. Is that right, Casa?
Yes, if you never lose, you win. I think that's it.
Got it. Caster math, check it out.
Well, I would say he has 30 gold because the extra streak gold is just +3 every round. However, the opponents are holding on to those Kog'Maws. This is going to be huge.
Oh, I heard a Karma there, and no wonder. A Karma with a rod there as well. The belt on the Vex. T1 has to try and push for them. Shelty there, we see, trying to go for the belt.
What?
They tell him not to. And T1 knows they have to deny the Karma with a rod. They don't want the last Syndra item. For YGQF, he does get the belt though, he does get the Nash at the very least.
Zuni gets the Karma with the rod. I feel like that's pretty solid for his spot. He's already playing around the Syndra, but he can still utilize this Karma throughout the rest of this game.
Dooney also looking like a scrapper right here. He's holding a lot of Cassidans just to keep his HP preservation here, but he's losing tons of interest gold for this play. It's a very unique kind of situation where I think he's just trying to drag down someone on the other opposing team.
Finds a Nami as well, has the Ashe. Finally, she's sold, maybe starting to level up this board back into the more usual Syndra shell. We talked about the Dooney Jr. earlier in stage 2 with the Kog'Maw with the Rage Blade. I said, is he going to try and force his way back into Syndra? The answer, as always with this player, is yes. He's back on the Syndra line for another game in his grand finals.
Against Lee Sao, who is in the multi-strikers line, is going to be playing that Cassidon.
No Morello.
Ground guard, yeah. Not going to be able to stop the healing from this Cassidon. As he does get to the Karma. It's just the Syndra trying to work through this. Should be Zuni taking a loss here. Not able to start building a streak.
We're seeing T1's strategy starting to come out. It is going to be a blowout win condition here. They don't need a cap as high as the side of Wolves, but if they can just send them low, hold all of their units, that is enough. They have this SCSC just hammering home HP every single round.
But the counter strategy, Casanova, you mentioned it, plus 60 HP off the Tiny Titans from Wolves, countering the gameplay from T1, saying, hey, we're going to outlast you, and we're going to outcap you in stage 5 and 6, as has happened the last 2 games. So many Kassadins were being held, and we do see a great pickup off the support item. Help is definitely on the way now. Banshee's Veil is there to get that QSS-like effect on both Kassadin and Akali, essentially giving Kassadin 4 items to help the tempo-heavy game plan. The 3-win streak might just become 4. And the Syndra kill off his Kassadin in time, the Crown Guard shielding being very relevant in this fight.
If Lee Sao can survive here, it would be absolutely massive because there are a lot of T1 players actually griefing their own interests to keep him down, and they're not able to do it all the way. A very good find on the support item.
100%. The higher caps of the multi-striker boards do kind of include that because it gives you, as David was saying, the 4th item for this Kassadin. And Kassadin 2 is only so good for the tempo in the mid-game.
Dooney Juni being the one to suffer right here because he's down to 13 gold, still holding on to 4 Kassadins.
If you don't lose, you win. SCSC taking it very seriously. That is his motto for this game. The 10-win streak right now for the T1 player. But where does he go from here? He only has 3 Kog'Maws right now. And 2 Tristanas, not even playing the Tristana right now, instead opting for the Jinx because of the mentorship as his first augment.
The mentorship pickup paying dividends when it comes to the win streak, though. Being able to make this board even stronger. At least he's on 6 rumbles, so maybe able to find an upgrade to the front line soon enough. But because he's been scrapping so much, he just does not have the interest. He does not have the gold to actually find the big roll down.
No, and Kassadin 3 still comes through for Lee Sao.
Wow.
Level 6, 60 gold. And despite the Kassadins we saw populating the benches of all of the T1 players, already it has been found, which means the green light to sell those Kassadins, recover your economy, and now try your best to stop Wolves from winning this game 4.
I'm missing something. How?
Wow, what happened?
How?
60 gold still on the bench. We saw so many copies. 2 copies from Bintam, 4 from Dooney Juni, but he still hits regardless.
He only had 5 copies initially. I'm so surprised.
Lee Sao only
so gold.
24 gold spent on rolls here. The third out of all the rerollers, the player who spent the least amount of gold, and he already has his 3-star, where we have players like SCSC who have only 3 or 4, maybe 5 Kog'Maws. Huge disparity in the variance of the rolls, and that means that all of a sudden, a new boogeyman has entered the fray for this stage 4.
I was thinking, is this some kind of charm shenanigans or something? What happened?
I don't know. T1 just, this throws so much of their game plan away because they actually spent a lot of money on this. And now
the tempo player, making this spite work. Off of the support golem, we see there the circle formation. I'm really a fan of the pyramid more than anything else, but with this golem in particular, you have to go for the circle.
Yeah, if Shelty can get his tempo here, he is going to power forward with the Spoils of War, and he hits the Callista. Massive, because this could break SCSC streak. Actually, it's already been broken. T1 looking a little bit dire.
This roll down from Bobe does not look good at all. Smolder Airlines are once again online. He will be learning to fly throughout this stage 4. We'll see if he'll accomplish it. But he's facing off against the Kassadin, and a huge wrap could come through here.
Oh, it's going to go right.
Multi-striker emblem as well off of the last augment. 7 multis may be coming in online, especially because Lee Sao had so much gold to now pump levels instead of continue rolling for his 3-stars.
This is an angle where you can win out with the multi-strikers, right? 7 multi-striker, having the 4-item Kassadin from having that Banshee's coming through. I mean, it's so big.
And Lee Sao is currently first in pick priority. Might not be for long. Could we enter the stage 4 carousel with a potential spatula open for a pyro emblem to hit that massive win condition spike for the reroll Kassadin?
Lee Sao just massive here. Already on the 7 multi-strikers. The entire team of T1 can't help him to keep him down, and this is what Lee Sao has been known for. He's made a career playing these melee carries. They've come back to find him.
There's a blitz. We skipped over the Jinxes and the Tristanas. There's only one focus here. It's the Noon and the Kog'Maw.
Only one Kog'Maw necessary to hit that Kog'Maw 3. SCSC has to go up because he is now in free fall mode, but also is Dooney Juni.
And he knew this was his match, so the Kassadin coming in, Casanova.
Kassadin coming in, looks like it might even be able to wrap here. Does hit onto the Rumble, back to the center, but the Kog'Maw just can't deal enough damage to it just yet. There's not enough tankiness. SCSC gonna start taking a big hit, gonna start losing a lot of life as both Lee Sao and Shelty have just hit so hard for the Wolves. And if they can play from these spots, play for the 1 and 2, they will lock in this win for the Wolves.
The game spatulas from T1 early on was just to keep everyone out, keep a blowout situation. But they're not able to keep Lee Sao in.
Lee Sao looking at the Callista. We heard the call out, and there it is, the pickup. Another upgrade potentially coming through for the multi-striker player.
Lee Sao actually saying that they need a last whisper, so they're denying the key component here away from the side. I believe one of the players here, Bobe, I think.
I'm going to start being quiet on carousels, Clement. I forgot that you can understand what they're saying.
Yeah, I'm not sure I should be talking about it, but maybe
I was just picking up on singular champion names and maybe a T1 player being called out here and there.
Just gotta look once again at Lee Sao's multi-striker board.
Very important for T1 to focus down Serene right now. Dooney Juni is already in free fall. He wasted too much of his early game trying to keep Lee Sao down. That has obviously not worked out. So let's take a look. Can Serene be stopped and scrap some points for them?
And Bobe stuck on this Pyro line. I mean, we've seen it do okay when you
get all the 1-stars in the front line.
Doesn't have a huge front line except for this Nasus. It's pretty much just the Nasus Varus show for this entire board. Needs to find all these extra upgrades, but for now he might still lose rounds as Gwen gets the back line.
Every time we doubt the Gwen, she shows up. I'm going to start insulting my Gwen as every of my fights start in stage 4 and 5 because my goodness, the snip
back line.
comes through immediately, accesses the back line, wins this fight maybe off of that.
One of the big things too, as you mentioned, Dunizuni potentially being on free fall, but SCSC as well.
It's time. A few more rolls. 10 gold to work with. Only needs to find one Cogmon. There it is. Needs the Nunu as well. Is going to try and maybe push for both. I think he needs it. 4-loss streak. It was a 10-win into a 4-loss. We predicted this considering his high-tempo game plan with his augments.
This is what he was known for. And the big question is, can they get YGQ, Serene down? 22 HP, 3-loss streak. If there's some good rotations, they can scrap potentially 2 points up here. But it's going to be Bobe.
Fighting into Bobe. Did not opt to use duplicators yet.
A lot of 1-star units, so a lot of easy takedowns for Cogmon to get things going at the start of that fight.
Yeah, making it so it won't be a huge loss for either player. Serene versus Dunizuni. This has to be big. Holding on to a lot of SCSC's units. If Dooney can deal a lot of damage to Serene, if they can take out Serene from the Wolves, it would be massive, but they can't get the win. Serene holding on 22
Is he
life.
gonna lock?
He lost so low, he grabs another Cogmon.
Such an important fight between those direct rivals to see who gets sent in that 8th place position, and especially considering the cap potential for a player like Lee Sao, who hit the cast in essentially 4 free level 6 above 60 gold, and is now greedily pushing levels, trying to find the Arcana max cap for the multi-strikers alongside the Pyro units.
I don't think Lee Sao is going to be stoppable, so for T1, they have to send YGQF and Shelty down into 7 and 8. Dooney Juni on a sliver of HP. Who can actually let him borrow some HP here?
2 massive roll downs. 1, the Karma. 2, needs to be hit for Dooney Juni. On the flip side, we need to find the Nunu, the Cogmon, maybe even the Rumble and the Tristana on the side of SCSC.
Starts with an item selection. Roll down on the left side, Dunizuni. No Karma. Sells a little bit more. SCSC, item selection, Nami hit, not what was needed.
There's a Nunu.
Nunu found, the full roll down, nothing more, duplicators come through. Nunu, Cogmon both found, no Rumble, no Tristana. Items to be slammed, SCSC has to hold on to this HP. Dunizuni against SCSC as the upgrades just came in.
Terrible timing for T1. All of a sudden, SCSC has re-spiked at the worst possible moment when he's in a direct matchup with a teammate that's on elimination station. The Cogmon ramping up the Rage Blade, ramping up the damage onto the Syndra. The Nami stun comes through. Does it come through in time? The Nami versus the Cogmon. The stun comes through. The Karma does not go in. And Dooney Juni taken down in 8th place. Such a close fight. So unfortunate, the timing of it as well.
SCSC, Bintum, and Bobe have to hold on. This is their last chance. Wolves wins. The grand finals is over They have to send Serene in 7th, YGQF in 6th. Push for those top placements here, as there are Lee Sao and Shelty both looking for full win-out angles.
Does mean because Dunizuni went 8th, Shelty and Lisal can go 1 and 3rd. That's kind of the game plan for them right now. They just need to focus on the potential 2nd place from T1.
Serene has to stay alive. Now SCSC is happy to have hit all these upgrades. Stuns come through on both the Jinx and the Kog'Maw. This is the one problem with trying to get maximum value from the Kog'Maw's attack speed ramping onto his neighbors, especially with the mentorship as well. Look at the HP value for the Kog'Maw, already half health. The Nami Leviathan comes through. The Nunu is also down. Kog'Maw cannot finish the kill. And now a similar role from Bintum in the last game for Serene, trying to stay alive, trying to scratch a few more placements in this stage 5.
Even just dealing some damage to SCSCs, I mean, that matters every single time. They don't have the health to work with on T1. Serene finding that win, the positioning of the Nami, getting it done against the Kog'Maw.
And Shelty, a player that we haven't talked about that much, but a huge roll down for him on level 8, hitting everything he needed, going again for the Kalista flex angle. AD and AP very good onto the back line here. Even though Lisal just lost his 10-win streak, he's still here to carry on. Both of these players potentially going to the top 3.
Spoils of War in this late game, still a relevant augment, scaling off of the now 6-win streak for Shelty. We'll see what Serene can do. Can he stay alive? Red buff on the Karma. Slow ramping attack speed onto this Syndra, but the Fiora is soon to access that backline, and when she does, it'll be lights out unless the Karma can clean up in time. The answer is no. Treasure chest for your troubles. The Syndra taken down as well by the Hecarim, charging through all the units. One player from Wolves taken down in 7th. The other remains alive in that 6th place position.
And Serene has done enough, gets the 7th, outlives Dunizuni. Shelty gets to keep the win streak the whole time.
Big emblems. Pyro's there for Li Xiao, taken by YGQF.
It's just trying to deny that away. A lot of communication going on onto the other side here. And SCSC has Honeymancer, but not enough to really spike his board.
Bobe needed that Pyro as a win con. Not able to get it. Denied by the Wolves.
The rare Varus game almost hit the exact spike we needed onto the Smolder to make that Dragon a relevant win condition in its own right.
YGQF most likely going to go out 6th here, and that would tie up the score in the bottom. So whoever gets the first place in the front, just going to win out in the end. It's coming down to just the top of the lobby.
The pack smells blood. They're circling the T1 members. YGQF might fall soon, but he denied the Pyro emblem by staying alive just long enough. Shelty and Lee Sao with the highest HP in the lobby, with the wins recently. SCSC now trying to knock out yet another Wolves member.
Uh-oh, watch this Nami Leviathan gonna come through, gonna try and pour her way in. All of these units up in the air. The Nunu almost taken down, stays alive for just enough time. The Kog'Maw onto the Syndra. Syndra taken down, and YGQF alongside her. One more player from Wolves down and out in that 6th place position.
Bobe takes a big loss. A lot of gold, though, for him to find upgrades.
Big question here is who is the win-out player on the side of T1? They need to get a first place in this top 4. The scores are going to be tied in the bottom.
Bobe thinks it's him. Diana 2 potentially in the making. The level 9 is close to coming through. Does he have enough time to make it, though? The 3-loss streak trying to greed his way into the PvE round.
If he goes up against Shelty, it could be very bad for him. Shelty, of course, we know have those warriors online, so a sneak-in is the thing he needs to avoid the most.
Can he buy a life up against Bintum, his own teammate, but the board doesn't look too weakened. The positioning, though, gonna have a lot of safety for Bobe. The Varus trying to hold on. He's got the front line of this Nasus.
Looks like Gwen do it again.
Bobe should be able to survive this. We'll see if the Varus can get the kills. Nasus staying up, but the CC from the Nami working against this T1 squad. One more cast from the Nasus. There's the hit. Bobe lives. Bobe bought one more life. A lot of gold to work with.
But I have to say, Bobe was actually the more important player here because he has more gold to be the win out. So they would preferably had Bobe actually take a win against Bintum. I'm not sure they're celebrating after that one.
One life and a dream, it's all you need, but he's now down to 2 HP. SCSC at 5, Bintum potentially 3 lives, most likely going to be 2 as we move into stage 6, and the unit damage increases yet again. The stakes are ever higher, especially for T1. They're back against the Wolves in a pivotal game 4. Wolves trying to close out and become the TFT EWC winners.
There's a 60 HP difference between the two teams, exactly with those two tiny titans here making a huge difference in the game. Here is the roll down to decide, can he actually stabilize and be the win out?
Talking about making a huge difference. Dragon and a Diana too, Casanova.
Huge pickups for Bobe. SASC, we might be at the point where we have to say goodbye to him going up against the Wolves, but he's done his job. Camille too as well for Bobe. Finding the upgrades, but does he have the items? Finds a TG for the Diana. Maybe he can find one more for the Camille from the Anvil. Get the itemization going and find a way to hold on.
SCSC Rageblade to reward the Jinx for her mentorship. Will it be enough? Do you have enough time to scale? SCSC up against Bintum. Bobe up against Shelty.
Bobe trying to hold on. The Dragon doing a lot of work in this fight. Varus has the protection now. The front line is there. Trying to dominate through. Able to blow up the board of Shelty. Fiora not enough on the other side though. Looks like SCSC likely to fall down. Kog'Maw doing as much as he can. But SCSC, we salute you. Top 5 with Kog'Maw once more doing the job for T1.
And potentially the difference, the contrast.
Pyro Emblem.
Oh my goodness, a Pyro Emblem has just come through. This is so impactful for Bobe in particular, who is already on this very rare Pyro line. 5 Pyro will be online. Onto the Camille with the Guard Breaker.
And this is huge for Camille because she gets that 18% execution, which then means she can switch targets and get the true damage auto attacks off. If the positioning is correct, it could go directly into the back line.
No Xerath for Lee Sao and Forty for the Arcana Cap.
Denying some of the Camille's as well. Bobe has them, so Lee Sao cannot. The full itemization is there. Lee Sao trying to take out Bobe. We have the positioning. Cassie's already gone. Camille down for the multi-strikers as well. Bobe able to hold on a little bit longer. That's the Varus. One more cast. Bobe keeping this win streak alive, keeping the hopes of T1 alive.
The difference in the silver augments the combat strength for item collectors scaling into the late game, whereas Tiny Titans offers you no combat strength whatsoever, only puts you in this position in the first place.
It's important to remember, all T1 needs is a 1-4. Even if Bintum goes down in 4th place, Bobe wins out with the 2 HP. They found their win con. We're taking a look at the side of Wolves now. How are they going to stop Bobe? It's just a 1v1 position, and a huge find by Bintum. Finds the Syndra 3.
Frontline still 1 star for Bintum. 7 of 8 here going up against Bobe. He's weakened his board. He has to lose. Bobe is the win out. Going to fight this down, but has position so that Bobe can find his backline immediately. Gets the win. Bintum says, I've done all that I can. Bobe gonna have to take this one all the way for T1.
And Bobe still doesn't have a sustained item on that Camille. That's gonna be the big find here. BTs or Hodges would be massive. We saw taking another big hit.
The Carousel coming through. We're in stage 6. The 5 costs are there. The Eldritch Emblem is there. Morgana and Milio. And maybe a last full item to complete onto that Camille, for example, that looks like an absolute demon with the Pyro Emblem. The last bit of communication potentially coming through for T1. If they don't win this game, they know how much is at stake. Everything they have accomplished throughout these 4 days, throughout all of those scrims, it comes down to these last few fights.
Once again, Bobe, last remaining member for T1, has to clutch up or else Wolves run away with this.
He has to go first place. There's no other options. Wolves will still win if it's a 1-3 situation.
Liu Sao cannot cook any alternate win conditions. No 3-star 4 cost on the line. It's just all about raw combat strength on the board right now to see who wins these last few fights, as well as positioning Casanova.
Liu Sao going up against Shelty here. Bobe will be facing off against the Ghost. Looking to see if Liu Sao can be taken out by Shelty, or if it will be a smaller loss. Callista for Shelty doing a lot of damage, but we do have the Castle still alive, looking to wrap its way to the back line, buying a lot of space. Bobe
finds the back.
Lost the carry, but does still have the Camille. A very close fight against the Ghost for Bobe.
And it's the Smolder with the items now, being the carry with the 5 Pyro line for Bobe there. The 4 win streak The fire is coming through on the Pyro line in the HP standings as well. Can Bobe be the hero his team needs him to be in these last few fights, this last fight of Stage 6 in particular?
He swapped the items over to the side of Smoldor, getting a much bigger cap on this side. And now it's about the focus fire. If he can roll one side, get the resets on the Camille, the true damage coming through should be enough to take Lee Sao out.
And the attack speed value from Little Buddies with all of these low-cost units on the board, allowing Camille, Varus, Nasus, and Smolder to be the carries.
Bobe going up against the multi-strikers once again, Callista and that Kassadin. Kassadin in the middle. Camille already down for Bobe. He's lost the carry. He's lost Nasus. The front line falling. Looks like the Smolder gets hold on the Smolder, taken out by the Kassadin. Kassadin still alive. Kassadin takes out the last hope for T1, and Wolves have done it. And my, what a performance it was. The big bad Wolves have won the EWC.
Nobody saw it coming. A team from open qualifiers that everyone discounted didn't face JD Gaming, but they were flawless throughout this entire tournament. And in the biggest stage of their career, they take it home for China.
They stalked their prey for 4 days, and finally they have found them when it mattered most. Bobe tried his best on an alternate line that we don't see very often. Smolder learning to fly, but not quite accomplishing it in this very last fight.
A team that no one would have predicted on day one would be the team to win TFT at the Esports World Cup. 1,000 club points for Wolves Esports. $200,000 for this team.
I just want to point out the key thing that we saw from Lee Shao a little bit earlier was that he was focusing fire on the Diana, able to take her out before the second cast. The damage didn't go through on the Callista, and that was the cleanup.
And the depth of strategy in this final game in particular, the extreme pressure coming out from SCSC under 10 gold, all of stage 2 and 3, trying to deal as much damage as possible to the Wolves members so they cannot continue capping out as we saw in games 2 and 3, but the Tiny Titans prevented that from being relevant in the later stages of the game.
Also a lot of luck for Lee Shao, getting that Kassadin 3 in 24 gold of rolls. How amazing it is to have the biggest high roll of your career happen at the most important stage.
Now, they might not have been household names in the CN TFT scene before this, but they sure as hell are now. The Wolves, incredible work the entire weekend here. The underdogs, the Wolves in sheep's clothing the entire time. Someone we did not expect to make it happen, and they've taken out T1, who going into the event, everyone had so much respect for this squad. They wrote the book on how to play 4v4. Wolves just finished it.
And we can see the display of sportsmanship from both teams, the respect that Wolves have for T1, despite it only going to 4 games, incredibly close games all throughout. And what a magnificent display of what 4v4 TFT really looks like at the top level. I hope the first of many tournaments with this format, because as a viewer, as a caster, just absolutely magical to see TFT lifted to this high when it comes to what is possible in the strategy, in the team play, in the communication, and in the execution to win TFT EWC.
Just the first step. The journey begins here, and now we have the champions.
The lift from the champions. We'll send it down to the stage to celebrate with the winners.
Esports! You guys are getting a bit ahead of yourselves, aren't you? We've still got some keys to hand out and all sorts, but congratulations on being the Esports World Cup winners. If we could please get our wonderful keymaster up here on the stage to present you folks with your keys. Should we come ahead and form a little bit of a semicircle?
Ladies and gentlemen, your EWC Teamfight Tactics winners, it is Wolves Esports!
keep that applause going, please, if you could be so kind. There's a lot of yelling going on, translator. Come here and stand next to me, please. Let me know, what are they saying right now?
They're just talking about like how they feel right now.
And what are they saying about how they feel?
They said we did, we won, that's what they say.
We did it, we won indeed. I think there's no better way than to frame it like that. I want to kick off discussions though by saying, for Li Xiao in particular, from 4th in the previous set championship to now 1st place in EWC and walking away with $200,000. Is there anything he wishes to say to the team that helped him on this journey?
李笑他问你们以前你们的第4名，然后今天赢到了这个冠军，然后拿到了这个20万美元的这个奖励，然后你们有什么样的感受可以分享一下吗？
我们一直觉得，你说没有他的我重新问，他说我们4号种子打的冠军拿20万，什么感受？
其实我们4号种子，但是我们其实也知道自己的实力是可以夺冠的，所以说意料之中吧。
So we know ourselves, we practice for that, we play hard, and now we are the champions today.
I think there's no better way than to say it like that, Fancy.
So you guys have made so many fans from the CN region proud. What would you like to say to them right now? So the question is, he made, and the entire team made so many fans from the CN region proud. What would you like to say to them?
今天你们赢了这个比赛，有很多的粉丝，全球都来看你们。然后有什么话要跟他们讲的吗？要跟他们说的吗
？CN TFT best TFT.
The TFT is best. We are the best.
I mean, they are definitely the best, Jasmine.
You got to talk to me now. What is next for you and the team? How are you going to celebrate? Are you going to have a holiday, or is it back to the TFT grind?
So 你已经赢了今天的 MVP， 玩得非常好。然后后面有什么打算呢？
后面就是会继续，就是注重于这个云顶这款游戏吧，就是把这个游戏打好。
After playing this game, I think I'm gonna practice more and more. I will practice again, and to keep myself as good as I'm at today.
That's dedication, Fancy.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do have one thing to say to Li Xiao. The guys have been working out who is the MVP for this tournament. And if you guys didn't know that, the MVP for the tournament will get an extra $50,000 in their pockets. And the MVP for Teamfight Tactics, the Esports World Cup, it will be Li Xiao.
你是今天的 MVP， 你今天的 MVP 拿到了5万美元的奖励。
I would like to ask you, what would you like to do with that extra amount of cash?
拿到了这个50万，你有什么打算
？50万就
5万
哦。其实我觉得这个 MVP 不属于我一个人，我觉得属于我们整个团队，所以奖金还没想好吧。
So he said I didn't thought well yet, but the MVP is not only me, it's my whole team. It's not my work, it's our team's work.
Yeah, honestly, that's when you know that the team is so close together, and their ability to communicate together and work together got them this trophy to be the first ever Esports World Cup Teamfight Tactics champions. But honestly, there's so much to talk about. We are going to take all the players now to the Totem, and they will cement their history at the Esports World Cup to be the first ever Teamfight Tactics winners. But for now, let's send it back to the studio as we set up the ceremony.
They have done it. Wolves goes 3-1 against T1. China against Korea. When it comes to esports, a tale is all this time. And this time around, Wolves Esports coming out on top. Just the happiness, the excitement, the emotions, the coach crying.
Yes.
It doesn't feel like they genuinely thought they could do this, but it's surreal. It's incredible.
They came in as probably the lowest expected team in China to actually go even any further than the group stage in this tournament. But I feel like the underdog story for Wolves Esports is incredible. Seeing Li Xiao on the stage as well, him talking after being so close to that Inkborn Fabled Tactician crown, seeing him now win at the EWC is such a great feeling for him.
Poetic.
And even then, like we saw T1's team player almost get them over the line when they had to sack off Binsum in that final game to give a shot to have a chance of winning. But then at the end of the day, it wasn't enough here. The Wolves Pack Tactics yet again showing up in full force.
Yeah, and full team. We have to highlight that they came here by qualifiers. So Li Xiao was the one with the most points, and then he put together the team. So that allowed them to have time to maybe choose someone that they really are fun to play together, to prepare together, and that made a difference. Teams that maybe they were selected because they wanted to qualify directly because having a lot of points, for example, didn't have that time. So amazing to see that the underdogs made it.
And even from Li Xiao, the tournament MVP, when in the interview saying, how does it feel for you to be the MVP of the tournament of TFT at EWC? He goes, it's not just me, it's everyone in the team. And that is a testament to how well this team is working together and to how the teamwork has been the fundamental building block for their success.
They've probably had the longest path of many teams in this tournament. You know, as you mentioned, Hubison going through the qualifiers, qualifying as the first seed from China in that qualifiers. They weren't even under an organization before. They got picked up by Wolves Esports. They had the backing of Wolves Esports as well. After they went through the qualifiers, they had the trust from Wolves Esports as well. And they've made it the whole way as well. Such an incredible story. And China back on top in TFT.
I mean, also like the road that they had to travel here, led by the man on your screen. Now we're talking about the fact that they took down Sailor Vision. That was an upset. Then they took down Branching Out. That was an upset. Yep. Then they took down Navi. Then that was expected. Then they took out Vitality 2-0. That was an upset. In the finals, they take down T1. That's an upset.
Yeah, and I want to rescue again Li Xiao MVP, but Shelty, the rest of the team, they totally back it up. Shelty playing Kalista Preserver, playing Flex, and getting the win also. It's great to see because Syndra obviously was in the whole game the whole time, but the ones who were creative and were able to find that point and play with teamwork and with passion take the win. We had the happiness meter we're talking about. They were laughing all the time. They were having fun, and they made it happen.
And tears of joy too, and that is the ultimate pinnacle of happiness here because they finally achieved what maybe nobody really thought they could do. Let's have a look at the STC play predictions to see us at home genuinely what we thought was going to happen. It was 60% in favor of T1, and if there is anything to close out this competition with, it is the underdog's tale.
It's the underdogs that have been the precious ones in this tournament. You know, right from the start, right from day number one in the group stage, it's always been the underdog story, and the underdogs in general winning the tournament as well, as you mentioned before, is just so poetic for this whole tournament in general. First time we see the big 4v4 tournament, and the first time we're seeing the winners on your screen.
Also, again, the guy on our screens behind us right now, as Shelty again, just talking about like strong ace player, but I think a player we need to highlight here as well, Serene. Right, he was playing the spoiler here again. We had a little bit of minute game. How often can Serene go 8th and actually support the back end of the series? He ended up avoiding that 8th. He ended up doing incredibly well on these lines. And we kind of like, at the start in the first game, it looked like Serene wasn't locked in. He was playing some random stuff. Then all of a sudden brings out that Wukong Jinx composition.
Yeah, for sure.
And then instant break that out of that. Then next game, all the way back to the bottom, and then finds the ways out here. Such a critical part of this final for Wolves Esports.
Yeah, I would really want to propose a change in the MVP system only for TFT because actually, normally the MVP is in the bottom. He's the one who's the support, the rock of the team. Even though he doesn't have a good spot, he's able to help the rest of the team and then enable for the win out for the hero player. The hero player is not necessarily the one who played better, is the one who had the better spot, and the team funneled the rest of the sources to him. So this is what they did throughout the whole tournament, and that's why they're the winners.
And it seems to be the winning strategy as well. Coming into this tour, we were talking about the fact that it is 4v4, it is a different format. Usually these players are very much focused on their own resources, getting their own success. And Wolves, as well as T1, to be completely honest, were some of the teams that really highlighted the importance of this team play very early on. And they found that winning formula heading into the finals.
Yeah, exactly. They found that kind of synergy that they need, even though these are maybe not the best players in TFT. I think the big thing is that team synergy. Well, they are now. They are the winners now. So hey, they can cement themselves as the best 4v4 team definitely for TFT. But I think, as I mentioned, coming back into it, we mentioned other teams as well, kind of these super teams coming in that we thought were going to perform very well. Maybe not as a team, they can't perform very well, but you can see that maybe you don't need the best individual players. It's a teamwork that makes a big difference.
Teamwork makes the dream work. That's also the motto. So we have two mottos this time around. Teamwork makes the dream work, and also the underdog's tale. And coming into this, we didn't necessarily really know what to expect because of the format, because of the new set. But you know what? I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm happy.
Yeah, and the players are surprised and are happy. And that's what's important. They really, with this event, they actually started to feel like professional players, having the chance to get all this environment in front, having the community with them, supporting them. Social has been really supportive throughout the players. They have pictures now, some of them.
In jerseys.
And amazing, yeah, and they really felt it. And we see it in the hotel, we see it in their faces, in their expression, not only when they won, also when they acknowledge the rest of the other teams. So that's a step up in this case for each of them, and also for the whole community of TFT having a chance for this type of events to occur.
And they also get the chance to solidify Wolves Esports for history in the Totem as they write their name down for the EWC Esports World Cup. TFT, we're going to have a look at this right now, having a look at that ceremony. If anything, this is such a great symbol. You are now engraved in the Totem, a Totem that is not going anywhere. An Esports World Cup that is not going anywhere. You have the professional experience, you have the hardware to take home, that's also something we need to talk about, and you have your name on the Totem.
Such an incredible feeling for all of these players, being able to put that outer key into the Totem as well, and that will be there forever. That will not be going away, and all of these players individually have stepped up more than anyone ever expected them to as well. And to be able to get that moment, be able to get the pictures as well, I'm sure this will live long in the memory of all these players from Wolves Esports.
Absolutely, but it also begs the question, now that you have won, now that you have that piece of silverware to take home, which keys are they put? It has to be T1, right? At least T1.
I mean, T1 for sure, right? It has to go in there. I feel like Vitality as well, the NA super team out of these, the most notorious players in the entirety of the NA. And then the last one, there's going to be a bit of a debate about that, right? Again, Seal Division branching out. Who would you take out of those?
Yeah, I think branching out was huge. It was actually a close series in terms of gameplay, maybe not in the final score, but it was the one that gave them the advancement. They started good. It was rough in the edges, but with branching out, there were creative play, there was something crazy going on. So that volatility gave it also the ramp up to the semifinals. I think that will be the third key, but I agree with the first two.
Today has been action-packed, so let's have a look at the Kiria play of today, just to refresh your memory in terms of what has been going on here. And then when we're saying this is the top-tier level of TFT, we're not joking.
I mean, this was just incredible, going for the extra rolls, going for the incredible augment to be able to get that 5-cost 2-star. We saw it from 2 players in one single game, and it was just such an incredible feeling for me, like me and Hubison casting it as well. Having them high, valuable augments is such an incredible feeling when casting.
It's also, again, kind of got to see the 2 different aspects of the Golden Quest here, right? We saw the fact here that 6 seconds he was forced to pick up that reinforcement, was still unable to find that Nasus 2 in the front line for so long, whereas Bender was able to naturally hit it and just like stabilize himself. And really, at the end of the day, that was what costed the match for Twisted Minds.
Sure. Yeah, we had the double screen, so much time
So
there,
good.
and they
So
weren't
good.
facing each other. They were waiting. Each one life, and in the end they face off, and that enabled the finishing and the grand finals in the end. So that play was amazing. And Stuart, you were calling it only top 1 for now, but 1 had to go down, and finally the augment got reduced to not 100% win rate.
And I think it's such a cool feeling having these kind of high risk, high reward, normally traits come into the augment scene, because I think it just opens up so many more possibilities for these players, giving you more opportunities with these augments, like Fortune Favors the Brave and things like that as well. Not having a trait and having an augment just means you have more options available.
Again, like you mentioned Fortune Favor the Brave. Again, my favorite game of the entire event almost was that Na'Vi game where they ended up going with double win-out angles with Fortune as well as that Golden Quest. The first time I really saw Golden Quest really pop off as well on our screens.
Yeah,
Something that was mentioned earlier today by Casanova on the cast was wolves in sheep's clothing. And I think we really need to highlight the importance, but also just how incredible the play was with words, because we're looking at Wolves and they were actually the underdogs. We weren't considering seeing them in the finals. I mean, if I was to ask you, would Wolves be in the finals 3 days ago, what would your answer be?
I will be saying it's a possibility, very low, for example. But the thing is, how do you define underdog? You have to define it in a relative way. Li Xiao is amazing, Shelty is amazing. These are amazing players in ladder. They are amazing players in results. But obviously, when you compare individual resource, that's when you get the underdog. So actually, we need a new tier list. We need to shuffle it out.
You
in
can't
the
make
end,
a tier list
and
after
we
the
need
tournament's
internal
done.
information from the players to achieve the tier list and not only see individual performance.
that's
That would be
just
the
cheating.
Oh
summary.
That's just cheating.
You know
can't do a
what?
tier list after the
It is
tournament's
what
done.
it is. And all yes, you know what? You can just like flip the tier list upside down, say,
Okay.
"Ooh, I forgot the alphabet," and then you can pretend that it was actually right. But for you guys at home, might not have had a tier list, but if you have any feedback, do let us know. You can get this QR code right below here. Give us a little bit of feedback, what you thought about the show, the broadcast, the talent. The lovely gentleman over here, the drip, if anything, you know, if you want to comment on the outfits, you can rate them out 1 out of 10. But it has been a pleasure, and I'm sure Wolves is going to go home very happy tonight.
China's going to go very happy as a region as well. Being back on top in TFT is such an incredible thing with, you know, Tacticians Crowns being NA the last few years. Now with the set going more into it, you know, we're only right at the start of the set, so it's going to be incredible to see how the set evolves, but also how 4v4 evolves as well.
Yeah, and how the patch is impacted as well, because that's coming in a couple of days now, and which is crazy, because we just got the set last week, so like, what's going on? But before we wrap this out, I want to give each and every one of you a very big thank you for working together and for being so amazing, but also anything you would like to say.
Amazing event. If you want the summary, you just see the recap of the players' faces. That sums it up for them. Amazing for them, amazing for the community. So it's great to see that in parallel to the official TFT championship and all the circuit, we have this type of events that can also be occur and the players can be a part of. This is amazing for the players, this is amazing for the TFT community and amazing for esports.
Yeah, I kind of want to highlight as well, like, whenever I've been speaking to any player here, like, it's always been about, like, how much of an amazing experience it's been. Also, I feel like if you put Pada Ball in the pool, that's, like, all I would have wanted. Like, anyways, like, this guy's been going on about the pool all the time, but, like, every single player, like, it's been felt like they've just received so much love in terms of the fact that they've been able to get the chance to perform at such a big stage and just all the surrounding things around, right? It's been an amazing time. And I can't wait to see what is next before we fall TFT.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's been an incredible feeling being able to be here with everyone as well, actually in person as well. It's been an incredible feeling. I think there's a big future ahead for 4 versus 4. You know, this is the first big tournament, and I think there's a lot to come in 4v4, which I'm very excited about.
Exciting stuff ahead indeed. Thank you guys so much for joining. It has been a pleasure working with every single one of you, even those who are currently standing behind the camera watching us. Everyone has been phenomenal. You guys at home have also been incredible. Thank you so much to everyone for the support and for tuning in. This is it for TFT at EWC, but there are so many more games happening, so make sure you stay connected and tune in. We'll see you guys at some point. Take care of yourselves.
The Esports.
Ready, set, go.
It's time to fly.